Well, we are in one of the most beautiful parts of Sri Lanka, and we are in the central province, and we are at the Rangiri Dambulu Stadium, and it is the A-Team series coming up between Sri Lanka, India, and Afghanistan. And this is a look at the Rangiri Dambulu Stadium, and this is the game coming up. Sri Lanka A versus India A, and what a game it promises to be. So many wonderful young cricketers on in both sides, and also some experienced one, and also some really exciting talent is going to be on display. And let's quickly show you how the weather looks like. I'll tell you, it's a very windy day. It's quite warm, and also it's sunny, so that's excellent for cricket. So the players' comfort should be fine, but it's very windy, and it's not easy for us to even stand here. And let's quickly show you also the match schedule, and this is how the series is going to pan out. We're starting today with Sri Lanka playing India, and then on the 11th Afghanistan plays India, and the tournament goes right up to the 21st of June, where the final will be played. And the interesting thing is that all the games will be played at the Rangiri Dambulu Stadium. And it's a very warm welcome to all of you, wherever you are. As I said, it's a beautiful place, it's a beautiful day, and we are at the beautiful Rangiri Dambulu Stadium, the picturesque Rangiri Dambulu Stadium. Very historic, lots of things to talk about, but we're focusing on cricket, and we are at this cricket ground which was built almost in a jungle. And today it is a tri-nation series between the A teams of Sri Lanka, India, and Afghanistan. So it's my privilege first to say hi to Shashrika Pussegolla, who's going to be my guest. And morning, Pusse.
Good morning, Prashant.
And great to have you. And let's talk about the importance and the value of a tournament like this.
Well, it's a much awaited contest. It's the A teams that's participating. We've seen the IPL just concluded. Many superstars from the IPL, they've entered this stage. It's a great opportunity and a platform to showcase their talent, to show them what they've got at the highest level.
And let's also talk about the two teams. Let's start with Sri Lanka. So, I mean, there have been some interesting selections, especially Niroshan Dikwella coming back into the side, some young talent. What's your take on the Sri Lanka team?
Well, once again, Niroshan Dikwella, Chamika Kanarat, Avishka, they would definitely want to do well. And plus, as you rightly mentioned, the youngsters getting the opportunity. Sri Lanka cricket needs to find some youngsters. Is an ideal platform for that.
Indeed, no doubt. And I mean, Niroshan Dikwella's selection is an interesting one, because I feel that he should be actually be playing at the highest level, but maybe he's just been given a platform to try and showcase his talent and then stake a claim for high honours.
Well,
you think that's a fair statement?
Experienced player, no doubt. It's his second coming of sorts. He'll have. I'm pretty sure he'll be up for it. He'll be ready for it. He'll be raring to go.
Now, India A, I know there is so much that has been built around that India A team. So, is the focus going to be only on Vaibhav Suryavanshi? Is there anyone else that we need to keep an eye out?
Well, he's been the face of TV, I would say, over the last couple of weeks. So he's like a prodigy who's turned into a global phenomenon superstar. So you're right, the attention would be there, but let's not forget guys like Tilak Varma. They've got so many youngsters who's done really well at the IPL. So it's a great opportunity for all of them.
Right. So now, today, it's quite warm. The conditions are absolutely warm. So do you think that, I mean, we can join the pitch report very shortly with Rajiv Veerasinghe. But before we go there, what are your thoughts about the surface? What are you expecting?
Well, the conditions would suggest that it's going to be dry. As you rightly mentioned, the wind is a big factor. And as the day progresses, I presume it's only going to get slower.
Right. So those are the thoughts of Shashrika Pussegolla. So let's go across and join Rajiv Veerasinghe, who's taking a very close look at it.
It's a beautiful morning here at Rangiri Dambulu International Cricket Stadium. It's bright and sunny, but there's a bit of clouds hovering around. But all in all, it looks good for cricket. And also, there's a lovely breeze growing across me towards the right hand as leg side. So talking about the surface, this looks very dry for me, and there are a bit of cracks, also some of the greenery coming in, but I reckon this could be a very good surface for batting. And maybe later on the spinners will come into play, maybe in the second session. So I reckon on a surface like this, with the ball coming on to the bat, I reckon the skippers winning the toss will have a bat first.
Interesting call. Really interesting call. Now, he's saying win the toss and bat. The surface is dry, and he feels that the captain winning the toss will bat. You buy that?
Well, to start off with, it seems like a fresh wicket. When I say fresh wicket, it seems like a new wicket that has not been used for a while, even though the square has been used. So it's a bit tricky. No doubt, Indians must be
You
raring
can't
to
sit
go.
on the fence.
No,
You're my
I'm not sitting on
expert,
the.
You need to tell me.
I'm not sitting on the fence, Roshan. But as I mentioned before,
Yeah.
the wicket might slow down as the day progresses. So ideally, put runs on the board would be my call too.
Right, so that's the call by the man who did the pitch report. So let's see what the captains plan to do at the toss. Kosal Suresh Chandra is out there with the two captains and the match referee.
It's the opening game between Sri Lanka A and the visiting Indian A team. I have the two captains, Sahan Arachige of Sri Lanka A and Tilak Varma of India A, and a match referee, Manoj Mendes. Sahan will toss the coin.
Heads.
Heads is the call.
At first.
It is a heads. Tilak, you won the toss. What are you going to do, and any special reason?
We want to bat first. Wicket looks like slightly dry side, so we just want to bat first and put on a good score on the board.
What do you think would be a good score on this surface?
We look around 270 will be a good score. That's what we think, and it's the first game of the series, so we predict 270 will be the winning score.
It's a good opportunity for a lot of your players. So how's the preparation with the team?
Preparation has been really good, and everyone are looking in a good shape and confident in the series.
I wish you all the very best in today's game and the rest of the series.
Thank you, sir.
Sahan, what would you have done if you had won the toss?
Yes, we were thinking to bat first as well. Yeah,
Yeah. So now, what do you think that you could restrict the Indian team to?
maybe not giving more than 250 or 240 like that, because of it, wicket is a little bit dry and maybe it will spin in the evening. So that's the target.
What is your combination today going into today?
We do have two pairs and two spinners and three all-rounders.
We wish you all the very best in today's game.
Thank you.
So the story from the centre is that the Indian captain has won the toss and they will bat first.
Right, no surprises there at all. So we've all predicting the fact that the captain winning the toss will want to bat first, and that's exactly what India has done. So let's take a look at the two teams first. I will show you both India and Sri Lanka. There you are, Pusse. You can talk about them.
Well, Vaibhav Suryavanshi to start off with Prabh Simran Singh and Priyansh Arya at 3. That's quite surprising because we saw during the IPL representing Punjab, those two opening. So it's a bit of a change over there. But you talk about the middle order of Ruturaj Gaikwad, got phenomenal stats in the List A, especially got 20 hundreds in 99 List A games. And don't forget the skipper. He's here to do his bit too.
What about Sri Lanka? You're not talking about Sri Lanka. You're supposed to talk about both teams.
Well, Sri Lanka.
You seem to be more focused on India. Why?
Well, I mean, the eyes are on them because clearly it's probably one of the best teams going around there, Roshan.
I'm only pulling your leg. Don't worry. Let's talk about Sri
Let's
Lanka.
not forget Sri Lanka, as you right said. They are here for a fight. Niroshan Dikwal, all the experience at the top of the order with Avishka Fernando, Nuindu Fernando, Sadira Samaravikrama, Chamika Karunaratne, another comeback story, I would say. And we got Wanuja Sahan. Let's expect something special from this lad.
See, now, if you look at, now let's talk about Sri Lanka, because Sri Lanka are the hosts here. So, I mean, we're talking about players. You mentioned some names. You mentioned Avishka Fernando. You mentioned Niroshan Dikwal. You mentioned Chamika Karunaratne. So, these are guys who have been playing in the side and also now out of the reckoning. So, on a personal note, you think they'll be under pressure or I mean, how would it kind of impact them?
Well, as a professional cricketer, you'll always be under some sort of pressure, and especially when you're in your comeback trail. So there'll be some pressure for sure, no doubt, but I'm pretty sure they're geared up for it. They're experienced, mature players now, Roshan.
Yeah, now we all spoke about Vaibhav Suryavanshi. That was part of our conversation when we started. But Pusse, we're looking at not the T20 format. We're looking at a 50-over format. Now, as a young cricketer with so much of talent, so much of promise, now, how do you think he should make that adjustment?
Well, he did really well in the Under-19 World Cup that happened a few months ago. So he's shown that he could do well in 50-over cricket.
But that's at an age group where he's comfortable with. But now he's kind of, trying to play against the most senior players? So that's my question.
Absolutely. This is first time in India A colours, and it'll be a huge test for him. And let's not forget, if he does well, he'll make that call for the one-day squad as well, I'm pretty sure.
And you have watched him closely, so technically you think he's sound? I mean, we've seen him play some wonderful innings. Look, we're taking nothing away from this great player or this young player who has greatness in the making. But I mean, it's a question I would like to know, because 50 over cricket would mean that there'll be extra fielders round the bat, different styles of bowling, very different to T20.
Absolutely. From last year onwards to now, he's shown that his repertoire has changed and spread much more than what it was in 2025. He's focused on the offside a lot more as well. And last year, it was more leg side dominant. So now we see a more improved, advanced, matured player in Vaibhav Suryavanshi.
And what about the surfaces? Now, we did see in the IPL, those surfaces were very good. I mean, let's take nothing away from the quality of those surfaces. The ball was coming onto the bat. It was batting friendly, but as he tours around the world, surfaces are going to change. We spoke about a dry surface here that can get slower. Spinners can play a role. So how much will that be of a concern to him? Or do you think that he's just got to take the surface out of his game and just play his normal game?
That will be his biggest challenge as he progresses on his career. He will have to overcome that. I'm pretty sure he's got the credentials to do that, Rashan.
Yeah, and also, I mean, we are focusing so much on this young cricketer because I think he's taken the world by storm. There's no doubt about it. I had the great privilege of watching him in the Under-19 Asia Cup, and at that point, everybody spoke so highly of him, and he is continuing to just live that promise. But how soon do you think he will make it to the main team? I know it's not a proper question to ask you, but we've seen young cricketers coming through. We've seen Tendulkars, we've seen Kohlis emerging from this nation, so great nation of India. So now they found another one, a very different type of player.
Well, he's already been named in the T20 squad for Ireland and England, so he's already making a mark. It's just a matter of time before he steps into the other formats as well. I feel he's going to be an all-format player, and I feel he's really going to dominate world cricket.
So Sri Lanka, there is very quickly Vijaykanth, Vyaskanth coming into the side, and I mean, he's been someone who's been knocking on the door for a while. You think this is a big step for him?
Absolutely. He's already had some exposure, some experience at the IPL as well. So he'll know some of these players. He's a bit unorthodox in terms of a leg spinner, not the stereotype, but he'll definitely be a potent weapon for Sri Lanka.
Right. So as we always do, it's time for the national anthems. So the two teams, the officials have all lined up. So let's join the national anthems.
Well, once again, a very good morning and a welcome from the Rangiridambulla International Cricket Stadium. What a beautiful sunny day it's here. Lovely atmosphere. And we are in for some thrilling cricket between these two teams. Joining me in the comm box is Rajiv Veerasinghe. A very good morning, Rajiv.
Very good morning, Iran. It's a beautiful day. It's very, very sunny. There's some clouds hovering around, but all in all, it's well set for this opening game in this Talent TV A-Team Tri-Nation Series 2026. It's a fascinating event to start up with two giant teams competing with each other. And India winning the toss and electing to bat first on a surface like this. There's a huge wind going across the ground around, so I reckon it's going to be very, very windy out there for the players, but it's some comfort for them as well, because it's very humid out there in the center.
Yeah, indeed, the batters, definitely they will enjoy the morning session of play. But all eyes on that young man, isn't it? Vaibhav Suryavanshi. He has really been the talk of the town for the past few weeks. He's coming into this game after finishing a successful Indian Premier League as well, being the top scorer, winning multiple trophies.
Is there around 5 trophies in the IPL? I haven't seen a player getting 5 trophies. The highest strike rate, the most runs, the MVP, and then the most number of sixers. So all in all, Vaibhav Suryavanshi is the talk of the town. So I reckon it's a good test for him also, coming in from the T20 format to play 50-over cricket.
Hey, it's going to be very interesting to see how he will adapt to these conditions, especially coming in from a faster format, a very kind of a booming format into a 50-over format. It's very interesting to see how he will adapt to these conditions, and especially he's playing in Sri Lanka for the very first time as well. So it's going to be nice. It's going to be very thrilling, especially these two batters. They were very aggressive during the IPL as well. So lots of expectations, keeping aside everything. Lots of expectations on all of these Indian batters, isn't it, Rajiva?
Yes, indeed, definitely. Prabhsimran Singh is another dashing opener. Very aggressive. So 2 batters with that left-right combination is a good choice for India A to open in the batting and winning the toss. So Chamika Karunaratne is going to be the opening bowler from the media box end, isn't it? From the media box end, so...
Right then, ball one, here we go. Good delivery, hitting that back at the length. Now, this is going to be very interesting, especially the Sri Lankan opening bowlers. They know that the Indian batters, especially during the first 10 overs of the power play, they're going to go hard at them. So they need to decide what's the length that they're going to bowl. We do have a deep square leg fielder and a deep third man fielder. So they need to understand what the requirement is at this stage and what's the line and length they're going to hit against these 2 aggressive opening batters. There you go. Prabhsimran Singh, the right-hand batter, the aggressive batter. He was having one of the highest strike rates even during the IPL as well.
Yeah, representing and opening Kings 11 Punjab. He was a very good opening dashing batter. Yeah, Chamika Karunaratne loves to hit the deck hard and bowl on that uncertainty line, the back of the length deliveries. And he's a very nippy bowler with his international experience coming into this A-team arena. And Chamika Karunaratne plays for NCC, one of the top all-rounders in Sri Lanka cricket.
It's going to be very interesting, isn't it? Especially Chamika Karunaratne. He's a very aggressive bowler. He throws out his heart, especially with the new ball in hand. He has done this on plenty of occasions in the international arena as well. So it's nothing new for him though. Well, a little bit of hold in play. This is what we were talking about, the wind, Rajiva.
It's very windy out there, as even the umpire is struggling with the bails falling off mostly, with the clouds hovering around. And it's a good atmosphere and a good set for these cricketers, with the wind blowing across and some comfort coming in. It's very humid out there.
End of movement, looking for a quick single but turned down. Well, Chamika deciding to go full at that time. Good delivery.
It helps Chamika Karunaratne to bowl that outswinger because he's going across the right-hander. So with the new ball, it will help for him to come running in and then bowl those outswingers. So that's Vaibhav Suryavanshi, the 15-year-old dashing opener. Lot to look forward.
This has been a very good over so far by Chamika Karunaratne. He has been very consistent, isn't it? Yes, the previous delivery he decided to go full, but he has been very consistent, hitting that sweet spot in line with the off stump, not giving away any width for the batter.
Yeah, indeed, he's bowling that channel line. Just starts at the off stump, maybe in the fourth stump. Trying to hit the deck hard. Bowl in very good areas. It's a very good start for Sri Lanka, mind you, to 5 dot balls.
Well, make that a maiden over. A good start for the Sri Lankans. 1 done, none without loss. We're done with the first over. A good start for the Sri Lankans. It was a good start, a maiden over. Mohammad Shiraz, the right arm medium faster. Plenty of experience in the domestic arena. Very good with the new ball in hand. He will move it round, but look at the man on strike. Vaibhav Suryavanshi. This is what everyone is waiting for. What a beautiful shot that was to start off with. A cracking shot through the covers. And he marks his presence here at the Rangiri Dambulla International Cricket Stadium with a boundary.
A beautiful start for Vaibhav Suryavanshi. And back at the delivery once again from Shiraz. And then whacks it. Lovely bit of timing coming in. And this outfield is very, very quick, mind you. And beautiful hand-eye coordination from Suryavanshi there.
Yeah, fast hands. Width given by Shiraz. Doing that big mistake of throwing it outside the off stump. And his eyes really lit up. Yeah, that's the exact line and length that you need to be bowling. Keep it as much as possible in line with the stumps. The moment you give this man a little bit width or go fuller, he will decide to take you out of the park.
Suryavanshi has played 8 games, 8 list A games, and he has scored a century and a half century. Highest score being 190. Around his strike rate is 165 in one-day cricket. That's absolutely phenomenal, isn't it?
He decides to go up and over. Fabulous shot. One bounce into the fence. And he will keep going one after the other if you throw it outside the off stump. And he loves width, isn't it?
Well, anything on his zones, he's going to go after it. With just 3 fielders protecting on the offside in the ring. You see, he loves to go. He loves that width coming in. And I don't think that's the perfect line for Suryavanshi to be bowling at. So Shiraz, couple of boundaries in his first 3 balls.
Yeah, the moment you bowl in line with the stumps, you could see that Vaibhav is just a little bit cautious. But the moment you see the ball being thrown outside the off stump, when it's in your hitting arc, he really wouldn't mind who the bowler is. Because we did see in the recent past, Rajiv, but the way that he took on the international big names, he really didn't care of any of them. He really went hard at them. So he has proved a point here as well, that if it's in his arc, he's definitely going to take you to the cleaners. 2 boundaries in the over so far. Straight away, there is a fielder who has been placed at deep extra cover.
Yeah, prior to that delivery, there was a change in the field. A deep extra cover field being pushed back. And there's a deep point as well, but now it's Prab Simran Singh. So Shiraz 6 for 21. He's his best bowling. He has played 64 games so far. And 96 wickets with 3 fifers in List A cricket for Mohammad Siraj.
Beautiful. This is what I was talking about. A little bit of movement from Mohammad Shiraz. He does this with the new ball. 2 overs done, 9 without loss. Two was done. It has been a decent start by both teams. The first one went from maiden by Charmika Karunaratne, but Mohammad Shiraz being hit for a couple of boundaries by Vaibhav Suryavanshi. And looks like the Sri Lankan bowlers have decided that they're going to bowl it away from the left-hand batter. Get it moving away from the left-hand batter. There you go. That is what I was exactly talking, but look at that shot. Beautiful piece of timing by Vaibhav once again. That'll mark his 3rd boundary.
Yeah, poor delivery from Charmika Karunaratne with the 2 fielders on the leg side bowling outside the off stump. And what did Vaibhav did was just help it along and placing it right in the middle of that gap. And a lovely bit of timing coming in with the pace. He just used the pace and then placed it nicely into that gap and helped it along towards the boundary. You know what, Iran, this outfield at Rangiri Dambula, it's a very, very fast outfield. You just need to place it into the gap. You'll get boundaries. So changing the field once again. Deep mid-wicket comes in and there's a 3rd man, wideish 3rd man being placed.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how he will cope up with this. Once again, there you go. Now, looks like we will have to see this a lot more throughout the game because the wind out there, it's absolutely heavy. It's blowing across the ground. The umpires are finding it difficult. There you go. Umpires trying to keep the pace, but you will definitely see on and off that we will have to stop the bowler. Change of pace. This is good. This is very good from Charmika Karunaratne. Now, especially when you're bowling to a batter who is trying to attack you, you need to be very smart, Rajiv. You need to try and do a little bit of tricks. You need to try and change the length, change the pace of the ball. Try to play with the batter's mind.
Yeah, and you need some homework as well. You come in and especially inside the power play, you know that Vaibhav is one of the attacking batters alongside Prab Simran Singh. He's yet to get off the mark, but Vaibhav has got 3 boundaries. It's all 3 coming in from the offside.
Once again, a beautiful delivery. Well, now one of the areas that the Sri Lankan bowlers would definitely look at this man is he's very strong in his leg side. But if you did take a closer look at him during the IPL, he has improved his offside game as well.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I said. He got the 3 boundaries so far, yeah, from Suryavanshi. He's from the offside. So that's what, like you mentioned correctly, Ran, he has developed himself to score more boundaries on the offside. And anything width on offer, he will get you charge on the offside as well.
Slower delivery into the surface. This is smart from Chamika Karunaratne. Now, I did mention that he is a very smart campaigner. He will fight until the very last delivery. He's not going to throw it away.
Yeah, into the pitch once again. Shows how slow the surface is if you're coming and bang it in short and then with the off cutter coming in. So on a surface like this, just like Tirakortma said, 270 will be a very good score. With the cracks might be opening up for the spinners to come in and just try and make sure, try to dictate terms on a surface like this with the batters getting some runs. So I reckon 270 plus is a very good score, isn't it?
Especially during the second innings when the batters walk out to the middle. The surface will definitely look much more tired and the ball might not tend to come enough as well. So anything about 250, 60, somewhere around that would be a very good total. But it all depends on how these two opening batters would take on the power play. It has been a good comeback by Chamika Karunaratne though, conceding a boundary after the very first delivery. He's managed to keep the two opening batters quiet so far. Six runs coming off that over. 3 done. 15 without loss.
Well, Shiraz loves to bowl to the right-handers more often with that in-swinger coming in. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And with Suryavanshi, with left-right combination, Suryavanshi loves the width outside the off-stump. He needs to be on a proper line and length when it comes to bowling for these two right-left combination. But he might be able to be a little comfortable to bowl at the right-handers.
He's getting the new ball to move in towards the right-hand batter. It's going to be very interesting to see how the batter would negotiate though. But when it comes to Waiber Rajiva being a left-hand batter and Mohammad Shiraz, a tall, natural bowler who will move it away from the left-hand batter, we did see in his very first over that he was thrashed through the covers for a couple of boundaries. So the fielding would be very important. The skipper will try to have a couple of fielders outside the off stump.
Oh, lovely. Look at that sight. From the drone coming in of the Rangiri Dambulla International Cricket Stadium. What a sight, isn't it? Beautiful pictures.
Yeah, that is the exactly that we were talking about. Pitch it in probably in line with maybe the leg and middle stump and get it to move away. And do not give away too much room outside the off stump. That would be the ideal length for Waiber Suryavanshi.
He got a slip and a very, very fine short third. And a cover point and a deep extra cover and a mid-off. So only 3 fielders on the leg side, so he can't afford to bowl on the middle stump.
Beautiful shot, and that's the wicket. Well, this is what the Sri Lankans are waiting for. Look at the celebrations. They're overjoyed. They get the big fish. Waiber Suryavanshi trying to go downtown, but pays the price. But it was a fabulous catch at the short mid-off region. We'll take a closer look at that again. Look at the disappointment.
Clearly a legal delivery. What a beautiful catch from the skipper, Sana Rachige. Yeah, that's the first wicket, the breakthrough. Mohammad Shiraz and Vaibhav Suryavanshi. Yeah, foolish delivery trying to go over mid-off but didn't get a full meet on it. Very good diving forward catch from the skipper Sahana Rachige to get rid of the first wicket. And Mohammad Siraj strikes in his second over. And Vaibhav Suryavanshi departs for 14. India A 16 for 1.
Well, the new man walks out to the middle. Priyansh Arya. Now, these two batters, Rajiv, they very well know each other. Just for the reason that they were the opening batters for Kings 11 Punjab at the IPL. And they were striking very much interestingly during the power play during the IPL as well.
Yeah, they've been opening for Punjab Kings 11 couple of years now, so they have that coordination between them. So we'll take a look at this brilliant catch from Sahana Rachige. It's a foolish delivery, bat turning, the wrist turning there, and a stunning catch, diving forward, and hint of a movement also from Mohammad Siraj. A very foolish delivery, trying to go downtown, but didn't get that elevation, and a brilliant catch to get rid of Vaibhav Suryavanshi. And this is the start that Sri Lanka wanted, and to get the first wicket inside the power play. So 4 overs done. India A 16 for 1.
Oh, that's a chance. And looks like that's the second nail in the coffin. Look at the passion of Charmika Karunaratne. He really dug it into the surface. The ball hardly arrived. Singh was too early to the shot. He really didn't look comfortable against that delivery. And Charmika Karunaratne rejoices. And that's the second wicket down for India.
2 wickets for Sri Lanka in the matter of just 4 deliveries. And Charmika Karunaratne getting his first wicket for the shortest delivery. And surprise props Imran Singh there. Yeah, banging it short and then really hurried him. And a brilliant catch from Sadira Samaravikrama once again inside the square. He had to dive forward as well. This is very good fielding, very good catching by the Sri Lanka A team. And in the matter of just 4 deliveries, India losing 2 quick wickets. Singh departs for 2. India A 16 for 2.
New man walks out to the middle. Rutraj Gaikwad, the vice captain of the team. Plenty of experience. Played many international games for India as well. But now he has a bigger responsibility here. 2 quick wickets. Both opening batters back in the hut. Oh, well. That was very close. He could have easily chopped it onto the stumps.
Is the wind helping the seamers a bit, Iran, on this surface? So we'll take a look at this. A brilliant delivery. It really hurried him. Some bounce coming in also. And a good catch once again from Sadira Samaravikrama. So catching has been very, very good. Look at the aggression. Oh, he loves it. Beautiful delivery. Surprised Prop Simran Singh there with that bounce.
Well, these 2 batters, they will need to give themselves a little bit of time. And this is what we were talking about, Raju. With these surfaces, they tend to slow down a little bit. It might not come onto the bat as they would like it. So they need to try and give themselves a little bit of time, spend some time out there in the middle, understand how the surface works, and then you will have that opportunity of going to score those big runs. The Sri Lankans have been fabulous in the outfield.
So Gaikwad off the mark. Half stop from Avishka Fernando at short, extra cover there. Well, Jamaica being very decent in his 3rd over now. He's just conceded only 7 runs. Bowled a maiden in his very first over. Now picking up a price wicket once again. The 2 openers are back in the heart for India A. Now this is the time that these 2 batters need to get a partnership. Try to occupy the crease a bit, spend some time and build a partnership, because much needed for India A right now with the openers are back in the pavilion, Iran.
Once again, a beautiful delivery. Going fishing outside the off stump. It's all about adapting to the conditions, isn't it? Coming down to different conditions. Take a closer look at that again.
Yeah, beautiful delivery outside the off stump from Chamika Karunaratne. He's pumped hard now. Fully pumped in. And he has bowled very, very good lines and lengths on this surface. Back at the length. Trying to move that ball here and there.
If you take a closer look at Chamika Karunaratne's spell, he has been very consistent. 5 overs done. Just the 1 run and a wicket off that. 17 for 2. If you're just joining us, we are coming to you live from the Rangiridambula International Cricket Stadium, the opening game of the Tri-Series, the Talent TV Cup between Sri Lanka A, Afghanistan A and India A.
Well, this is the 100th list day game for Rutraj Gaikwad. And he has scored 20 centuries and 19 half centuries. That is almost 40% of his scores in the 99 games has been over 50 runs, Iran.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about when he walked out to the middle, especially as the vice captain. He carries a lot of experience, and these kind of situations would be ideal for this man. He has played plenty of games, plenty of runs behind his shoulders as well. So especially these situations would really show how much you're capable of handling these kind of situations.
Yes, indeed. He has scored 5,000 plus runs in list day. And he has been in plenty of occasions as such. Another very good stop by Sayanaraj. He's been very busy. He's been very good so far in the field. Flicked away nicely off his legs. And 220 not out is his highest score.
Well, the two opening bowlers of the Sri Lankan A team, Chamika Karunaratne and Mohammad Shiraz, they have been on the money so far. Yes, Mohammad Shiraz, he was taken for a couple of boundaries in his very first over, but he immediately adjusted the length. He corrected the mistake that he did, and that really paid the price. So that's smart piece of bowling. He's coming round the wicket for the left-hander.
He's coming around the wicket because he likes to take the ball across the left-hander to get some swing, use the breeze across the ground as well. So Priyansh Arya, 500 plus runs in his 16 games with 1 century and 4 half centuries. Another promising young talent for India A. Played plenty of IPL games for Kings 11 Punjab, opening the innings. Now he has the responsibility here.
What a beautiful shot that was. In the front foot, and all the way she goes for a half a dozen. Now that's a very promising shot from Priyansh Arya.
Yeah, first maximum of the day. Off the bat of Priyansh Arya. Another delivery with on offer from Mohammad Shiraz and very full. Outside the off stump. And bowling round the wicket helps it nicely inside out. Through extra cover. There's no protection apart from this infield fielders on the offside and a deep third man. And a deep square leg, you can't afford to bowl to Priyansh Arya on that length, especially with the inner fielders and inside the power play.
As if you take a closer look at these Indian batters, especially these young players who have come up during these recent seasons, especially during the IPL, they love when the ball is in their hitting arc, especially when they see the ball in that fuller length, their eyes really lights up. They look to throw the kitchen sink at any delivery that is thrown up under their eye line. So what these bowlers they need to understand is they need to continue to hit the sweet spot just back of the length. Bowl it in line with the stumps, probably shaping away from the left-hand batter. Shiraz was doing it well when Vaibhav Suryavanshi was out there in the middle. Not sure what made him to come over the wicket, probably to get it more away from the left-hand batter.
Oh, that's the Sigiriya mountain. Beautiful sights here from the drone coming in. It's not very far from here, Asiran. Slight hold up. I think we have a lost ball, isn't it? Maybe the ball went inside that gutters, passing those covers around, and then the umpires will have to look in for a new ball. Well, it's the game number 1 of this Talent TV A-Team Tri-Nation One-Day Series 2026. And all these games will be played here at Rangiri Dambulla International Cricket Stadium. Yes, I think they're all happy with that new ball, I suppose. Well,
Well, 7 runs coming off this over so far. It was a good over until that final delivery went over deep cover. Yeah, that's the exact line and length that he should be focusing on. 8 runs coming off over number 6, 25 for 2. Well, after 6 overs, the Sri Lankans should be quite happy. 25 runs on the board for the Indian batters, the two opening batters, especially back in the heart. And they would definitely be on high at this stage, especially seeing the back of Vaibhav Suryavanshi, because there's lots of expectation on that young man. Shamika Karunaratne goes full, and Priyansh Arya beautifully places it for another boundary.
A lovely shot out to the off stump once again. Sri Lanka bowlers bowling and giving that width outside the off stump and bowling very fuller. Lovely bit of timing and placement coming into place. And Chamika bowling a little wider of the bat of Priyansh Arya. Lovely shot. Placed it nicely along the ground. Beautiful timing, isn't it? Look at the hand-eye coordination, top hand coming into place. Then he moves to double figures, Priyansh Arya, with that boundary.
He's looking in good touch so far. The couple of boundaries that he played, including the 6, especially outside the off stump, it looks much more comfortable. But the important fact is that these young batters, what they need to understand is they need to make these starts into big numbers. They need to give themselves a chance, especially in the 50-over format, Rajiva. It's very crucial the time you spend out there in the middle. Trying to change the pace of the ball. Caught the length wrong a little bit, Shamika Karunaratne, but he has been fabulous, isn't it, with the ball in hand. 1 for 12 so far.
Yeah, after bowling that made no in his very first over, Shamika Karunaratne has bowled very good lengths, apart from a couple of deliveries, bowling a little wide outside the off stump, which was hammered away into the boundary, into the fence. So India, they need to come out of this after losing 2 quick wickets with a score of 16. I need a partnership for them. And Ruturaj Gaikwad is a capable batter with lots of experience, along with the youngster Priyansh Arya. So this is going to be a very good passage of play. And still inside the power play with 3 overs remaining after this over. And to build a score, build a partnership, this is a perfect time.
Well, Ruturaj Gaikwad, he would be much more comfortable, especially being in these kind of situations previously as well. But it's a good test for these young Indian batters playing outside Indian conditions, especially coming into the longer format of the game. They'll need to change their style, adapt to these conditions, especially after 6.5 overs, 30 runs on the board for the loss of 2 wickets. It's very important that they'll need a healthy partnership. But more importantly, the 2 fast bowlers, the 2 opening bowlers of the Sri Lankan A team, they have done a decent job. They have managed to keep things under control so far. Once again, a good over. 5 runs coming off that, 30 for 2. Three more overs left in the power play. So far, things have looked quiet at the Rangiridambula International Cricket Stadium. Mohammad Shiraz, he will continue to do what he's good at. He'll get it to move away from the left-hand batter. Keep tempting the left-hand batter to go fish outside the off stump with one fielder waiting for that outside edge. We have a slip and a very fine short third man fielder. A deep point as well. Beautifully placed. A little bit of work, but the ball will have enough legs to cross the boundary. 4 more runs.
With an offer once again from Mohammad Shiraz. Very, very good offside player. Priyansharya just helping it along nicely into that gap. And short and wide. Placed it nicely once again. There's a fielder at deep point, but there was no chance for him in this outfield, especially at Rangiridambula International Stadium. It's very, very quick and fast. So changing the field once again. Deep point and a deep extra cover.
Once again, that hint of movement by Mohammad Shiraz. Now, if you closely look at how Priyansharya has been batting out there, he looks very strong in the offside as well, Rajiv. Anything outside the off stump with Gibbon, he has managed to put it away to the boundary. So these are little things that you need to take notes of, especially the batters adapting to the conditions. They love to go leg side, but they have adjusted their game. That's very good to see of these batters, especially these young batters. Knocking the doors of international cricket. You need to be very smart out there in the middle.
Yeah, Talent TV A-Team Tri-Nation Series 2026 as Talent TV celebrates its first year, bringing sports and entertainment to audience. This tournament stands as a commitment to the future of cricket, featuring 18 players from Sri Lanka, India and Afghanistan. The competition provides valuable platform for the next generation of stars to showcase their young talent onto the international stage. So many of the players around participate in today's striving to earn national team recognition, like you mentioned earlier, making this series an important step for all these cricketers from 3 teams.
Well, 5 runs coming off that over. 8 overs done, 35 for 2. Change the bowling. Garuka Sanket, another young talent from Sri Lanka. A bowler to keep a close eye. Has proven himself in the domestic cricket. And this is going to be a very good test for this young man as well. Especially playing in the big stage. Taking a closer look at the outfield. There is a deep mid-wicket fielder in place.
They're trying to bowl a little wide outside the off stump once again. And there's a deep point and a deep square leg. Just a couple of overs remaining inside the power play. India despite losing a couple of wickets for 16 runs, these two players have managed to come out of that hole. Yeah, almost a wide.
But if you take a closer look at this bowler's action, it's much more similar to the legendary bowler Lasith Maling, isn't it, Rajiva? That lower arm action, the slingy action.
Yeah, indeed, definitely. A resemblance of Lasith Malinga. He's an hero all around the world, isn't it? And Garuga Sanket has played 11 games, 16 wickets for him in his list there. 4 for 63, being the best bowling. Played for Sri Lanka and Sri Lanka under 19 also. So a lot of young talent in both these two teams coming in, giving their opportunity to showcase their new talent. And all these players knocking the door into international arena, getting into the next step.
As I did mention previously, it's a very good test for these young players. Different playing conditions, longer format of the game. That shot, punched, but the ball will cross the boundary. A valiant effort goes in vain, and Priyanjara, he will continue to dominate if it's thrown outside the off stump.
Yeah, I can understand why Sri Lanka bowling on that line and length out wide outside the off stump, because he eats his strength outside the off stump. Priyanjara, look at that, it's just short and on the surface the ball comes on nicely if you bowl wider and square on the surface as well. So he helps it along nicely. A lot of timing coming in, and that's his strength. And now bowling round the wicket into the stumps. More often, that is the length and line should be. To bowl into the stumps, and there you see, umpire Ravindra Kotachi. Slight bit of talk going on, maybe. Garuga Sanket going into the danger area.
Yeah, especially with that action in, you need to be very, very watchful. There you go, probably trying to adjust where he might end up during the run-up. Throws it outside the off stump. That completes over number 9, 41 for 2. Well, I like the way these two batters have been handling the situation out there since the departure of the two opening batters. They've built a decent little partnership. 25 runs coming off 29 deliveries, but more importantly, Ara has been doing the bulk of the scoring.
Yeah, definitely coming out here prior to this game with 2 ducks. Playing for Punjab Kings. So this is the opportunity that he has gathered, Iran. And from T20 format to coming into 50 overs, spend time and adjust yourself on a surface, new surface. And also new conditions. Driven nicely along the ground. Lovely bit of timing. And there's a fielder running it, but that's Rutraj Gaikwad's first boundary. Beautiful placement.
That was a cracking shot. Touch outside the off stump, but this is what class could do, and this is what I did mention. The more time you give yourself out there in the middle, you will be able to play shots like this. Beautiful shot. But once it gets past that 30-yard circle, especially at Dambulla, you could definitely guarantee 90% of the time you'll get a boundary. So Rutraj Gaikwa, look at that. He's happy about it. hint of movement. Now this is what experienced batters does, isn't it, Rajab? You get a boundary, you get a single, and you get to the other end.
Experience coming in. Scored over 5,000 runs in List A cricket. So that's why I said around, this is a very good passage for the youngster to step in with an experienced player. And now they built up a 30-run partnership of the 32 deliveries, which is a very good partnership so far. And coming into the power play, despite losing those 2 quick wickets, and they've managed to come out of that whole run.
Outside the outside, there is protection in deep point. So they'll be happy to rotate the strike at this stage. 32-run partnership of 34 deliveries for the 3rd wicket so far. Just a couple of deliveries left in the power play. So I believe after losing a couple of wickets up front, especially the 2 opening batters, the Indian team would be much happier to see themselves close to 50 runs just for the loss of 2 wickets at the end of 10 overs. Once again, a nice little punch off the front foot.
Yeah, when the ball is pitched up, it makes very easy for the batters to go for the shots on a surface like this. With Charmiga did bowled well back at the length, but Siraj bowls very, very fuller. That's why he's expensive compared to the 2 fast bowlers. And Rutraj Gaikwad bats a little outside his crease as well, so it allows him to go for that drive shots on the offside.
Once again, a quick single. Nicely done by the 2 batters. 8 runs coming off that power play done. India 49 for 2.
Well, it's been a decent power play where both teams are concerned. They're both happy. 49 for 2. There goes a signal from the umpire at the start of the 2nd power play. This is a very key area or a key period for both teams. How they assess this wicket and how they get about the surface. We've seen the surface already beginning to get slower. We saw Charmiga Karunaratne bowling into the surface very early in his spell, but India will be disappointed on the other part, losing both their openers. A lot was expected from the young Vibhav, but he's back, and this is what happened during the power play. They got off to a good start, Vibhav in particular, getting a couple of boundaries at the start, but that is a very good catch by the captain to see the back of over. Then a ball that kept unexpectedly high, and Singh was once again well taken. But after that, Gaikwad and Gra have been steadying the ship for the Indians, and they've taken them to 49 for 2 at the end of the 1st power play. Good morning, Roshan.
Morning, Rosala, and morning all. It's going to be some spin in the form of Ravidu Fernando. It's going to go off spin. I like to look at his field with the left hand on strike. He's a very different type of off spinner. He's not the orthodox, but he's more the quickish off spinner who tends to fire the ball in. He's got to slip in. Straight away driven, and that is very well timed and good fielding in the deep. Will come back for 2, but tossed up, ball was underneath his eyes. Ravidu Fernando, couple of runs for India.
Good bit of fielding. Sri Lankan fielding has been good. Again, similar to that turn. Good glove work behind by Dick Weller. Are we going upstairs? We'll have to wait and see. But that is a very good take from Dick Weller.
Ravindra Vimalasiri is not interested in going upstairs, but you're right, that was some excellent piece of glove work. It's worth taking another look. Let's keep an eye on the keeper. Just look at how quick he was. Very well done, but credit to the batter that he did not come out of the crease. Ravindra Fernando needs to bowl the line around the off stump. He can't look for that glory ball pitching outside the leg stump and looking to turn. Is that deliberate? Pitching outside the leg stump, that last one.
Misses his run on that occasion. And also the factor that he will need to assess the speed that he will want to bowl on this surface, because as you really said, because he's a bowler who really darts it in, bowls it, he fires it in. So you'll have to really assess on that. There you go. Better line, better length. But that speed is going to be key. Because that second ball, Roshan, if you saw, I think that's the speed that he will be looking at to get that grip and turn. Again, too fuller, I think. He needs to slow things up a little bit.
Yeah, you're right. He's almost underneath the eyes of the batter. And he's having that extra cover area.
Extra cover area open. So as a result of it, the drives are an option. Dot to end the over. It is 51 for 2.
So Shiraz will continue. He's 1 for 31 from his previous 5.
Well, I've been a little bit disappointed with the way Shiraz bowled, because I know him to be someone who's very accurate, who's always at the batter. But in this game, so far, I have not seen him make that adjustment with the with his length. He's been looking to go full, and he's every time he's overpitched just that little bit, he's been driven. So he's got to be a bit mindful about the length he bowls. He's not quick to go with that back of a length kind of delivery, but see, on a surface like this, you've got to be really, really tight, because he's what you call a seamer rather than really an out and out quick.
Yes, you're right on that, Roshan. If you take that 5 overs, 4.5 is the current run rate. But if you really look at what Shiraz has been doing, he's not really been threatening to the batters so far. He's been in and out to put the bad ball away. RA's good look on the offside. And that will be a wide. So you can't afford to give freebie, especially on a track like this, because anything that India get, you need to chase it down, and that's not going to be easy because the wicket is getting slower and slower. There you go. That's the pitching on a leg stump, just going on. That's a better line, better length, in fact, Roshan.
Yeah, just back of a length, but he's not getting anything off the surface, no movement at all. And a quick reminder to everybody that this is a Talent TV A-Team Tri-Nation One-Day Series 2026. And also it happens to be a very special tournament because it marks the first anniversary of Talent TV. Congratulations to Talent TV. They are the rights holders of domestic cricket of Sri Lanka. not in control. So very quickly, talent has been brilliant in bringing sports and entertainment to their audience. And you know, this tournament stands as a commitment to the future of cricket, where it is featuring the A teams of Sri Lanka, India and Afghanistan. So congratulations to Talent TV, and we wish them the very, very best in their walk with Sri Lanka cricket and the walk with sport.
Good effort, but they will still take the single. The singles have been easy to come by for the Indians. They have not been really pegged down. We haven't seen much dot balls coming in. They've gone past the 50 mark. We're into the 12th over. Roshan, you feel that Shiraz might be overbowled a little bit? This is the previous delivery.
No, I feel that Shiraz is being used as long as the ball is a bit new. Because with the older ball, I feel he might struggle on the surface. That short delivery, that will be a wide as well, down the leg side. So Shiraz, I think, getting a bit frustrated, going full, being pushed around, he's looking to drag the length. But on this surface, I feel at his pace, that's another look, that he might be better utilized with a slightly newish ball, with two new balls. And this is what, just the 6th with the new ball, so it's quite relatively new. Well bowled, well bowled. That's the length. That is that in-between length we are talking about. That's what makes the batter wander. He's neither forward nor back. So that is the perfect delivery.
Well done, very well bowled. There you go. Arya was caught in no man's land on that occasion. That's what he'll be looking for. Last ball coming up of over number 12. Again, short, and that will run away to the boundary. Not what the batter wanted, but nevertheless, Arya and India will take that. A boundary to end the over. Sorry.
Shall I pick up? 60 for 2. Well, let's take a look at that last boundary. I'm just wondering whether the ball really arrived, whether the batter had played a bit too early, because Shiraz has banged it short, and that I thought was the reason. Yeah, I think that's the reason that it went away to third rather than fine leg, because he was through with the shot. So Kosala, that can be an ominous sign when you're looking to bat second. So that's why Sri Lanka, as you said, needs to ensure that they don't give any extra runs. They need to keep it as low as possible. And Ravindu, I think at the moment, is a little touch fuller. Now, this is the phase that teams look to really break through. So this is the phase that the captains will want to try, and as a fielding side, Sahana Arachi would want to look at getting wickets. So yeah, I believe he needs to look at employing bowlers who can provide you with that. I can understand why the off spinner is bowling with a left-hander, but then so important that the second phase is dominated by Sri Lanka if they are to keep India to a manageable score. But if you let India get away with it, it will be very difficult to try and contain. And look at them. That's really good to see. This is one thing good about Dambulla. They do turn up to watch cricket. We got a few, but they're here.
Oh, that one finds the leading edge but doesn't carry to the fielder. But again, I still feel that Ravindu is allowing the batter to get on that front foot and work it either on the on or the off. He needs to be a touch slower and maybe 1 or 2 inches. Take a look at that again. There you go. Ball might have held up a little bit on that occasion. This time, he comes down the track and lofts it. And that will go all the way for half a dozen.
I'll tell you what, that's a great response. That's really a great response from the batter. So now that challenges the bowler, Ravindu. You were talking about the importance of throwing it up, and look at the response. Down the wicket, gets to the pitch, and then goes through with the shot. Now what will Ravindu do here? Will he fire it in? Will he bowl back of a length?
Better, that's better, that's better. A little wide outside the off stump, not allowing the batsman to get any room, but they'll get a single. And that's a run out. There's a cardinal error there. Both batsmen ended up on the same side, Roshan.
Well, how did they manage that? That was crazy. I just don't believe it.
Better in the end. Can I have the side on this, please? Can I have the side on this, please? Side on angle from the wicket keeper's end. Okay. Keep rolling, keep rolling. One frame back and keep rolling. Okay, freeze it when the number 18 crease, he was hit on the Dickwaller's boot. Just freeze it there and okay. Slowly move forward, move forward. Okay. Can I have the other angle on this, please? Keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Okay, number 18's bat is blocked by the wicket keeper. He was not creased. And I made my decision. Number 18 batsman is out. The number 18 batsman is out. He's run out. He was not creased. He was blocked by the wicketkeeper's boot. He couldn't crease. So number 18 is run out.
Right, I think we heard that the number 18 batter, that's how he was referred to by the third umpire. He's been given out, run out. Another look at it. I think what happened here, Kosala, is you need to keep an eye on the batter's bat, and it's obstructed by the wicket keeper, and as a result of it he gets pushed out of the crease. So that's what makes the umpire's decision a little bit easier. I was just wondering, because if he touched the wicket keeper's body, that it was an extension, but not to be. So wicket number 3, and rather unnecessarily for India, it's Arya out for 32. It is 69 for 3.
So the new batter is the Indian skipper, Tilak Varma. A lot will depend on him because India is 69 for 3, Roshan. So they'll be a little bit concerned about that wickets column because we're only into the 13th over here. And, well, lot speaks about this man. He's been wonderful. He's a member of the Indian national side as well, leading the A team here. Garuka Sanket starts a fresh over and starts off with a wide. Another slinger from Sri Lanka.
I'm a little bit surprised at the angle he's bowling.
That's better. But I also would feel that it would be better for him to go over the wicket and try to create that angle that to bring the ball back into the left-hander.
And also I feel that he can reduce the angle because you go wide of the crease, you go round the wicket unless you start wide of the off stump. If you bowl straight, if you look, it can be exaggerated. It can go down the legs just like that. That's what I'm talking about. See, he's delivering it with a very low arm. I mean, fast bowling coaches watching will agree with me. With a very low arm, he's bowling wicket to wicket. And bowling wicket to wicket with that angle, with that slinging angle, he is bound to just keep going down the leg side. So what he should actually try and do is, if he's going round the wicket, aim for wide of the off stump. Or, as you said, go over the wicket, get close to the stumps, and maybe try and bowl that off stump line or maybe third or fourth stump line.
That's good. That's better. Getting a little bit closer to the stumps and trying to create that angle. Tilak Varma will use all his experience. Now, this is what happened in the last over, the dismissal, the last ball. It was a comfortable push by Gaikwad. The first run was definitely on, but whether there was a second was a question.
Well, this is the key here. I mean, these little mistakes like this can just let that initiative slip away from you. This was highly unnecessary. I thought both these batters were looking good, and Arya in particular was playing extremely well. Now, that's not a bad line to bowl. But what India needs to do now is just, they got to restart. But if you look at the Indian batting, Kosala, it's a very strong batting lineup. I mean, it's a lineup that can challenge the main team. So, I mean, they are going to be very, very tough as far as both Sri Lanka and Afghanistan is concerned, considering the number of games they played, list A games, the experience they carry, and the opportunities they have. I mean, India is right on cloud 9.
And also they're coming fresh after a long IPL series, so the batters are in form. So that will also carry a lot of weight. Tilak Varma and Gaikwad, they've been in the national sides as well. He'll get off the mark. But they will have to assist here. They'll need a partnership. They'll have to see how the pitch behaves, study it a little bit, understand. End of the over, 71 for 3. And it's drinks on the field. This is the beauty that we see in Dambulla, courtesy of the drone shots we are receiving here. The Indians elected to bat first. The first to go was young man Suryavansh. He was brilliantly caught by the Sri Lankan skipper. And then Singh, that ball shot up unexpectedly. And it was another good catch by Sadira Samaravikrama. And the celebrations running out now. But this one was totally uncalled for. And both batsmen ending up at the same end. And Arya was the unfortunate one who had to make a walk back to the pavilion. So Gaikwad and Varma. They will really need to put up a partnership. They've elected to bat first on this surface. Like Varma said, 270 might be a challenging total, but to get there, they will really have to bet their skins out now. Ravindu will continue. Again, that line, not the correct one. He's got to slip in place, so he needs to be more on an off-stump line. He just can't afford to allow Tilak Varma, the left-hander, to cross over easily. He's got 5 men on the on. And again, a touch fuller allows the batter to really turn his wrist around and comfortably work those for singles.
Now with Tilak Varma in, I like to see a little bit more aggression on the part of the Sri Lankan side. It's good to see a slip in with the left-hander. Because Ravindu Fernando should look to try and break through. So they need to open up one end. We've spoken about the surface being slow, taking a little bit of turn. It's rather dry. What happened? 2 out of 2. What's going on? I hope he gets it right third time. I hope it's third time lucky for Ravindu Fernando. Finally, third attempt. Third time lucky.
And also a good line and length there, Roshan. He was not trying to fire that in. Just bowled it a little slower through there. That's the line. That's what he should be doing. He should be drawing Varma out. Try and reach at me. That should be the key here. But Tilak Varma winning on this occasion. But I like that. I like what he's doing. Inviting the batter to stretch out. What does he do with Gaikwad?
See this field with Gaikwad, it's the end of the over. We'll talk about it. It's, in fact, one more ball to go. I beg your pardon. 76 for 3. 75 for 3. I don't mind the field that is set for Gaikwad. That's poor. That is poor. That's a wide. So that's just fired down the leg side. We spoke about Ravindu Fernando being someone who looks to fire the ball in. That was exactly what he did. Good cricket by India. They'll steal a single at the end of the over. 15 done. It's 77 for 3.
That's the beauty, isn't it? That's a beautiful sight. Something you see in this part of the country. Garuka Sanket decides to go over the wicket to Gaikwad. Better line, better length. But Sri Lanka do keep producing these stinging type of bowlers, Roshan.
Well, I think Sri Lanka keeps producing a lot of talent. There is no doubt about it. And talent that is perfect for the modern game. Garuka Sanket is someone I know was coached by Sanjeev Mendis, if I'm not mistaken, at Lyceum. And graduated, played under 19 cricket, and now he's someone that the world has taken note of. Has played in the leagues, was picked at the LPL, so that's just one example. Quite a few young cricketers coming through. Now what happened there? I think the batter's not happy because the bail's fallen, so it's a dead ball. Straight away he indicates to the umpire. Now that's one of the issues that the players and the umpires are going to encounter today. It's that real strong cross breeze that is blowing across the ground. And look at what happens here as he runs. Yes, at that point it just dislodges.
Good awareness from the batter, Roshan. You spotted that. Well, this is what Varma and Gaikwad will now try to do. Work the single round, rotate the strike, try to build this partnership. They'll put the loose ball away for sure. But this is what experience does, isn't it, Roshan? That's what this Indian team is all about. As you said, they played a lot of cricket, domestic, league cricket, you name it. They have tons of matches in their country and very competitive ones.
I also feel that this is a very good learning experience for the Sri Lankans. I mean, bowling in different stages of the game. We speak about bowling in different phases in the T20 format. Well, in the 50-over format, it's no different either. I mean, it's just that it's a little bit longer, and teams tend to sort of plan differently. But you still got to bowl with only two fielders in the outside the 30-yard circle in the power play. And then in the middle phase, which is now on, you got to look for wickets. And then you come to the last stage, you're talking about bowling in the death. So it's a skill. And at the moment, Garuka Sanket and Ravindu Fernando are the two bowlers bowling in tandem. So Sri Lanka are looking to this combination to try and break through. So breaking through hasn't been easy. We have seen a little bit of encouragement for the spinners. But unless the fast bowlers look to vary, mix it up, slower deliveries into the pitch, it can be challenging as a bowler.
Yeah, it's not that surface that you will get what you really want to, especially Garuka Sanket. He likes to bend his back a little bit, bowl quick. It's not really coming on in the surface. He'll use a lot of change of pace, deliveries, use all his skill and talent. Maybe a little bit of those off cutters coming in. It's going to be a challenging call, but the fact is, does Sri Lanka have the two correct bowlers operating at that point is also something that we'll need to really reassess. Slower ball, that's good, that's better, that's what he should be doing. Mix things up. It's the end of the over. It's 80 for 3. So Ravindu will start a fresh over, but he needs to build pressure. Very defensive field for Gaikwad. And that's been swept fine. That will find the boundary. That's a poor delivery from Ravinda Fernando. Gaikwad quickly onto that one. And that was very poor from Fernando. A loose one. And Gaikwad very quickly pounces on that and will bring up a boundary to the Indian A team. That's better. Good comeback delivery. That's better. That's better. Now Dikwal was asking for something. Maybe the bat hitting the pad.
No, I think he thought it was pad first. That's what I thought. But there is no DRS here, so there's no question of referring it to a third umpire. But I feel, no, it hit the bat. It was the bat. But then, that you can sometimes fool the wicketkeeper with a shot like that.
Yeah, and when you're behind the stumps, you might sometimes feel that it hit the pad and then hit the bat because you're not getting a straight-on visual of it. Better, I like that. The slip coming in for Tilak Varma, expecting that ball to occasionally turn, and also the fact that Tilak Varma will be expecting that ball to turn and maybe might hit the surface and come back to him. So this is a little bit of cat and mouse game that Fernando will have to play against Varma. A dot ball will end the 15th over. It is 85 for 3. Changing the bowling. Now this is a young man that the entire Sri Lanka and the world will be looking at. Vanuja Sahan. He's played in the under-19s. He's played in a lot of domestic games. And he's shown a lot of talent. A left-arm bowler. Now he's got a right hand in Gaikwad, but he's operating also with a slip, so that's good. He's trying to build pressure straight away. Starts off well.
Yeah, Vanuja Sahan is a young cricketer, as you said. He's been spoken of and he's been identified as someone who's destined for, bigger things. That time just drifting onto the pads, good fielding. Only a single, but yeah, left arm orthodox, can bat. Very, very useful all-rounder. I've seen him, I've read him not just bowling well and getting wickets, but also doing his bit with the bat. Now this is going to be a good contest. Left arm spinner against the left-hand batters. He's got 3 men out on the leg side boundary. 2 men saving 1 on the leg side and just 4 on the off. Deep cover on the boundary. But see, there are theories that gets floated around in the modern game. This is one of them. We'll come to that. That left-handers or left-arm spinners are not effective or not as effective against the left-handers as they are against right-handers. So captains generally are a little bit reluctant to bowl a left-arm spinner to a left-hander. If that theory is true, an off-spinner can never bowl to a right-hander. So, if you're an international class bowler, you should be looking to dismiss not just a right-hander, but you should also be looking to dismiss a left-hander.
And coming to the point, if you're off spinner, you don't bowl to a right-hander. Muralidharan had picked up most of his wickets bowling off spin to right-handers. So I'm not a fan of that theory, Roshan. And it's not bad. But Gaikwad is using all his experience here, Roshan. He's waiting for that loose ball and working the singles on the other end. And also the rotation of the strike. Now this is also something that Sri Lanka will have to look at. They need to try and get more dot balls in to try and build the pressure. At the moment, Varma and Gaikwad very comfortably working things around. There you go. Once again, just keep rotating the strike. And that will mark the end of the 18th. It's 89 for 3. It's better from Fernando, trying to blow it slow. But Roshan, again, my point is, are Sri Lanka using the correct combination during this phase, or is it the resources that they have?
We'll talk about it, but before that, I feel that India is playing very smart cricket here. I don't think they're aiming 270 now. At the toss, Tilak Varma told you he was looking at 270, right?
Yes.
But I don't think he's looking at that. So I feel it's a case of getting over this phase. Just making sure that you get to about the 35th over or the 40th with minimum losses. And you also talk about having a set batter or two and lot of batters in the tank available, to try and launch. So I feel India is playing that game. So they're quite willing to play dots. They're not looking to hit boundaries. All they're doing is just rotating the strike, not letting a bowler dictate terms, which is very clever cricket. Now, when you find deliveries like that, I'm a bit surprised that Rutraj just couldn't make full capital use of it, but that was a poor delivery. But you would expect India to pounce on it.
Yeah, very lucky for Ravindu on that occasion. That's better. They need to keep getting these dot balls in, but as you said, they're playing a very calm game. They're playing a waiting game, the Indians. They're not much worried about. They're trying to make sure that they have wickets intact going into that final phase of the game. Easing the single around, working it. They wouldn't mind, Roshan, getting 3 to 4 runs and over at this point, as long as they can keep the wickets intact. It's the end of the over. It's 91 for 3 at the end of 19. Manuja Sahan will start his second. That sun once again coming out. It just went hiding under some clouds for a moment, but it's pretty hot and humid out there. But I like the way Manuja Sahan has started things. He's not trying to really fire it in. He's just trying to get his line and length right. He's trying to assess the speed that he would want to go about on this surface.
I also feel trying to get into a nice groove. Trying to understand, getting into a nice rhythm. And he's having some protection on the offside for deliveries like that. You'll expect it into his second over. But as he goes through and if he gets everything right, then you'll see more variety coming out The one that drops, hopefully the one that might turn and bounce. Being an orthodox finger spinner, the one with a little bit of drift, though I don't see much of breeze, so drifting might not be all that easy at the moment. Left hand on strike. That's well bowled. Very well bowled. That's the line. That's what he should be doing to the left-hander. Go just outside the off stump and spin it back. And that's exactly what he did.
This is the previous delivery. That one turned a bit, surprised the Indian skipper, and also thought kept a little low. That's what they'll be doing. They're not in a hurry at all. They will want to see off the phase of 20 overs, then think about the next 10. I think that's what they're planning right now, Roshan.
4.73 is a pretty decent run rate that India is maintaining on a not a very easy surface. Still 2 balls left in the over. Bit of turn, bit of bounce, slow through the air. So that might be the ploy going forward. Bowl it a little bit slower with a bit more energy, and then you'll have that drop and turn.
Here you go, that one. I thought gripped a little bit on that occasion, and the bounce is good on that. That was the key for Sahan. Surprise guy quite a bit. Very well done. This has been a good over. Just the 2 runs coming off it. But there is that breeze still going around from left to right from our screen. A dot ball will end over number 20. India electing to bat first are 93 for 3.
"93 runs on the board after 20 overs. Now, these 2 batters, they have been out there for some time, especially after that unfortunate run out of Priyansh Arya. It's a huge responsibility between Tilak Varma and Ruchrat Gaikwad. Joining me in the comm box, good morning, Shashrika.
Good morning, and yes, good morning to all our viewers as well. As we see Tilak Varma, who's been in for a while. It's a quick single, tucked around the corner towards a short square leg. See, it's very interesting tactically and strategically to understand the role that's expected of Tilak Varma. He's been appointed as the captain, the 23-year-old, who's got some experience internationally as well. So they've earmarked him to be a potential leader for India. It'll be sort of a dress rehearsal for him as to how he goes about his business with bat and as a captain.
Yeah, this shows the class of these players, and they're really adapting to the conditions, especially after 2 wickets going up in a short period, especially during the power play. Both openers were back in the hut, with the senior batting partner walking out to the middle. He really managed to build things once again in favor of India at this stage after 20.5 overs, 95 on the board for the loss of 3 wickets, with a partnership of 26 runs of 47 deliveries. I believe that the Indian team would be pretty happy. Just the 2 runs coming off that over, 21 done, 95 for 3.
Wonderful sights here at Dambulla. Very picturesque indeed. Lots of tourists usually visit this area.
Wanuja Sahan, a very young, talented bowler, knocking the doors of international cricket. He needs to prove himself in this stage, but he has been brilliant throughout the domestic season. Shashik, I'm sure that you might have been closely watching this player as well, because he has a very simple action. You could recall that legendary Rangan Herath as well. A very short run-up, and he keeps it very simple. The river sweep comes out. Was that a missed chance?
Seems like it from up here. Sadira Samarikrama, it was pretty straightforward. Tilak Varma going for the ambitious reverse sweep or the switch hit as we see the replay. Yes. Hitting it. These sort of chances should be held. At this level, there's no excuse. The next ball is wide, collected by the Queller. But could this be costly for Sri Lanka? Been struggling a bit, the batters.
Yeah, he did manage to grab a very good catch to dismiss the opening batter, Sadira Samaravikrama. He's a very good fielder, but you would expect at this level of cricket, those kind of catchers, they need to really stick. You need to grab them for sure, because these players, they are quality batters. They'll make you pay the price.
It was more or less like a getaway stroke for Tilak Varma. Is of what is he on? 9 of 26 deliveries. And it's not been the easiest ride for him so far. It's very crucial that Sadira held on to it, but that's how the game goes.
Yeah, this passage is very important for the batting team as well. With plenty of overs left. In fact, close to 30 overs left in the innings. We are yet to get to the half stage. So a partnership, especially these two batters, two experienced campaigners. Well, on the other hand, the Sri Lankans, what they need to try and do is, they need to try and grab a wicket at this stage, especially one of these two batters, because if you grab a wicket at this stage, you expose their lower batting order, lower middle order. So that's going to add a lot of pressure, especially in these kind of playing conditions. 22 overs done, 99 for 3. If you're just joining us, we are coming to you live from the picturesque Rangiri Dambulla International Cricket Stadium. As we speak, the skipper decides that it's time for him to turn the arm a little bit. Sana Ratchige, another prominent star of Sri Lanka cricket.
Sahan Arachi has led the A team really well over the past few months. Had that emphatic series victory versus New Zealand as well. He's played about 5 one-day internationals as well. So he's got some experience internationally as well. He's played a lot of list A cricket, mind you, 115 games.
Probably deciding to bring himself on with Tilak Varma, the left-hand batter, in. Looking if there is something on offer. Just to try and play around with the mind of Tilak Varma.
He's been pretty handy with the ball. Tilak Varma has been really striving hard. Very unusual. Not his normal game. But sometimes in cricket, the grind is very important. Once you go through or get through that grind, better days are to follow for batters. So that's the usual or the norm for batters in one day or the long format.
Indeed, it's a good challenge for Tilak Varma as well, especially coming back right after the IPL. Completely a different format of the game, the longer version. And with 3 wickets down, 100 up for India, though 101 for 3 now. We're in the 23rd over of the innings. So it's a good test, especially Ruchrat Gaikwad. He has been out there for 49 deliveries. He has spent some time in the middle. So now this partnership is going to be very crucial for India at this stage. These two batters, they need to try and bat at least until the 35th over. They can't afford to lose a wicket. Just keep rotating the strike. 23 overs done. 102 for 3. Scoring touch below 4.5 at this stage, but that really wouldn't mind when these two batters are out there in the middle, Shashrika, because they carry a lot of experience, isn't it?
This pair easily would be the most dependable and the most experienced pair for India A, especially with this lineup. There's some relatively new players in the lineup as well in terms of experience. In terms of exposure, they've had a lot with the IPL. But sometimes you need to identify horses for courses. You need to know which player would be very important for the format that's relevant for. We've spoken about Ruturaj Gaikwad's list A stats. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, it's very crucial, isn't it, to bring all those experience into this format of the game, especially in these conditions. You just compare these services with the Indian services, well, the ball might not come onto the bat as you would like it to. So that gives you that extra bit of challenge that you need to face, where you need to try and give yourself a chance. So this is where experience comes into play, and Ruchrat Gaikwad, he has really done it well. He has passed that passage of, realizing how the surface is behaving. So now it's a matter of, making this start into a bigger one.
Another easy clip for Ruturaj Gaikwad. As I mentioned before, phenomenal list A stats. He's got 20 centuries in 99 games. That's no easy feat. He's already has some international experience as well. So he's definitely one to watch out for.
And if you take a closer look at how they have been batting the past few overs, that'll tell you a story. 24 was done, 106 for 3.
See the scorecard for India A. Vaibhav Suryavanshi, much was expected, but obviously an unfortunate failure this time around. That happens in cricket. Prabhsimran Singh got a snorter.
Yeah, talk about Vaibhav Suryavanshi. Lots of eyes were on him, Shashrika, because he had created that kind of a hype. A very talented young batter, just 15 years of age. And the way he took on the big names, especially during the IPL, that really told a story that he is a player who is in a different caliber.
Slight attempt there, but no damage done. Yeah, talking about Vaibhav, I think it's going to be a learning curve for him. Every occasion he travels outside of India would be a learning curve to understand conditions, to understand about each venue, to understand about oppositions, how they play at home. All of that would be a learning curve for him, and it's good to see him here at a very young age.
Well, one of the things that I did notice is the Sri Lankan bowlers, they came out with a plan against the young man. They kept bowling outside the off stump. They bowled it across his body. So that's one thing to take note of. Probably they have done their homework, studied his strong arcs, what are the areas that he loves scoring, and especially he's very strong in the leg side. So they didn't give him any delivery where he got the chance to flick out the pads or to go for that shot and jab. So they did keep it really tight, moving across the left-hand batter. And they got the prize wicket. Half stage done, India 8. Winning the toss and deciding to bat first, 109 for 3.
So the bowling card for Sri Lanka A. All bowlers have done relatively decent. Charmika Karunaratne picking that important wicket of Prabhsimran Singh, and Mohammad Shiraz getting Vaibhav Suryavanshi. All the others have pitched in very economically with their overs, as we see a change in the bowling. Much awaited wait for Vijaykanth Viyaskant.
Yeah, another talented young player for Sri Lankan cricket. He has played international cricket as well. Lots of experience behind his shoulders. So lots will be expected from this young man. Especially, they might be looking for the breakthrough, the crucial breakthrough, a 40-run partnership so far between these two batters.
He's got some experience playing at the highest level. He's played a couple of games for Sri Lanka in the T20s. He's played the IPL, so he knows what it's like to bowl against some of these quality batters. He's slightly unorthodox, not the norm in terms of a leg spinner, slightly quicker, more suited for the shorter format as well. He's got some variations up his sleeve.
Quick single. Now, when these two batters are out there in the middle, you would definitely see plenty of them, because that tells you a story of how much the experience plays a role at this level of cricket. After 3 wickets being down for 69, these two experienced campaigners at the crease trying to rebuild the innings, and they've done a decent job so far. 40 plus runs between the two players, but they have taken their time, 70 plus deliveries.
It's been a decent start for Viaskant. He's found his line and length. Usually leg spinners struggle a bit the first few overs, but he's done pretty well to be spot on from the start.
A very good start for VS Khan. Just the one run off over number 26. 110 for 3. Sahana Ratchigi will continue. A good start, just the 6 runs off his first 2 overs. Probably the skipper deciding that this is the ideal passage of play where they could slide in through few quick overs, get some overs with under 3 runs per over, try and add a little bit of extra pressure.
The wicket's not been the easiest to rotate strike, and that's why we all felt that a score of around 275 will be very useful.
Yeah, exactly, Shashrika, because even during the toss, when Tilak Varma was talking to Kosala Suresh Chandra, he did mention that they're looking at a target around 270 runs, which would be a very good total on this surface. So on the other hand, the Sri Lankans, they need to try and at least keep them down to 230, maybe below that, because looks like as time passes by, it's going to be tough.
Right, then it's very interesting to know when was the last time Tilak Varma in a one-day game was on 16 of 48 balls. Taken ages. But he's not thrown his wicket away. That's the most important thing here. Let's not forget they've assessed the conditions. They've understood what needs to be there on the scoreboard. They've tallied everything up. They would also know that they have the ability to catch up.
Well, a good over. A maiden from Sahana Ratchigi. 27 overs done. 110 for 3. "41-run partnership. Look at those pictures. What a picturesque venue this is. The Rangiridambula International Stadium. That's a full toss. But luckily, there is a fielder, a deep square leg. Well, Ruchrat would be definitely disappointed, isn't it, Shashrika? He should have definitely put it away.
Yeah, freebie indeed. Sometimes when leg spinners bowl full tosses, it becomes a wicket-taking delivery at times. We've seen on numerous occasions. That's a quick scamper there. Tilak Varma, well judged. picking on the fielder Chamika Kanaratne at mid-off, eventually making it. But you're right, the Indian pair now, they've played a few deliveries. They would know whatever freebies that they get, they need to capitalize. Therefore, mean pressure would build even more for Sri Lanka.
You did mention about Tilak Varma. He's 17 of 51 deliveries, and this is not the kind of Tilak Varma that we know. But the important fact is that he has assessed the conditions well. He has realized that it's not that kind of a surface where you could go out of the middle and start hitting from ball number 1. So as a cricketer, as a batter, these little things will give you that opportunity to grow your career up to that level where the international does expect from you.
Yes, it's all a learning curve for these young cricketers. Some of them experienced, but still for all, it's always a learning curve, especially for the Indians. These conditions might be slightly different to what they get. Quick single once again. The outfields are a bit bigger. The wickets are much different. So therefore, it's very important that these players, at the end of the day, they understand that for them to be successful globally, it'll be about adaptability. The next one's clipped towards a vacant mid-wicket region by Ruturaj Gaikwad. What a brilliant stroke there.
That was nicely done. Beautiful wrist work. He moves up to 46. 20 it was done. 118 for 3.
Sahanarachi to continue as that's played away through the point and the short third fieldsman Tilak Varma showing his class, timing it, caressing it through that gap, and the quick Dambula outfield doing the rest. Now that would add some impetus for Tilak Varma. He's been waiting for it. He's been waiting for a loose delivery to pounce on it.
Once again shot, and that's a carbon copy of the previous shot. Fabulous piece of placement once again by Tilak Varma. Now this is what I was talking about. The more time you spend out there in the middle, the more scoring opportunities you would get on the surface.
Cardinal error by the skipper. Very first ball that he bowled this over went in a very similar manner, but he followed it up with the same line and length. I'm pretty sure now he'll straighten his line more towards the pads of Tilak Varma.
Yeah, doing the exact same thing. But more importantly, these two batters adding up a 50-plus partnership for the 4th wicket. Now that's a milestone for the Indian A team. 3 wickets down after 69 runs. They were looking for a decent partnership, but the two experienced campaigners standing up at a very crucial time. Sahanarachi, he bowled a pretty decent over the previous one, coming back for a second run. This is good running between the wickets. This is very good running. Ruturaj Gaikwad, he was pretty confident that there was clearly a second run there.
Garko Sanket found watching there. Ruturaj Gaikwad is identified where he can charge while running, the gaps in place, the bowlers to target, at what time they want to add the tempo. This is experience. This is maturity. This is what the younger Indian players should learn from for the format.
Yeah, it's always good to see it, isn't it? Now, if you take a closer look at what Sahan Arachigi was trying to do, as we did mention during our previous conversation as well, to try and squeeze through overs at the middle passage of play. But importantly, look at this over. 11 runs, in fact 12 runs coming off this over of the very first 5 deliveries. Now that tells you a story that these two batters have identified the plan of the Sri Lankan bowlers. So that's great game awareness, isn't it? 29 overs done, 130 for 3. This is the partnership, 61 runs of 96 deliveries. Both batters contributing equally, 30 from Rutraj, 27 from Tilak Varma. Standing up to the occasion after losing 3 wickets for 69 runs. Now, the Sri Lankans, they need to come out with a plan. Look at that beautiful picture, Sashrika. You probably might know a little bit more about that.
Now that should be Seager if I'm not mistaken. I hope I'm not wrong, but I think my guess is right. It's one of the wonders of the world, they say. Exceptional sights. A tourist attraction for sure.
Lots of greenery. You could call it the heart of this beautiful island. As you did correctly mention, plenty of tourist attraction at this part of the country. There you go, the umpires. They are having a busy day. The wind playing its part out there in the middle. Asleep in place, Viaskant. Oh, that was a missed chance. That was clearly a missed chance. Dikwella is asking the question, but we'll need to take a closer look at that again. But I'm sure there was something in it. There was a little bit of chance where Rutraj Gaikwad had walked down the track.
Now you got to keep in mind, Rutraj Gaikwad on 49, looking for that single. Well, what can we say? Straightforward opportunity for the wicket keeper, but slightly fortuitous is Gaikwad.
Gets a juicy full toss and he parks it out of the ground. That's a massive shot from Rutraj Gaikwad to get to a very well-deserved half century. Well, what a player he is. Walking out as a vice captain, coming out at a very crucial time, sitting alongside with the skipper, putting up a very nice partnership and gets to his half century in style.
Adding salt to the wound there. Viaskant dropped opportunity or a missed stumping chance, followed by a juicy full toss. And boy, oh boy, did Gaikwad capitalize this time.
Well, how often do we see, Shashrika, maybe when a catch has been dropped or a chance for an out has been dropped or missed, the very next delivery, the bowler probably throws a loose one and the batters, they pounce on it. Short, but there is protection. We have a fielder at deep cover. But now the Sri Lankans, they will need to regroup. They will need to try and look for another option. They can't afford these two players to carry on. Now look at the run rate. It's quietly going up. It has come up to 4.62. If they let these two players continue, they're going to finish up very high.
He's lost a bit of control as Viaskant over the last couple of overs.
"30 overs done, 137 for 3.
So 30 was done, 137 for 3. These two batters anchoring nicely. Look at this, Gaikwad. Super knock from him, 67 balls, 56 runs, and came in at number 4, the vice captain of the side, and a brilliant knock, and gets his 20th half century in List A cricket. So Charmika Karunaratne has been introduced into the attack to bowl his second spell. 4 overs, 1 for 12. He was very, very good inside the first power play. Quick single. So these two batters have been having a very good stand so far, anchoring the innings in the middle frame of this 50-over game after winning the toss. The two senior men, the skipper and the vice captain.
Yeah, I think a partnership of 69 runs, invaluable from an Indian point of view. They're still 138 for 3 and into the 31st over. But what I see here, Rajiva, is that India is very much in control. They have planned and they have structured their response on this pitch brilliantly, where I think they have understood that it's not a 270 pitch. So they've completely lowered that target. And they're now, I feel, looking at maybe 240, 250. If they can get something more, it's a bonus. But I believe that's where they're aiming at the moment, because the surface is slow, taking a bit of turn, and batting a second time with the sun baking the surface is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, correctly mentioned, Roshan, because now, right now, they're just working those singles and rotating the strike, waiting for that bad ball.
Goes the reverse, doesn't connect it. See, I think that to me is the key. See, yes, you have talent. You have the capacity, but the word you use, the maturity, that's to me is what makes the difference between someone as young as he is playing at this level and the others striving to try and play, because they understand situations. I mean, the best example would be, I've spoken to many South African cricketers where they would talk of a young Graham Smith captaining South Africa in his early 20s. And he had so many skippers under him. And he managed it. And he was a successful captain. So it's about being mature. It's about commanding that respect. And it's about understanding situations. And that, I think, this Indian team has with the exposure they have. Playing the IPL, which is one of the toughest leagues in the world and one of the very best in the world, and then playing their respective domestic leagues and playing Ranji Trophy cricket. So plenty of exposure for the Indian cricketers, and it's a model that it's hard to emulate, but other teams should actually try doing.
Yes, indeed, Roshan, and maintaining over 40 plus. Oh, lovely sweep shot. Plays it very fine. Lovely bit of timing. A poor delivery from Vyas Khan, straying down the leg side. And Rutraj Gaikwad gets a boundary. 32 done, 148 for 3. 79 run stand for the fourth wicket. India was struggling at one stage, 69 for 3 when these two batters got together. Oh, lovely shot. Placed it nice in misfield. Couple of runs. So that's 150 on board for India A. Brilliant. This partnership of 81 runs. And Rutraj Gaikwad and Tilak Verma.
Yeah, outstanding batting. That was a sweep you spoke about. Vias Khan just going slightly outside line and beautifully swept, pouncing on anything loose. We've spoken a lot about Indian batting and the way they have structured these innings, Rajiv. I like to pick your brains on the Sri Lankan bowling makeup. We cannot overemphasize the fact that there are 3 phases in the white ball format, and the middle phase is absolutely important with your batting or bowling. So in Sri Lanka's case, they're bowling. So we have still not seen any bowler really threatening the batter in this middle phase. So my question is, that's a wide. So my question is, are the resources that have been assembled to play on this surface, is the right resources, or do you think there could have been something different? Because I'm asking the question because you're a current cricketer, you're playing cricket, and you understand the game well, and we've been watching this.
Yeah, that's a way over the head. So the middle frame is very important, Roshan, to break this kind of a partnership. So Sri Lanka playing 3 spinners. That really hurried him. Chamika Karunaratne, he's a very, very aggressive bowler. So getting back into that point, so Vias Khan is a wrist spinner in Sri Lanka lineup. He's been given the opportunity in this series, as well as Banuja Sahan. But this left-right combination is hurting Sri Lanka, I suppose. And then these two batters nicely anchoring the inning with Ravindra Fernando, Sahan Narachi. So a lot of options, but are they capable of breaking a partnership in the middle frame?
See, nicely punched. Not fielded. In fact, he overran it. He dived over it. But take nothing away from the on drive. A lovely punch through mid-on. Perfect timing.
Yeah, brilliant shot from Gaikwad once again. On the rise, driving it very nicely through the mid-on region. And the fielder running after it, but it was timed well by Gaikwad. And he seems to be nicely controlling the game in his 100th list day game. So mid-on being pushed back towards long on now. Change the field. And the Sportylk fielder comes into the ring.
So is there going to be an alteration in the length? So Karunaratne will not bowl short now. He'll be looking to try and bowl more length. Maybe go wide of the off stump. This time pace off. He's been clever with that slow ball into the pitch. Chamika Karunaratne. He's an experienced campaigner. But very quickly, these are beautiful. I mean, last ball of the over, so let's focus on this. We'll talk about what I was about to ask you. These are some of the most beautiful parts of Sri Lanka. There's so much of history. There's so much of culture that is seen here and in Dambulla, and in the surroundings, and that's exactly what you see. The cave temple, so very, very famous in Dambulla, and lots of local and foreign tourists would visit it. So 159 for 3, and it's time for another break.
Out for 2, and Vaibhav Suryavanshi, much expected young player, got out for 14, and Priyansharya also getting a start, a runner ball 32. But talk about these two batters, Rutraj Gaikwad, one of the maturity players in the side, the vice captain, and also Tilak Varma, the skipper. So we got a piece for the two seamers with the new ball, Shamika Kanaratna and Shiraz picking up the solitary wickets, and there was a run out, and India was 69 for 3 at one stage when these two batters got together. A very, very good partnership right now of 90 runs and anchoring the innings of India A to a bigger score. I would reckon with 17 overs remaining, with Ayush Badoni to come in next, and Shedge, Vipraj Nigam, Arshad Khan, they all can bat They all can hit the long ball. 280, maybe 300 up on the cards. So change the bowling. Manju Sahan being introduced. 4 overs, 14 runs for him in his first spell.
Yeah, at the rate India have structured their innings, I mean, let's look at numbers. I mean, 17 overs is what? 102 balls. So you're talking about 159 for 3, and they're left with now 101 balls. At a runner ball, they'll get to 260. They're not going to go at a runner ball. They're going to go more. So I think 280 to 300 from here is very, very possible, and I give credit to the way the Indian batters battered out of that difficult situation. That's where the credit is. We spoke about how they managed situations where they were in no rush. They were just negotiating certain phases of the game, and now they know with 2 set batters and into the 34th over, it's time now to change gears, and that's what they're looking to do.
So far, very good over from Manju Sahan in his second spell. 4-dot delivery just after the break. Batters trying to adjust themselves once again after the break. So, like you mentioned, Rushan, so these two batters are very much capable also doing and going for a bigger score. And with the wicket helping themselves just to anchor those singles, lot of gaps, huge ground, 75 yards all around. So Rutraj Gaikwad is a batter who is capable of scoring those 50 plus runs. 40% of his scoring in List A cricket is above 50 runs. So with 20 centuries and 20 half centuries ongoing, so he is the batter who loves to go. A lot of temperament coming into his innings. 34 done, 160 for 3. Spin from both ends. Ravidu Fernando has been introduced to bowl his second spell. Yeah, I like to see him bowling round the wicket from that end. And with the breeze, Roshan, he's getting that angle, drifting the ball. To the right hand. And when an off-spinner bowls, getting the drift with the breeze, you need to land on proper area, just maybe a little outside the off stump on the left hand for the ball to come in and with the drift.
Now, question to you as an off-spinner. How much of the breeze actually is required to drift? Do you drift it purely with the breeze, or do you use the shine of the ball, or what do you generally do? Because see, now you're talking about drift. It's just now that the breeze is picking up, right? But before that, the breeze was not. It was quite, calm and hardly any movement. So in a environment like that, how do you actually drift?
Well, you need to get the shine inside of the palm so that you can drift it, especially of a right-hander, to drift it away. But it affects more when you're bowling at a left-hander, because then you can hit the pads. Oh, that's a carom delivery. I mean, something new from Ravidi Fernando.
Well, the modern bowlers will keep doing new things. They're not going to be predictable. They'll bowl the carom ball, they'll bowl the leg break, the wrong end. I mean, you name it, they'll just be trying to develop new things now. That's a wide.
Yeah, that's what happened when you drift it on towards the stumps. You will go on the leg side. You need to bring the ball outside the off stump to hit the pads, especially on a left-hander. So he's straight down the leg side, which makes it more easy for the batter just to tuck it and go for a single and rotate the strike.
Unless the pitch is turning, so you drift it onto the pads and turn and find the outside edge, but that's not happening yet. So he's got to be mindful. I don't mind that drift to the right-hander now coming round the wicket. It's turning out to be quite easy. The way the Indian batters have dominated the Sri Lankan bowling. 35 done, 166 for 3.
So Wanu Jasahan has been economical and just 97 run stand. Yeah, he's doing it with a lot of ease, isn't it? I don't see much threat for this pair. Like you mentioned, Roshan, they're structuring the innings pretty well.
And the other thing about this Indian batting is, now we are into the 36th over and they're not looking to overly attack. What they're looking to do is they're still milking the singles. And I feel get to about the 42nd over, that's where they will really step on the accelerator. See, they're quite happy doing that.
Yeah, singles keep on coming. 5-6 runs and over. And Wanu Jasahan also, he bowled a very good over in the previous over, just gave a single. Yeah, that's the line, maybe bowling stump to stump, what he should be targeting at. But Gaikwad, what a brilliant knock from him. As the wise captain, as a matured player. Well, that's the 100-run stand from these two. Batters got together from 69 for 3 and now milking. Structuring the innings pretty well, Roshan.
Brilliant. Look at the contributions. Look at how Tilak Varma has batted. Completely against his grain, Tilak Varma. 39 of 73. So he's willing to bide his time. And he's quite happy to play second fiddle to Gaikwad. And this is the maturity. This is the adaptation we're talking, the adjustment we're talking about. So these are players, we'll talk about it, 169 for 3.
So 100-run stand. Adapting the situation and like you mentioned, Tilak Varma, the second fiddle in this partnership. Where he has taken a little time than Rutraj Gaikwad. That's the experience. That is where you build innings, Roshan. And doing it correctly and adapting. Oh, poor delivery. That's his second maximum. Rutraj Gaikwad gets a juicy full toss and plays it nicely over the bowler's head.
That's a gift. That is a gift. So I suppose Ravindu Fernando tried to do something different and completely lost it, and eventually turned out to be a juicy full toss, as you said, and it's gone the distance. So India dominating, and with this partnership. And the other thing about both Varma and Rutraj is that they've taken their time. They batted extremely well, but they are capable of changing a few gears in no time. I mean, they can go from third to fifth in a matter of few deliveries. So that's the advantage of this stability, this foundation that they are building. I mean, 3 sixers in an over in the modern game is not difficult. It's not asking for too much.
It's risk-free. And when you get those kind of poor deliveries, what you need to do is just milk those singles and then wait for the loose one. Yeah, brilliant stand from these two batters. I mean, with showing the maturity and with the international experience they have, and adapting themselves in a situation where the team was struggling at 69 for 3. So 176 for 3 after 37 overs. So 13 overs remain, approximately 78 balls. Few crowds have gathered around here.
Don't seem to be too interested in the game, Rajiva. They're more interested in playing games on their phone. But good to see a few people turning up. And I can tell you that Dambulla is a fantastic place to play cricket. And we're playing this Talent TV A-Team Tri-Nation Series. And I think we reminded our viewers that it's the first anniversary of Talent TV, and good luck to them. Congratulations as they celebrate their first year of bringing sports and entertainment to the audience of this nation, and we wish them all the best, and we wish them many more years and greater things, and that hopefully they would entertain people even more and larger numbers.
Yeah, showing the cream of cricket and young talent of Sri Lanka cricket. And this is where the youngsters can show their talent on telly. So I think Talent TV has done a very good job so far. And congratulations with the remarkable first year.
Yeah, I also believe quick single, if it hits, it doesn't. So both batters are all right. That's good backing up. But you spoke about showcasing talent and what the role Talent TV has done. I believe that Indian cricket is where it is today. Yes, we speak about the IPLs, we speak about their cricket, but it's also about the eyeballs that has fallen on talents like Suryavanshi. And it's such a large nation, and you know that that nation, it has different times. So in a nation such as that, to have eyeballs falling on players from different parts of India, and let's hope Talent TV can do that in Sri Lanka as well. 179 for 3.
So pace being introduced from the new media box end. Garuka Sanket. Yeah, some of the selectors being attended here. Amal Silva right in the middle. That's some other talent TV officials are also. Shana Kamali Adda.
He's a live wire. He's everywhere. Chanaka, he's done a grand job. But now we see young Garuka Sanket being brought on just his 4th over. Now this is another little stage that he's got to learn to bowl. He's now getting into the depth of an innings. So obviously expect, all right, plenty of Indian fans, but just a little bit more on Garuka Sanket. Now he will obviously brace himself for an onslaught, where India will look to really push from now. So this will be a very good opportunity and an experience for this youngster. If he can hold his nerve and bowl a good spell, it will hold him in very good stead, because it's about confidence, isn't it? You take all those good things as you go forward, you remember those good things, and you try to emulate them.
It's a good learning curve also. I mean, bowling at 2 good players as such, and to come out here, experience the pressure which is built up by these 2 batters, and a lovely shot. And there's protection at Deep Sportylk. And getting that experience as a youngster in a crucial game, crucial stage, when you're just 1 step below the national level. So this is a very good opportunity. He's very good with the slow ball. He's good with the Yorkers, but he needs to execute in a proper manner when it comes to death bowling. And that's what I'm talking about with the slower ball. But hats off to these 2 cricketers, the batters. I mean, with this partnership going in for 114 runs, I mean, they're doing it very easy. Risk-free cricket, milking those singles around, waiting for that odd boundary.
Well bowled, very well bowled. I mean, that was exactly the point I was trying to make. Now, Garuka Sanket can't be more than maybe 22. But for someone as young as he is, look at the maturity he shows. You're talking about bowling slow balls, you're talking about bowling cutters, and that's a slow bouncer. So he's actually 21, so slow bouncer. So it tells you the amount of learning and the exposure these young cricketers have. Dot to end the over, another slow delivery. 39 done, it's 184 for 3.
So out of the bowling attack, Roshan, I find only Wanuja Sahan has been little economical, but he hasn't been much of a threatful bowler to grab wickets in the middle frame. He is more of an economical bowler.
As a spinner, so 185 for 3. As a spinner, let me ask you, I mean, what do you think you could have done differently on this pitch?
Maybe
when you look at our spinners.
Maybe using the angles, bowl a little slower. See, not trying to fire it in, not trying to push the ball much. Maybe give it a bit air, take a little bit of risk adapt yourself on the surface. I think if you maybe toss the ball a little up, give it a bit more air. A lovely sweep shot. Just a single. Tilak Varma in the 40s now. He can see the ball pretty well. So making the variation of pace is ideal on a surface like this. Yes, you might get hammered for a couple of boundaries, but you need to grab wickets. Quick single once again, shy of the stumps. So that is what I haven't seen. He is more of an economical bowler. He was good against the New Zealand day. In goal, he picked up a fifer. In that game, he spun the ball a lot, but not on this surface. So that's where you need to bring in that variation of pace.
Now, you did the pitch. So do you think a spinner ought to get turned out of this pitch? Seeing the dryness, do you think?
Maybe in the second innings, there are a few bit of cracks, but when runs on board, maybe 270, close to 300, you have that ability as a spinner, maybe to try a few new things, to vary your pace on a surface which is not offering much for the spinners. But I reckon when India come into bowl with Ankul Roy, with Raj Nigam comes in, it's something new for them as well. So end of the second power play, 40 overs done, 188 for 3.
So that's the end of the second power play. There comes the signal for the final power play. India 188 for 3. This has been a wonderful partnership, exceeding 100 runs between Tilak Varma and Usman Gaikwad. The most experience. This is a crowd that's come in. This is something nice that we see in Dambulla. They come to watch these games. Garuka Sanket will start the new over. Oh, that's a big one. That's a biggie. Tilak Varma lashes onto that one, gets the maximum, and that's another half a dozen to the Indian captain.
There we go, 50 up for Tilak Varma. It was a slow start, but it showed that maturity and experience really matters in list A cricket. It matters in any sort of cricket, I would say, but especially in the longer format, it does matter. It's hiked. Easy pickings for him. And there we go. We all knew up here in the stands, in the shed, that they have the potential to, up the tempo. And that's exactly what they'll target right now.
85 ball, half century for the Indian skipper. 162 boundaries. Strike rates just under 60. But he wouldn't mind that because they held the innings together. Good comeback from Sanket. But again, what these two have been doing, Pusa, is that they've been working the singles, they've been rotating their strike, and they've been doing enough to not be bothered by the Sri Lankan bowlers.
Yeah, at times they've looked a bit mediocre. We've discussed off air as well. Were there enough bowlers to apply pressure in that middle phase from the 10th to the 40th over? Were there wicket-taking bowlers? Did they really try to get a wicket? Those are the questions or the feedback that will be required post-game.
Yeah, quite right. 195 for 3. Attempts a Yorker, but then again, Gaikwad's been there for a long time to see what he needs to be doing. So Rutraj Gaikwad and Tilak Varma really getting onto a fantastic partnership. Well, we welcome you all to the Talent TV A-Team Try One Day Series 2026, a special tournament marking the first anniversary of Talent TV. As Talent TV celebrates its first year of bringing sports and entertainment to audience, this tournament stands as a commitment to the future of cricket. Taken on the full, but there is protection luckily for Garuka Sanket.
Yep, bowling to his field. Sri Ruthraj on 89 and Varma on 52. The current run rate at 4.84. The projected score 242, a bit below par. One might say that they would look to target a bit more than that.
Bowling into the surface. Sri Lanka wouldn't mind the singles at this stage as long as they can curtail the boundaries on the sixer. So Tilak Varma, what a knock he's been. A well-controlled half-century. Didn't try to do anything big against the spinners. Just use the pace, and that is how he brought up his half-century with a 6 over square. Last ball coming up of over number 41. Garuka Sanket, the young lad from Lyceum College. Oh, again he was aiming to go onto that onside, but fails to make proper contact. That marks the end of the 41st over. It's 198 for 3.
So here we go, the bowling card. So here we go, the bowling card for Sri Lanka A. They've been relatively good overall. Charmika Karnanath with 4 overs remaining. I'm pretty sure Shiraz, Charmika, and some of the experienced bowlers that Sri Lanka possess will look to bowl towards the last 8 to 9 overs of this inning. Viskant, slightly expensive.
Vinjay Sahan continues. Now, interesting factor is Charmika Karnaratna has 4 overs. So does Mohammad Shiraz. How many of those will be utilized by Sahana Rachige? Oh, this time Rutraj tries a big one. Lucky. Goes to the lone field at short fine.
Well, the conditions surely should dictate that decision, I would say. If the spinners bowl well, why not? If the conditions are suiting spin. But then again, you got 2 quicks, relatively experienced as well.
And again, playing across the line, but a good effect. Now you see how well they've assessed the surface. That sweep shot, or the shot that he was playing it in front because the wicket is slow. It came from more on a front position.
Yes, I mean, Rutraj Gaikwad, probably the most experienced list A cricketer in this team. We spoke about it on numerous occasions that he's got 20 hundreds in 99 games. So, assessing conditions.
That will beat the diving field at point. They'll come back for 2, but most importantly, India A will cross the 200 mark. They move on to 201 for 3.
Yeah, pivotal stage here for India A. The question is, how much would they target from here? 275, 280 would mean that they need to go at decent clips from here onwards. But trust me, if someone could do it, Tilak Varma definitely could.
A run ball from this over onwards will get to 250, but then I'm sure Varma and Rutraj have better ideas, and maybe they have a couple of hitters to follow. Vinaja Sahan, last ball of the over. None for 29. He's been very economical. Oh, he was looking for another biggie. A dot ball will end over number 42. India are 202 for 3. So this is the Indian batting card. Not the best scores at the top. 32 for Arya, but this 91 for Rutraj Gaikwad and 55 for Tilak Varma. That's been the highlight here.
If you look at the batters to follow, Ayush Badoni, who had a very exceptional IPL once again. Suryan Shedje, a sensation for Punjab and the IPL. We see the fourth umpire Chandika keenly watching proceedings.
Shiraj comes back, 1 for 40 from 6 on the expensive side, over 6 runs and over, but Sahana Rachige opting to go for a wicket-taking option, Pusse.
Well, it's that time of the inning. It's a make or break situation. You have to count on experience. Mohammad Shiraz got plenty of experience playing A-team cricket. Played a few games to Sri Lanka as well. So he's got what it takes. He would definitely understand the conditions. Played here on numerous occasions. He would know what needs to be done. So who better in a situation like this for Sri Lanka, eh?
Yeah, that'll go down as wide. Well, I think the line of attack from Shiraz would be somewhere around that fourth stump line. Because if you look at his field, he's got 5 men on the off, 3 men patrolling the boundary area. We've got a backward point on the boundary. We've got a sweeper cover and a mid-off on the boundary, as a right along off.
Clear indications here for Tilak Varma as to where the line would be.
Oh, how well is Tilak Varma seeing the ball right now? He just picks it from off to leg.
Yeah, predictability sometimes helps because he knows what the line is going to be. So he moved across way before he delivered the ball. He targeted that fine leg region, square leg, fine leg region. There's no sweepers there. So I think we would see innovation from Tilak Varma for the rest of the inning, which he has done exceptionally well over the last few years for India and at the IPL as well.
Into the pitch, but Rutraj will send that one right down to the deep cover boundary. The intent was good from Siraj to bowl it into the surface, but I thought that was a fraction too short.
A fraction too short and a fraction too wide as well. Give plenty of space to open up his arms for Ruturaj Gaikwad. Mind you, moving to 95, the star batter from Maharashtra. We've spoken a lot about him, heading into his 21st century.
Very well done. That will beat the diving fielder. Will it have the legs to go all the way? It will be just pulled in by the fielder coming around from deep square. But another couple to the Indian team and to Gaikwad. He's getting closer and closer, isn't it, Pusse? And what a knock it's been. This partnership is now 141 of 177 balls.
It's been really good by this pair. Talk about knocking on the door. He's trying to break the door, is Gaikwad.
Again, comfortably done. His batting is relatively easy. Had a life, but then that's how the game goes. If you miss, I hit.
Well, part and parcel of cricket, but Sri Lanka would be a tad disappointed. Some of those opportunities were relatively straightforward, and you expect opportunities like that to be taken with both hands, but that's how the game goes, and that's how and why Sri Lanka in this situation.
That's another one. That's out of that guideline. And umpire Kotachi says, sorry mate, you need to re-bowl that.
Well, his thought process is pretty good as we look at the replay. His thinking is pretty clear, but it's the execution that matters the most. So Shiraz being clearly indicated to bowl.
There you go. That's our match referee, Manoj Mendis, and our TV umpire, Hemantha Botheju. At this time, again, that's the strength of Tilak Verma, isn't it? To try and take it across. He uses a lot of bottom hand in his play. Not the best of overs for Shiraz. He's gone for 8 runs with 2 wides.
I think it's safe to say from here onwards might be the norm for the next 7 overs. So Sri Lanka will be an interesting chase.
There you go. That's what he wanted. No, he's on 99, in fact. 1 more to go. But that will mark the end of the over. It's 2-1-4 for 3 at the end of 43.
So there we go. 145 runs off 180 balls. Gaikwad contributing 80 of that, and Verma 57. It's a pretty intriguing situation now for Sri Lanka. Mind you, Vanujasan has been exceptional. 9 overs for 29 against his star-studded Indian lineup is not the easiest thing to do, but he's done that on many an occasion for Sri Lanka. So another guy who's really been there and thereabout for selection for the senior team as well. And Ruturaj Gaikwad, the gem from Maharashtra, about to get to his 21st ton.
That's good. Oh, that's poor. That's poor. Vanujasan not been able to stop that run, but the more important factor is Ruturaj Gaikwad has completed his 21st List A 100.
You talk about consistency, you talk about getting hundreds for fun, and there we go once again. Ruturaj Gaikwad, what an amazing player. And it's pretty safe to say he looks very safe in 50 over cricket. So could be a bit of a message out there to some of the Indians who are watching.
Interesting to see what his approach will be now after crossing, whether he will try to take on the long handle. Because we all know what Tilak Verma can do. He's shown that in the much shorter format, the T20, a member of the Indian World Cup team that won the T20 World Cup. Vanujasan is into his last over. There you go. Gaikwad has decided that I need to take them on.
I mean, he's got nothing to lose now. Might as well go for it. But I still feel the danger from here onwards for Sri Lanka would not be Ruturaj, but Tilak Verma.
Spot on. Because we all know how dangerous he can be. They will be happy with that single. They still continue. What they've done, Pusa, is that they've avoided a lot of dot balls. That has been the key. They've either worked it for a single or put the loose ball away. That's a section of the crowd that's coming to watch these games. It's another wide.
Yeah, good attempt there by Vanchasan. Trying to read the batter here. He's been exceptional. He's varied his pace. He's identified where the batsmen have been strong.
This time he goes big. And it's taken. Very well judged in the deep. That's Fernando, I suppose. Avishka Fernando holding on to a good catch. But more importantly, Sri Lanka make a breakthrough finally. The Centurion will make his walk back to the dugout, but he's done enough damage to the Sri Lankans.
Yes, there we go. Hoik towards deep mid-wicket, not really middling it. Avishka Fernando, safe as houses, grabs it easy in the line, but nevertheless, you cannot take anything away from that brilliant knock. 100 of 113 deliveries. Ruturaj Gaikwad, yet another amazing inning. So 2-1-7 for 4, India.
So with the dismissal of Ruturaj Gaikwad, Badoni will be the new batter in, and we all know what he can do. He's a pretty hefty hitter of the cricket ball. Vanajasan to finish off his spell. And he's off the mark straight away. Vanajasan will complete over number 44 and his spell of 10. India are 211 for 4. I beg your pardon, 220 for 4. 44 overs have been completed. Tilak Varma, what will his approach be, Puse?
Well, from here onwards, every batter that India has to follow would look to be ultra aggressive. I mean, we talk about Badoni being aggressive, but I feel, as we look at the wicket, ball darted in towards the pads. Massive hoik towards that deep mid-wicket region.
Bowling into the surface, that's what Siraj will be doing. He's been on the expensive side, Puse, but Sahana Rachike will continue with the experience of Mohammad Siraj.
Yeah, the sensible thing for Badoni for a while at least would be to get Tilak Varma on strike. He's been there for 94 deliveries on 59. Relatively slow compared to his norm, but that's how the game goes, determined by conditions. X ball, not really timing it, hitting the deep fieldsman at long off.
It's not easy to time much of the strokes on this surface because it hangs a little bit. Interesting to see Chamika Kararatne, how many overs he would go at the death.
Chamika, 6 overs, 27 runs so far. That's easily helped towards the final leg region by Badoni. Be an interesting chase. A brilliant bit of fielding there by Sadira Samaravikrama. Really good support also by Vanuja Sahan, enabling just 2 runs. 2 runs for sure that's been cut off. Seems an exceptional stop.
So look for 2 again, but only a single. But that is wonderful bit of fielding. Buse, brilliant bit of fielding from Sadira Samarika. The presence of mind to flick that back, that is fantastic.
Yes, overall brilliant. Sadira, one of the culprits before, let down a pretty straightforward chance, an opportunity of Tilak Varma, mind you, has to make amends now. But nevertheless, 100% for the effort. Tilak Varma into his 3rd bat now. He's been changing his bats pretty frequently. Let's see what this comes up with.
Oh, lucky. He was very lucky. Again, trying to go over that short fine fielder.
Look, it's very clear as to what Shiraz is trying to do. And it's also very clear as we look at this replay, attempting to hit that gap between deep square leg and fine leg. But sometimes I would feel there's a massive gap at extra cover, over extra cover as well. Why not target that? Because you know where the bowler is going to bowl.
He's cleaned him up. Tilak Varma was trying that too often. And Mohammad Siraj just kept it straight. And he's picked up the Indian captain at the score on 225. India lose their 5th. And that of Tilak Varma.
So here we go. Once again, going for that ambitious stroke, targeting that gap. But this time around, Shiraz being exceptional with the length and sees the back of the Indian skipper Tilak Varma. A good knock, held the inning together, but would be disappointed, I would say. Varma going for 60, 2 quick wickets for Sri Lanka, 225 for 5.
Projected score is 250. Projected score is 250. But India will feel that they want to get beyond that. 5 overs remaining from this point. Garuka Sanket comes back for his 6th over, none for 27 from his previous 5. Youngster has not bowled that badly, but has not been able to get on that wickets column. Let's see how he goes about. 2 new batters now in the centre. Ayush Badoni. He's the man on strike. Starts off with a wide.
Well, Garuka is known to bowl at the death. He loves situations like this. His action would also assist this course. But in terms of experience, you talk about Garuka being relatively inexperienced, but also, mind you, you got 2 new batters who are exceptional talent for India for the future.
Well, it's another one. Another wide. He was trying to do something different, but couldn't control it. So 2 wides and 2 balls. There you go. He was trying to bowl a leg break, but didn't come out correctly.
Gaurav Sanket trying to mix up things. Needs to get his line right. Look at Surya Sheje. He's played 10 list A games. As we said, relatively new. He made his mark at the IPL for Punjab Kings. It was exceptional.
Thank you, satisfied. It's clearly pitching inside. Pitching inside.
Well, umpires double checking there. Clearly the ball pitched within the surface, the playing area.
Quicker one from Sanket. He's trying to bowl wide. So he's looking for that wide Yorker, wide off 4th stump, 5th stump line. Hussein, do you think that could be the correct move at this point?
Well, with the field that's given to him, it's probably where he needs to bowl. And that he does. Now, one area that the Indian batters have really missed out is they've tried to be innovative, targeting those gaps more towards fine leg with that line and length. They're bowling outside off stump. Why not really target the gap over extra car or third man, for that matter? Why not go with the flow a bit? But that's how they think, and the execution so far has not been the best.
This time, Badoni gets bat on ball, but he'll be content to 1. New batters in Puse.
Surya Sheje yet to face a ball. An exciting talent from Mumbai once again. It seems so many stars hailing from Mumbai. Another one to the list, 23-year-old. He's got a bright future ahead of him. Well, he's more of a batter who'll look to go down the ground. We've seen plenty of shots that he played during the recently concluded IPL, where he was very strong down the ground.
It's been a decent over from Gaurav Sanket. He's not given the boundaries to both these batters. Two young men out there, Badoni and Shea. This time he gets good contact on that, and that will run away to the boundary. Premeditated, but to good effect.
What do you call that stroke? Is it a French cut, a Chinese cut? We would never know, but relatively lucky, I would say, finding a gap that no batter intentionally does, but nevertheless effective. That's what matters in cricket, the effectivity. And Gaurav Sanket looking frustrated there.
Well, Gaurav Sanket will complete over number 46. India are 234 for 5. Siraj will start his 9th, the 47th of the Indian innings. There is protection for him, but that will beat the fielder. So that's not the best of starts for Shiraz.
There we go, much better from Badoni. Going with the flow, bowling wide outside off. Why not target that vacant extra car area? We've seen this, we've mentioned this on numerous occasions. Batters trying to go down towards fine leg from that deep line, but this time around, trusting his instincts, trusting his timing, and just placing it towards that vacant deep extra car area was Badoni.
That's what he's capable of. What does Shiraz do? They will look for two here. And will quite comfortably come back. Pressure on the bowler now. 6 of the first 2 deliveries. And Sri Lanka has given 17 extras. And I'm sure that they've almost bowled 2 extra overs here.
Absolutely, very important extras in limited over cricket. The lesser, the better, they say. You don't want to be bowling additional deliveries, conceding additional runs. That's a good delivery by Shiraz. See, as a death bowler, you need to have a few options. You can't just be predictable and just have one plan. And I'm pretty sure the Sri Lankan camp would now understand, look, each over, in between overs, how they change the field, how they change the plan, keep the batsman thinking. That's very important, Suresh.
Yeah, Shiraz has been predictable to me from ball number 1. Oh, what a shot, but brilliant bit of fielding. Was that a chance? But great effort. That's Vanuja-san?
Well, brilliant effort by the skipper, Sahan Arachi. Full length dive, unfortunately, couldn't hold on to it. He would be disappointed. He's held on to a good catch today already, the one of Suryavanshi.
And this time, it's only a single. But India will be quite happy. They've got 8 of this over so far.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're looking for this one big over where the entire total and the entire game could change. You talk about a 15 or a 20 run over, which has not been there for India. Hats off to some of the Sri Lankan bowlers. They've executed quite decently.
Oh, this one's good. He's found the gap, but good effort in the deep from Fernando. But they'll take 2 nevertheless. That's an expensive over. 10 coming off it. 47 done and dusted. 244 for 5 India. Garuka Sanket, lucky to get away with that one. Shedje and Badoni, they put up a very decent partnership.
Brilliant slow ball once again by Garuka. I'm pretty sure Shedje has not faced his bowler before. He's got a few tricks in him. That's well run. Scampering for a couple.
Garuka Sanket is into his 7th over. Projected score is now 261. So they'll be up and about that 270 mark, I would say for sure. Oh, they're trying a lot of innovative strokes, but not to good effect. Play the normal cricketing strokes, we'll say.
Yeah, sometimes you got to look to go with your strength. Shedje, we've mentioned before as well, very good down the ground. Maybe look at covering the stumps and targeting right over the bowler's head would be a good option.
Swing and a miss. This is good from Gaurav Gosangi, mixing things up here. This has been a good over. Just a single coming off it. Partnerships 21 off 16. Take a look at this again. That's the leg break that came out of the hand. Oh, good.
It's been exceptional, has Garuka, with his slower balls and his Yorkers. It's a great experience for him as a young boy coming up the ranks through the under-19 system, now to the Sri Lanka A team. A very big stage for him.
Good over. This is a very good over from Garuka Sanket. Just the 4 runs coming off it. India at the end of 48 are 248 for 5. Shamika Karunaratne comes into bowl over number 49. I was quite surprised why he was not used previously, because he's got 4 overs under his belt, so he'll only be able to bowl 1 here. And 1 for 27, his figures.
Shamika having a decent day out with the ball.
Both these batters, Pusse, have been trying to score behind the wicket rather than in front of the wicket. But the slowness of the pitch is not allowing you to really execute those strokes.
Yes, the wicket's been very slow. Mind you, it's been quite dry. The square looks relatively worn out as well when you look at it. But no excuses. That's how it is. You got to adjust, you got to adapt. Look for new options.
Once again into the surface. That's what Karunaratne will be doing throughout this over. He will take pace off. He's very experienced in doing that. Once a permanent member of the Sri Lanka national side, but lost his way out.
Well, clear strategies employed by Sri Lanka. You see the longer boundary towards the legs side right now. The batters have to go against the wind to score a boundary. So that's probably where they want them to hit.
And this time, Sergey goes downtown. And he's got a maximum. That looked to me more like a tennis forehand.
This is what we've been expecting from Sergey. Go down the ground, understand your strength, back your strength. And that's exactly what he's done. A forehand smash towards the side screen. A massive 6 by Sergey.
Full, and this one, he's got the elevation, and that will go down for another maximum. Sergey is definitely showing his presence here in Dambulla.
Well, easy pickings this time around. A juicy full toss on leg stump. A batsman's delight. I know lunchtime's coming up, but I'm telling you, that was a nice appetizer for Sergey.
This time again. Down the ground, that will be another boundary. Pace off or pace on. Sedge knows only one way. Find the boundary.
Another boundary for Shedja. We were talking about that big over that India were targeting. A 15 plus over. There we go. They've got it now. They look to maximize this over. And the moment they've done that, you know that score or the aggregate would hit to 280, 290 from there, Suresh.
Yeah, they were looking at 280 now. And again, down the ground. This time it's been cut off, but the batsman will come back for two. This is a very expensive over from Kararatna. India end over number 49 at 267 for 5. So the final over. Where does India want to end up? 267 for 5. Who said they will be looking at 280. Garuka Sanket has been given the honors of bowling that final over. He's gone for 40 from his previous 7. Starts off with a wide.
Well, exceptional over before. We know what he's going to do. The batters know exactly what's coming their way. But once again, it's a matter of execution for Sanket. He showed what he's capable of. You know it's a final over of the inning, but he should really not think about that, but the execution.
Oh, this is poor. This is poor. I'm sure Sri Lanka A, who has easily bowled over 2 overs, more than 50. They've been bowling so much of wides.
These are the little areas. Look at this replay once again. Very wide. These are these little areas that could really change the outcome of the game.
They will come back for 2. These two can definitely hit the long ball, that's for sure. Badoni and Shedje both are in the 20s. 5 balls remaining. Oh, now he's gone. Deceived by the slower delivery. He was trying to go across the line. You couldn't blame the batter. He was looking for a maximum somewhere around cow corner. But Garuka Sanket's slower delivery has done the trick.
Smart thinking there by Garuka. This time around, kept it straight, because before he was continuously going outside off. But this time around with the slow ball, the one that dips, kept it straight, and Ayush Badoni missed it. So easy call for the umpire. And that's that for Badoni. The boy from Delhi heads back to the shed. Got 24 of 18. Good little knock. 271 for 6. India.
So the new batter in is Anukul. And also looks a guy who can really hit the long ball. Anukul Roy, left-hand batter. The left-arm spinner. There you go. That's a section of the crowd that's coming to watch the match. And if you're somewhere around this area, Dambulla Matale, please make your way to the ground because entrance is free. Anukul Roy will get Sejge on strike. That's what India wants.
Absolutely. Spot on. Anukul Roy doing his job. Much will be expected from him later on with the ball. We saw the umpire just indicating, hey, don't be naughty. Don't run in the middle of the pitch. He would love that, won't he?
Another one. Another one. This is poor. Not the best of efforts from the Sri Lankan speedster. This is the fall of the previous wicket of Badoni. It's plumb in front. They will look for two. They will look for two. And they will definitely come back. Roy is scampering in. They will pick up two.
Slightly circumspect from the sweeper fielder at mid-wicket. Avishka going underarm. They were struggling initially, the two batters, to get through for a couple, but the throw meant that it was easy too for the batters.
Has he found the gap? No, he'll find the fielder, but they will only pick up a single. So Roy will have to deal with the final delivery. But India will be happy. 276. That's exactly what Tilak Varma mentioned at the toss. 270 is what he was looking for. The third wicket partnership, or the fourth wicket partnership, really paved the way for this score. And also the help of some pose a slower one. They'll run for all. They'll run for all money. And are we going upstairs? Yes, we are.
Show me the best side-on angle for run out, please. One frame back. Can you freeze the bails when it's separated from the stumps? One frame back can freeze it. Okay, just freeze it there. Freeze the bails when it's separated from the stumps. Okay. Satisfied? I made my decision. Just focus the lights, please.
So not out is the call from the third umpire, but India will end at 276 for 6. And they will be quite happy with that, Puse.
Well, both camps would be relatively happy, and nowadays 276 is not a huge chase. The Sri Lankan batters would look forward to it, but the only downside of it is we've seen what the wicket is like. It would only get slower and lower as the day progresses. It depends what strategies they use, what indications that they would have when they go out to the middle to chase this score, and also would make sure that the Indian bowlers would operate in certain manners to suit their batting.
This is how the Indian batters went about to get to 276 for 6. Singh and Vaibhav not making much, but 101 for Ruturaj Gaikwad, 60 for Tilak Varma, and 2 good cameos from Ayush Badoni and Sejge, enabling them to get to 276. But they've also helped with 16 extras by the Sri Lankan bowlers.
So bowlers, the pick of the bowlers I thought was Vanuja Sahan, 10 overs, 35 runs, 1 wicket, but the Pacers got a bit of a tongue towards the latter part of the inning. Spinners overall, as expected, control the game, but all in all, bowlers could be happy with the outcome.
Well, the Indian captain called it correctly and decided to bat first, and they got off to a flyer courtesy of Suryavansa, but he was brilliantly held by the Sri Lankan skipper, and they didn't take a while to lose their other opener as well and then Arya and Gaikwad did the rebuilding job for the Indian A team. playing lovely shots around, but an unfortunate misunderstanding saw the end of Arya for a well-made knock. But then came the partnership. Gaikwad and the skipper Tilak Varma just kept going, used the pace very well on the surface, rotated the strike, and went on to get a wonderful partnership of over 100 runs.
Yes, the two experienced batters did their job. Ruturaj Gaikwad with his 21st run and Tilak Varma with a fighting knock ensured that they batted out most of the overs and set the platform for the latter order to make the most.
And at the end, Harsh Badoni and Sijay made sure that India went on past that target of 270 that they were looking for, and ended up at 277 for 6. So there you go. That's what the Sri Lankan A needs. 278 of 300 balls. India making 277 after winning the toss and electing to bat first. Good afternoon, welcome. We're back live from the Rangiri Dambulu International Cricket Stadium. It is the opening game of the Tri-Nation One-Day Series. Sri Lanka A taking on India A. If you haven't heard, earlier in the day, India won the toss. They elected to bat first. They ended up at 277 for 6 with a top score of 101 from Ruturaj Gaikwad and 60 from their skipper Tilak Varma, and a few cameos at the end enabled them to get to that target of 277. And in the bowling, Shiraz picked up 2 for 67, but he was expensive. A wicket apiece for Garuka Sanket and Manuja Sahan. The other bowlers not really been able to trouble the Indian batters. Well, 278 is the target that Sri Lanka A needs of 300 balls. As we say, a very good afternoon to Roshan Abesinga.
Good afternoon to you, Kosala, and good afternoon to all our viewers. Yes, it is a very good score by India, and I thought the way they structured their innings, it was a very measured approach. India struggled at the start, but then that fourth wicket partnership got them out of jail. And the way they finished off things was excellent. So it just showed us how good this Indian batting is, and the level of maturity they have as batters, and also the way they can shift their gears from T20 cricket, coming here on a slowish pitch, making the adjustment, and then when the requirement was on, that quick runs were the order of the day, then we did see Indian batters coming out and showing us that aggression. So Sri Lanka, they will be really hard pressed to try and get to this score, because it's not easy. 278 on a slowish pitch is always challenging. And it's time now to take a look at those wickets of the Indian innings.
First to go was the young man, Srivansi. He was brilliantly caught by the Sri Lankan skipper. And then a surprise bouncer saw the end of Singh, the other opener. These two wickets fell very early. One, and then an unnecessary run out saw the end of Arya. And then came that partnership before the end of the Indian innings came at 277. This is the beauty of Dambulla, surrounded by a lot of greenery. The beautiful Ibn Katua lake, and the breeze that comes around from left to right of our screen in this ground. It's a beautiful sight, isn't it, Roshan?
It is absolutely beautiful. And the ground is being renovated. I can tell you that currently we are in on the side where the old media center was. But now there's a brand new media center that has been constructed, and also lights have been replaced and newer lights have come on, and you could see that's the construction. Actually, when England played here, this media center was used, and we used that media center, but I believe that there's so much more work left. So that work which is to be done is being completed, but this ground built purely to try and play during seasons of rain elsewhere in the country has done a yeoman service to cricket in Sri Lanka, and they have made sure that the ratio of games being washed out has been reduced with grounds like Dambulla, Pallekele, which is bordering the dry zone, and even Hambantota. So some fantastic stadiums and wonderful atmosphere, as you said. That's a look at how Dambulla looks. It was a jungle when the ground was built, and this is what drone provides. And let's not forget, Kosala, this is such a historic area. There's so much of culture of Sri Lanka that gets associated with the central and a bit of the north central province. And Dambulla, of course, happens to be part of the central province, but still so much in terms of history, in terms of culture, in terms of religion. So it's a wonderful location for people to come, not just for cricket, but for a lot of other things.
Yeah, quite correctly said. One of the high-rated tourist destinations in the country. Well, the Sri Lanka run chase is just about to start. Avishka Fernando and Niroshan Dikwala have made their way to the center. We're ready for the first over. Dikwala, loads of experience, will take strike to the first delivery. And Sri Lanka start off very briskly with a boundary to Dikwala.
I know there are a few eyebrows raised with Niroshan Dikwala being selected to play A-team cricket. Well, obviously, this selection could be the platform that he requires. Gets off the mark with a fine tickle if he is to go on and play at the senior level or the national level. But I believe that Niroshan Dikwala's style of play might be ideal, at least when it comes to the shorter format, maybe T20 cricket. But what is needed is the consistency that was not seen towards the latter part of his innings or his career, I beg your pardon, which really made him lose his place. Otherwise, he was, during his prime, Sri Lanka's safest wicketkeeper and a more than useful batter. And now Avishka Fernando on strike. Now this man is really unfulfilled promise. And every time I see him, I just see the potential the man carries, and I sincerely hope that he fulfills it during this A-team Tri-Nation series.
Anshul Kamboj starting proceedings for India A. Good shape, finds the outside edge, but that was a good shape for the bowler.
Yeah, finding some movement away from the right-hander. Just a hint, as you said, Fernando had it covered, got into line, played it late, soft hands, everything in place as he nudged it. But Niroshan Dikwala, well, it's more or less a second lease of life for him. Been out of the reckoning, been given this opportunity at A-team level.
Oh, that will run away. But what really happened there? It beat the batter, it beat the wicketkeeper.
Well, Kosala don't pay much attention to the areas he scores runs. See, we've seen Niroshan Dikwala, and I remember Russell Arnold coined a phrase. Now look at this. That's an under edge. So Russell Arnold coined a phrase saying, Dikwala does Dikwala things. So I thought that's perfect. He was summed up perfectly, and that's exactly what he does as a batter.
But the good thing here is that the Sri Lankans have scored off almost every ball in the first over. That will give confidence, a leg by, but then still it's runs on the board.
Well, I feel we do know that the surface is a little bit slow. We've seen the ball taking a bit of turn, but I think Sri Lanka should look to be positive. You know, I'm not so sure whether they should play that safe and watchful game, but instead, the likes of Dikwala should trust his instincts and just take the bowling on if it is in his zone.
A dot ball will end the first over. Sri Lanka A, 8 for none.
Plenty of farming happens in Dambulla, and it is part of the rice country of Sri Lanka. Plenty of paddy cultivation and tanks, rivers that have irrigated those paddy fields built by ancient kings. On display with that beautiful drone shot that was shown.
Arshad will start proceedings. Arshad Khan for India A from the Combox end. You quite correctly said what rich culture Dambulla has. It's got the very sacred and ancient temple, the Dambulu temple, which has been visited by a lot of tourists. Oh, that's a beauty. That's a good ball. A lot of carry for Arshad Khan. And also just one more thing. Dambulla is a city that never sleeps because you have the market that works in the night where vegetables and various things have been transported around this. Take a look at this. Well, there was some carry for the left armour.
I think a bit of extra pace, bit of extra effort from the left arm quick. So Avishka Fernando missing out as he looked to play the square cut, but as you said, a bit more extra bounce.
Okay. Now Fernando, he needs to come good in this series because a lot is expected of him. He lost his place in the national side. He will want to get back. Came with a big flair and a big bang when he entered the international arena, especially in the 2019 World Cup. Surprised everyone with his attacking approach, especially in the game against England when he took on Chofra Archer at that time. So he will want to get back to that mode that he was. And this time, looking to find the gap, but will only find a fielder.
He doesn't time it. I think maybe rushed on to the bat a little bit more than what he thought. Looking to smash it through the offside, missed it. You spoke about Dambulla not sleeping. It's a town that's awake, and yeah, it's I think mainly because of the economic center that you were talking about, and this is a center that feeds the surrounding areas. Quick single. So there is so much of trading that happens. Basically agriculture. It's an agriculture area, and well, you're talking about Dambulla and beyond. I mean, I know there is only one ball left, but I'm sure some of our viewers watching in India may not know about the Parakrama Samudra, the great tank built by King Parakram Bahu. I'm not exactly sure during which era, but that tank still stands. It irrigated paddy fields then, and it irrigates paddy fields now, and it never runs dry. So talk about civil engineering of that era.
Oh, that one's quick again. A little bit of pace for Arshad Khan, undoing the fella. That will mark the end of the second over. Sri Lanka A on 9 for none. Yep. Arshad bowled a very good over from the Combox end. Avishka Fernando has not been able to really middle the ball yet. He's just got 2 so far. Anshul went for 7 in the first over, but will want to come back and have a good over. Interesting to see how the Indian pacers will operate on this surface. We're bound to see the spinners come into play quite early, Roshan.
You know, one thing to start with very early days with the seam bowlers, with 2 slips in place. Short and wide, and that's 4. Don't give width. The length was good, and so was the width. And it needed no second invitation for this man, Avishka Fernando.
He loves playing square of the wicket. He's very strong with the cut and pull. And the moment he's given width and room, he will punish you. And with the fielders in the ring, you just can't afford to be on that line or length against Fernando. Good comeback, more straighter. That's what they will want to do, try and bowl more straighter to Fernando because he's very good both square of the wicket.
See, the Sri Lankan openers compared to India are far more experienced. They've played at the highest level, they've played against top opposition, they are proven customers. So it's a case of both players wanting to stage a comeback, firstly to reckoning, and then, if possible, to the national team. So you will expect not just a cautious approach, but I think a more determined approach. So Dickwell has been given a massive opportunity. Avishka Fernando has been playing a lot of A-team cricket without really breaking through. So I feel it's time for these two young men, or these two men, to make this happen, make themselves, counted.
He's good. Anshul's been good in this over. He's been right on the money. Not trying to do extra things, not trying to bowl extra space. Just keeping it in the correct areas. Not allowing Fernando to free his arms or get on the front foot and punch him through the offside.
I think what has impressed me, other than he bowling wicket to wicket, is the adjustment of the length. Avishka Fernando looked to get on the front foot, then he dragged his length back, pushed him back, but he was always at the batter all the time.
And again, finds the fielder. This is good. This is good from Anshul. Just for 4 runs coming off that over. Sri Lanka 13 for none. Arshad started off well. Just a solitary run off his first over. And that will be called a wide. The Sri Lankans did bowl a lot of wides. There were 17 extras in that Indian innings. How costly can that be? They almost bowled 2 extra overs. This one drifting down the leg side. Again, a little bit of inward movement towards the left-hander. If you take the two bowlers, Roshan, Arshad and Anshul, I think Arshad looks the more quicker out of the two.
Yeah, he's skiddier, isn't he? He comes onto the bat a little bit quicker. But you could also see what the right arm at the other end is looking to do. He's just adjusting his line, or the length with his line being perfect. Just one delivery that he went wide. Oh, that's lucky. It was close to the wicketkeeper's gloves. Not that close, but it could have gone a bit finer and Dickwella could have been in a spot of bother. But instead, it just deflects it wide enough. And another boundary for Niroshan Dickwella.
That's how he plays, isn't it? You did mention Dick Weller is Dick Weller. And he will take any risk.
And he does Dick Weller things. No, actually, I feel, I honestly feel, this is my honest opinion. I know lot of people might disagree. I mean, remove all the issues and problems that used to be associated, unfortunately, with this man. But I feel that his style of play is so challenging to a bowler. And he opens up areas that sometimes one can't even imagine. So, might be perfect if he can do what is expected of him, might be a perfect option as a T20 batter.
And this time, Dick Weller will find the gap on the offside. So this is what he can do. Anything given to him with width, he will put you away.
See, keep an eye on that shot. Right? Let's keep an eye on the feet. No movement. Absolutely no movement of feet. It's all to do with his hands. See, this is why I say that his unorthodoxy, if he can maintain it very consistently, is an absolute challenge. He plays the sweep, he plays the reverse, he plays the lap, he plays those little flicks, and you know, so all kinds of shots into areas that you can't imagine.
And very interesting to see when that rap or the lap is going to come.
Actually, I'm hoping the entertainment will continue. Because every time Niroshan Dikweller is facing a ball, I think it's an event. Even a defensive shot is an event. Because he will do something out of the ordinary. And see, this is why I feel it's so sad that Niroshan Dikweller hasn't kicked on. So this is what the drone does. We talk about Dikweller the batter. This is what the drone camera is giving us. Fielded at point, but hit firmly. Hit with a lot of power. He was given width, just couldn't get the gap, but it flew off the middle of the bat.
One thing good, that he's been fine in the middle of the bat. That's the encouragement that Dikweller will have. Arshad's testing him outside the off stump. Last ball coming up. Good, good. There you go. As you said, every ball is an event. He was looking for a run off that ball. The fourth over comes to end. Sri Lanka A are 22 for none.
Actually, honestly, I feel Dikweller should play. Yes, because you know power play.
.57 is the required run rate that Sri Lanka is looking at. I don't think they'll be much worried about that. They'll want a good start, and they will want to keep wickets in hand. But I like what Anshul is doing. He's bowling straight. He's keeping it right there and not allowing the batters to do anything.
You talk about skill, that's what we see. And this is what India brings to the table. Whether you're a bowler or a batter, you know exactly what your role is. We did see how the Indians adjusted on this kind of slowish pitch and eventually ended up getting 270 plus. Now you speak about how well Anshul is bowling as a right arm seamer, wicket to wicket. By memory, he bowled one short and wide delivery. But that time, lucky. You really cannot set a field for a shot like that, because it split the gap perfectly between the keeper and the slip, but 10 out of 10 to the bowler.
Without a doubt, Roshan. The slip was placed, and I feel Avishka Fernando was a tinge luggy. That's the second boundary to Fernando. Good comeback again, sticking to that line, straight line. But you can't blame the bowler, Roshan, because that previous ball, he bowled it expecting a catch at the slips.
Well, I think we need to take a look at this again. Just look at the movement, just look at the length, and look at how Avishka Fernando plays that shot. He is not moving. He's playing away from his body. And that, I believe, was the result of an excellent length. That's that length, the length of uncertainty, where you're not sure whether you're going to leave the ball or whether you need to play at it. And eventually you get drawn to it, and very, very lucky that it went in that gap. That was great bowling, really good bowling.
Runs for Sri Lanka on the onside. Chase to the fielder, they'll come back for 2. Six runs in this over. Sri Lanka will be quite happy. They need a partnership here, Roshan. They need to set the platform. These are two very experienced Sri Lankan batters who played in the national, who played in the big league. They played in the national team in almost all the formats. They will need to use all that experience. Oh, he was looking to put that one over mid-wicket, but that one I thought hurried a little bit to the batter.
Was it the bounce? I just thought that it was also the bounce, because Avishka Fernando was expecting that ball at a certain height. So if you look at this, yeah, it hurried you for sure. And I also feel it's not the bounce, I feel the lack of it. Because Fernando was expecting it slightly higher to execute it.
That's better. We'll work the single. So the fifth over comes to end. Sri Lanka A are 29 for none. These are beautiful pictures. We talked about them a lot. This is what the drone can do and bring you. Now, Arshad Khan is much quicker than Anshul. Fernando will be aware of that. And mind you, Roshan, we talk about the beauty of the ground, and also this ground was built within a very few days.
Yeah, it was built very quickly. As we said, as we did say, it was a ground built in the middle of a jungle, and it borders some really historic places. That's off the pad. Ibanka to a lake, which is to our left, I know has a lot of history, and it just keeps the entire area. It just keeps the entire area irrigated. We showed you the farming land that gets well fed with sufficient water. The water table is good.
There you go. That's what Roshan was talking about. The Ibanka to a lake, which irrigates most of the farming in this area. And this is called.
It's quite massive, isn't it? I mean, have you been there? I've seen it from a distance.
I've been there. I got there close.
I've been tempted a few times to go there, but never been there. Oh, nicely played. Beautifully forced off the back foot. That's a teaser. It will eventually beat the fielder, but I'll tell you what, brilliant timing.
Very well done. He stood on his toes there and used the bounce of Arshad Khan to get a boundary. There you go. And finding the gap was the key.
As a fielder, you'll hate that type of shot because you feel you're always in the game, and finally the ball just defeats you. More runs. Now this is a little bit too straight from Arshad. It will be another boundary, another teaser. It's just keeping the fielders so interested. They just keep chasing it, and they're pipped at the post, so to speak.
Well, once again, this time Fernando rolling his wrist again and working there. Arshad trying to use a little extra pace, but Fernando will like that, like the ball coming on. And a teaser, as Roshan mentioned, it's just as if you're just tipped off the gold medal. Last ball coming up of over number 6. Sri Lanka in a decent reply. Going at somewhere around 6 runs and over. Arshad tries to go round the wicket, but will end over number 6 with a dot. Sri Lanka are 37 for none. Anshul will continue. He's gone for 18 from his previous 3. Avishkar's made 21 of 25. Dikwela has been off strike for a while. 14 of 11. Now look at this field. He's got 6 on the off for Dikwela. Yeah. Beautifully done. He finds a gap, but this time it's been just pulled in. And this is good running. Very good running. They run 3 off for that.
Yeah, good aggressive running, I thought, by the Sri Lankan openers. They're looking solid. It's a promising start, but still it's a long, long way from the target, 278. But we talk about stability, and that's exactly what the openers are trying to provide. Another look at that shot again. You could see that Dikwela is not somebody who has a great amount of feet movement. It's all with his hands and eyes that he scores runs. And see, the fast bowlers on both sides struggled. There was no lateral movement, nothing in the air. The real challenge for me will be on this kind of dryish pitch when the spinners come on. So how will the Sri Lankan batters play spin? Now Dikwela playing spin is a very interesting proposition because he has the sweep and the reverse.
Well, he was looking to find the gap again. Now, Fernando likes to play on the up. He doesn't really go. He likes the ball with a little bit of bounce, and he's very strong on with his wrist. And he most of the time he stands on his toes when he's in control of the shot and tries to punch it. Good forearms.
Yeah, I think he's the type of player who likes pace on the ball. So we haven't still seen into the pitch pace off from the Indian fast bowlers.
There again, he's always looking for that punch. This has been a good start, a good reply. The rate's been good. They're going at a decent run rate. And the good thing, Roshan, is that they're not really tried to throw the kitchen sink at it. They've just played the bowling by its merit, put the bad ball away, and got the singles well. The running between the wickets have been good so far. And there you go. That's Dick Weller for you. The bowler or the Indian captain would have never expected that stroke from him. He just flicks you away, and it's a boundary.
Well, it's good to keep an eye as to where the line of the ball was, if we can see. I think he took it from outside the off stump. Let's take another look. Just see, he gets across from well outside the off stump. Way outside the off stump. The bowler is wanting him to try and go through the offside. And this is what I mean, that he opens up areas on the leg side. And look what a mess it's done to the fielders. The slip goes off, short fine leg comes in, backward square leg goes out to the boundary. So it's a complete change. So last ball of the over, nobody on the boundary on the offside. There is a third on the boundary and a backward square leg. Let's see what Dick Weller does here. Oh gosh, where has that gone? 4, 1 bounce. Welcome to the Dick Weller show. It's the end of the over. A boundary with it, Sri Lanka 49 without loss.
That's what Sri Lanka needs. 229 of 258 deliveries. But what an interesting shot. The last ball of the previous over. We were talking about the raps and laps that Dick Weller plays. And there you go. That's evidence for you. He will really surprise the opposing captain, the bowler, and even the commentators up here. Look at that. Just look at that. Well, was he looking at the ball, Roshan?
Who cares? He's got a boundary. That's all that matters. Now, spin on in the power play. So this is what somebody like Dick Weller, partnerships like this can do to a team. It just changes their strategy, changes their style. I'm not so sure whether they wanted Uncle to bowl in the power play with 2 fielders only outside the 30-yard circle. They would have been planning. Plan A would have been go with the fast bowlers in the power play, get the spinners on with a little bit more breathing space.
50 on the board. Very well done. We're just into the 8th over. Now, Anukul Roy. Now, what India will want to see is, if you look at the Indian bowling attack, they don't have big names in that. They're all youngsters early in the days in their international careers. So that will be a challenge for them.
Suryavanshi is a big name. Becoming a big name.
I was referring to the bowlers.
All right. I take it back.
And there you go. Weller might have been a little bit lucky on that occasion. Now Uncle Roy is trying and tighten things up for India. There go. One again, he was looking to be innovative. Oh no, that would have been pitching on the leg style. Pitching outside the leg.
Pitching outside the leg, and also my first reaction, I thought maybe bouncing a bit as well. Now Dikwella got to be careful, don't relax. He seemed to have, that shot was a shot that was, you know, he looked a little bit relaxed as he played that shot. Looked a bit bit loose, that shot. But there is a deep mid wicket and a long on. Oh, clever. Very, very clever. Only a single, but he's making the bowler think.
Well, he almost took it out of the wicketkeeper's gloves. And this time, Fernando goes down on his knees and finds the boundary. Not the best of starts for Uncle Roy. Sri Lanka keep piling the runs in the power play. They end up at 55 for none at the end of 8. Talking about this beauty a lot. Just see the beauty. Anshul will continue. 55 for none. Sri Lanka has been a very good start.
Just talking about the beauty, just look at where this leg starts. It almost at touching distance to the ground. It's got a little, I mean, it's a diversion. It's not the full leg. It's a little branch that has kind of peeped through and got close to the ground. But it's very close to the ground.
Oh, that'll be a wide. Now this is what Dikwella can do, because with his little shuffles in here and there, it will unsettle the bowler on his line and length.
Well, if I read Dikwella's mind right, he's looking at mid-wicket. He's got a man at backward square leg. He's not going there. He's either going over mid-wicket or going over extra cover. That's the intention. The ball might go somewhere else, but I feel that's where he's aiming. So he's remarking his guard. As you said, there is a slight shuffle. The bowler now deciding to come round the wicket. So this Dikwella might like it if it is bowled straight. Outside the off stump might be a different story. Let's see.
Well, there you go. He will work the straight ball for sure. He is not afraid to do that. His hand-eye coordination is very good, Roshan.
No, both batters are on 27. Dikwella has got there in 18 balls. Avishka is more solid. 31, 27 of 31 in the Avishka Fernando style, willing to play each ball on its merit. Dikwella looking to create opportunities. This has been a very good opening stand for Sri Lanka. But what matters is a few more partnerships if they are to get close to that Indian score.
And he's also a very busy cricketer, isn't he, Dikwella? He will always be on his toes, look for runs.
He's a funny guy. I still remember we had this press conference, a Sri Lanka tour of Pakistan.
and Dikwella came for the press conference, and the Pakistan media thought that Dikwella was Dhananjay De Silva. So, so I'll relate the story. It happened at the same time twice over.
Better from Anshul.
So
You would like to go on?
Yeah. So one of the guys asked him, so are you planning to get 100 tomorrow? So he said, "You're asking me? Right? I'm out. I'm Dikwella. I'm not. That is De Silva." Right? So he explained himself, and then someone else asked the same question. And I mean, he sounded funny and hilarious the way he answered. But that's, I think, his character.
Yeah, he's lost his run on that occasion. This has been a good start. This has been a very good reply. If you haven't heard, or if you're just joining this coverage from whichever part of the country you're in, or you're logging on to the streaming platforms, and to all our viewers in India, Tri-Series between Afghanistan A, India A and Sri Lanka A. This is the opening game. Sri Lanka A was India A. Oh, that's been beautifully done by Fernando, and that will find the boundary. He loves it in that area. He really loves it in that area. He's very good square of the wicket.
Excellent pickup shot, isn't it? Almost like a ballet dancer. Remember a great West Indian opener who used to do that? Gordon Greenwich. Well, he was in a class of his own, but shots like that, Avishka Fernando just brings back those memories. Just picked up the length and then took the elevation over square leg with that hip rotation, beautiful hip rotation, and good result in the end.
Good comeback from Anshul. Yeah, we talk about the series. India won the toss. They elected to bat first. They made 277 for 6 in their 50 overs. Ruturaj Gaikwad made a top score of 100. The skipper chipped in with a very useful 60. A fourth wicket partnership really rebuilt things for the Indians after they were 69 for 3 at one stage. A partnership which is worth over 140 runs. Set the platform. But in reply, the Sri Lankans have started off well. They made 61 for no loss. They're in the 9th over. Nicely done. He finds a gap. This is very good from Avishka Fernando. Sri Lanka are on a rampage here. They're on a very good start. As over number 9 comes to an end, it's 65 for none. Roy will continue. That's what Sri Lanka needs. 213 of 246. It's been a dream start for them. Interesting to see what Dikwella will do against Ankul. 65 for none. This is the last of the power play overs. Tilakwaran will have the luxury of spreading his field after this over. Down the track. But he was definitely looking for a big one.
I think he made the adjustment. He was, I think he understood that it was bowled slower and shorter.
Yeah, he will look for room. He will open your stumps. He will do whatever to make sure that the runs keep coming. It also unsettles the bowler a lot because you never know what he's going to do, isn't it, Roshan? You just don't know what he's going to do.
See, these are dangerous times for Niroshan Dikwella. He's played 4 dots. So he's bound to manufacture a shot or do something out of the ordinary. So let's see what he does of the next 2 deliveries.
That's good. Didn't try to do anything rash. He just worked it out for a single. But this has been a good over from Ankul Roy, considering his previous over. Last ball coming up of the power play. What does Fernando do? They got Sri Lanka off to a good start here. A dot ball will end over number 10 and the power play. Sri Lanka in reply are 66 for none.
There you go. Umpire Kotachi signaling that we are done with the first power play and we are into the second power play. 66 runs on the board after 10 overs. It has been a very good start. Let's take a quick look at the highlights of the power play session. The Sri Lankan batters playing some sensible cricket. Delightful strokes from both batters. But Niroshan Dikwella, he has been the highlight so far. Played some cheeky little shots. There you go. Innovation. And when that man is out in the middle, you could expect a lot. But Avishka Fernando, on the other hand, playing the field really well. That's up in the air. But there is protection deep. Dikwella on 28. And in fact, Dikwella on 29 now. Avishka on 35. As I welcome my good friend. Very good afternoon, Shashrika.
Very good afternoon. Interesting chase. Dikwella doing Dikwella things. He's got off to a flyer. 67 the total of 10 overs. The 2 batters doing exceptionally well for Sri Lanka. It's imperative and very important that one of them carry on. If either one of them get to 100, 120, you could safely say Sri Lanka should be somewhere near that target.
Well, the important fact is that these 2 batters have nicely assessed the conditions. They have understood how the pitch is working like. Well, an interesting character. Everyone was looking forward for the day, but unfortunately he couldn't deliver. But coming back to that point, Shashrika, the Sri Lankan batters, I believe, have really understood the situation.
Yes, it'll be very interesting to see how they handle the spin of India. Oh, that has been a bit of a loose area. Avishka right throughout his career. Just outside our stump, we saw a potential opportunity going begging as well because they didn't have that first slip during the power play. So getting back to facing and handling the spin in the middle overs, that'll be probably the decider as far as Sri Lanka is concerned.
There you go. No foot movement, just throwing the bat outside the off stump. He was very lucky there. He did not kiss the ball on its way. Probably he might need to work on that area, isn't it? If you take a look at that previous shot as well, the front foot hardly coming on. He's just throwing his bat outside the off stump.
Suryan Sheje, another fast bowling all-rounder breed of all-rounders that's been produced by India in the recent past. Likes of Hardik Pandya, the top of the pack.
"67 on the board. It has been a good start so far. Chasing down a total of 277 runs. India would be pretty happy with regards to the total that they posted. But the concern would be that they haven't managed to grab a wicket, especially during the power play. The two Sri Lankan opening batters, they have really managed well to get past that session with the new ball in hand. But not only about that, but they have managed to score 6+ runs during the power play as well. So that has been the key so far.
Decent over so far by Shedye, conceding only 1 run, his first over. And another dot to complete the 11th over, 67 for no loss Sri Lanka.
Uncle will continue with his spin. Now this passage, as you did mention, Shashrika, it's very important for the batters. They can't afford to throw it away. Dikwalla goes cheeky, but there is protection. Well, he will be busy out there in the crease. He will play his shots. He will be innovative. He'll look for those sweeps, the reverse sweeps, the laps. But look at the comparison. India were 53 for 2 at the end of 11.1 overs, but Sri Lanka are cruising along at 68 without loss.
Absolutely, it's very important that they keep a level head heading into this middle phase of the game. Rotating the strike will be very important. We look at Anukul Roy, it's fully pledged all-rounder. If you look at his first-class stats, he's got a 150 with the bat as well and got 141 wickets in 46 games. So he's very capable with both bat and ball. But right now, it'll be with the ball. He's got the best figures of 4 for 31 in List A cricket.
Yeah, fantastic find for Indian cricketing future. A player who has done well in the first-class career with the bat in hand and the ball in hand as well. So these kind of players needs to be taken care of. And the experience that they get in these conditions are very important. Dikwalla decides to put on some dancing shoes. But Uncle Roy dragging it down, realizing that Dikwalla is very strong through the leg side.
Yes, there we go. The replay suggests that he's very keen to be busy. Going for a reverse sweep, executing. Dikwalla very good with those dips and dabs. Square of the wicket.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Niroshan Dikwalla. He's a very busy player. Plenty of international experience on plenty of occasions. Opening the batting for the Sri Lankan national squad as well. So chasing down Totals similar to this one, but different conditions though. A very good over from Uncle Roy comes to an end. 12 overs done, 70 without loss. Shedgay will continue. A very good first over, just the 1 run conceded. It's not about containing runs at this stage for the Indian bowlers. They badly need wickets. Dikwala goes big, gets a little bit of inside edge. There is protection at deep fine leg. And that's the way he will play. You can't keep him calm and quiet. Every 2 or 3 deliveries after, you could see that this man will throw his bat.
Suraj Shedgate, as we've discussed before, not the most experienced player going around. He's got 9 list A wickets in his career thus far. He looked to improve, got 4 for 35 as his best. It's a good short ball, well controlled by Avishkar. Playing down to 3rd man, they cross through for a single. This is the exposure that these players really want, isn't it, Aaron? I mean, you see the lights of Suryavanshi, Shedgay, who's been household names over the last couple of months. Now they come into a different territory as the crowd has picked up ever so slightly, enjoying a beautiful day's cricket.
Niroshan Dikwala, he'll be busy out there. Continue to play the way he is batting. An interesting character. He'll keep you going in the middle. The required run rate 5.49, well under control for the Sri Lankans. They have got off to a very good start. It's important that they continue the same momentum, especially during this middle passage of play. These batters, if they could put up a 100+ run partnership. A short and jab, but there is protection for that. Couple of fielders behind square waiting for that shot.
Dikwala usually does not like to get bogged down. He wants to score at a rapid pace at most times. But given the conditions, he should understand that he'll have to buckle it down for a while, especially when the spinners are operating. But he's got to do that for his team and for himself as well.
Well, this is going to be very interesting for the Indian bowlers as well. They have been exposed to international experienced batters. So it's very important to see how these bowlers will handle this situation. They have a good scoreboard in hand, 277 runs to defend. And chasing down in Dambulla as well, Shastrik, it's not very easy. But these 2 batters, they tell you a story that they have done their homework. But the question is, have the Indian bowlers attacked enough?
They've created opportunities, to be fair, by them. But somehow, things have gone away in terms of luck, fortune, you may call it. It's a good delivery to end the over. 13 done, 73 for Nola, Sri Lanka.
Uncle Roy will continue. Well, if you're just joining us, it's the opening game of the Talent TV Cup Tri-Series, where Sri Lanka, Afghanistan and India A teams are participating. India, winning the toss, deciding to bat first, managed to put on 277 runs. A brilliant knock by the captain and the vice captain. But you can't take anything away from that brilliant 100 by Ruturaj Gaikwad. He came at a very crucial time where both the openers were back in the hut, but he held his nerve and played a brilliant knock. Oh, that was very close. That was very close. I'm not sure how that missed the stumps. That's a lucky escape for Avishka Fernando.
Slight bit of deception there by Anukul Roy. Slightly quicker. Lower trajectory as well. Ball skidding through. Dikwela once again. A nice paddle to a vacant fine leg region. They cross through for a couple. Anukul Roy has been a very smart operator. He's understood the nature of the wicket. He's varied his pace, his lines and lengths, according to the batter, most importantly.
Plenty of cricket to happen in Dambulla during the next 1 to 1.5 weeks of time. The fella goes down on one knee again. Loud appeal from the players. Well, we would like to inform that the gates are open. Free entrance for this game. You could get through to the ground using gate number 2 and enjoy this beautiful game of cricket. There you go. Dikwela trying for that lap once again. Probably a little bit of inside edge. Umpire was not interested at all. There you go. Indicating that he got a little bit of inside edge.
Another very quick single, well judged. Dikwela usually very quick between the wickets. Good understanding between the two batters, Avishka Fernando and Dikwela. This is an area that I find, especially this over. Look at the over. No dot balls. Now that's very important when you score anything excess of 270, 275 on a relatively slow wicket. You're continuously showing the opposition captain, look, we have the ability to push the singles each ball.
$14 overs done, 79 without loss.
.199 of 216 balls, required rate 5.53.
Short delivery. Helped it on its way. Their race protection at deep fine leg. Shashika, also one more important fact is that, especially the Sri Lankan players, this is a good tournament for them to get back to their, form or get used to these playing conditions with the LPL coming up next month. This is a good tournament for them to really understand what's really required and what are the areas that needs to improve personally among these players as well.
Absolutely, it's a golden opportunity for all players from both teams. It's dubbed to its third man once again by Dikwela. Yeah, you mentioned the LPL. It's around the corner. It's starting on the 17th of July. So this venue is going to be one of the venues that few of the games would be held. Usually attracts a very large audience for white ball cricket, this venue. And especially for some of these local lads, it would be a great experience to play at the venue. Once again, tucked off the hips. Avishka Fernando moving on to 39 of 35. 41 in fact of 52 is Avishka. Dikwella 38 of 35. Outstanding images. Wouldn't you love a dip there now, Iran?
Yeah, it's really warm here, and it's humid conditions as well in Dambulla. But look at those pictures, beautiful scenes, lots of greenery. I'd definitely love to have a dip there. Maybe after the match we could. Shot, and he guides it down towards the third man boundary. Now Dikwella, you really can't bowl to him at that area. He will toy with you. Short outside the off stump. It just had to help it on its way.
Exceptional once again is Dikwella. User pace right over the keeper's head. No field is there. So he's very good. We've seen a couple of shots where he's targeted the actually right over the keeper purposefully. So pace on the ball is something that Niroshan Dikwella loves. It'll be interesting to see what Shedja comes up with.
Shot outside the off stump again. Should be looking at least a couple of runs. Yeah, Dikwella is very fast between wickets. He will complete the second run quite comfortably. So just taking a quick look at the broadcasting platforms of this tournament. Locally, you could catch us live on Sri Lanka Cricket YouTube channel, Sony Sports 1, which we have on channel number 38 on POTV and channel number 64 on Dialog TV. 10 Cricket, channel number 44 on POTV and channel number 61 on Dialog TV, and Sony Live, the OTT platform as well. 15 overs done, 88 without loss.
His picture is also globally broadcasted on Sony Sports Network. Then we got Shamshad TV in Afghanistan, Willow TV targeting the North American region, and Sporty.lk YouTube channel for the rest of the world.
Yeah, plenty of action. 7 games in total. The final of the tournament happening on the 21st of this month. So prior to that, plenty of action, plenty of cricket. We'll see the Afghanistan team in action in a couple of days as well. Lovely weather conditions, isn't it? Especially these grounds in Dambulla are specifically designed so that most of the games aren't interrupted by bad weather. In the meantime, the batters will cross over a quick single. Both batters on 40 plus at this stage, 89 on the board. Healthy strike rates as well.
It's a bit of a close call there. Avishka Fernando did his level best to get through, but no harm done. Uncle Roy into his 5th over. Once again, Dikwella with the dab. Now, this is a distinct difference that I've seen in a very positive way for the Sri Lankan batters. The Indian batters, they found it hard to rotate initially, especially when Tilak Varma and Ruturaj Gaikwad were batting. But they've done exceptionally well in rotating strike.
Yeah, that's one of the areas that the Sri Lankan batters, it really doesn't mind whether it's the A team or the international team. It's one of the areas that the batters have struggled to rotate strike, plenty of dot deliveries. But if you take a closer look at these two batters, they have managed this session really well. And with the experience that these two batters carry out there in the middle, they have handled the situation well. And I'm really impressed to see the way that Dikwalla has played, because usually you tend to see him throwing his bat around. He plays those cheeky shots one after the other. But today, he has been very sensible. All around, it has been very positive cricket.
I'm pretty sure they'll look to consolidate with the break around the corner as well. The 16th over. They'll reassess their strategies during the break. I'm pretty sure Ashan Priyanjan, the A-team skipper, would love, A-team coach, to love this partnership to flourish, keep going. So we come to the end of the 16th over, 91 for no loss.
"91 runs on the board after 16 overs. The two opening batters, they've got off to a very good start. The players back after a drinks break. Surely the Indian team, they might have reassessed, had a quick chat. what they need to do. Let's take a quick look at the bowling card as well.
Anshul Kamboj. It's about 5 overs for 40 runs. Relatively expensive compared to the rest of the lot. Arshad looked impressive, the left armour. Pick of the bowlers so far was Anukul Roy. As we see a change in the bowling, Ayush Badoni is coming up with his off breaks. I'm pretty sure there's a mystery element to him. I've seen him bowl during the IPL as well. It's not just standard off spin. He varies it a bit as well.
Yeah, the Indians, they're trying out all their options. They need a wicket. They need a wicket badly, and they need it now. If not, it could be too late. Because if you let these batters spend some more time out there in the middle, it's going to be very hard. Because once you get settled in, especially in this surface, if you did take a closer look at the innings of Tilak Varma and Rutraj, as we speak, that has been pulled. The very first delivery, but good bit of work. A deep fine leg will keep them down to 2 runs. So coming back to that point, if you remember the way the skipper and the vice captain of the Indian team, the way they batted out them in the middle, they gave themselves a chance. They spent some time in the middle, especially Tilak Varma. Not the kind of player that we used to see. He gave himself a lot of time, and that really helped them to capitalize on an important partnership.
Absolutely, Run. Slightly concerning for the Indians. Ayush Badoni, not a frontline bowler. You would expect a frontline bowler to be bowling at this stage of the game. 16th over, 17th over in progress. Talk about the commentators' curse for Sri Lanka this time. The moment we mentioned that he's a part-time bowler, look what Avishkar's done.
Well, he swept it straight into the hands of the short scarlet fielder. You couldn't have asked for a better placement to have your fielders, but it was swept hard. Let's take a quick look at that again. There you go. That fielder very close to the batter. So probably the plan working out for the Indian team. Avishka Fernando, he departs after a very well played knock. 45 of 59 deliveries. And Sri Lanka will lose their very first wicket after a decent partnership of 93 runs. The new man walks out to the middle. Nonanda Fernando, another experienced campaigner with plenty of international experience as well. A right-hand batter. A very talented man. Batting heavy the Sri Lankans as well. There are some key players. Ayush Badoni bringing in that break which India were looking for right after the drinks break.
Yes, a bit of a mystery element behind him. I'm pretty sure none of the Sri Lankan batters would have seen a lot of him. Nonanda Fernando off the mark. One of the mainstays in the Sri Lanka A lineup for a few years now.
So coming back to the Indian squad, they used to bat deep, and if you take a closer look at that wicket prior to that, the fielder was just waiting for that, isn't it? He didn't have to move an inch straight into the basket. So the Indian squad, they bat really deeply. If you take a closer look at the playing 11 for today, they really did bat deep. But when you talk about the bowlers, maybe they might need to increase the strength of the bowling lineup a little bit. Oh, that was a very risky shot from Niroshan Dikwella. Hardly any turn. 17 overs done. A successful one comes to an end. 94 for 1. It has been a lovely day here in Dambulla. A sunny day. There were rains around the corner the past few days, but today it has been absolutely a picturesque day. Blue skies, yes, there are a few clouds around, but no threats at all. Heavy winds blowing across the ground. A slip in for the new batter, but Uncle Roy decides to spray it down the leg side.
Yes, they need to attack a bit. They need to understand that a couple of wickets here would suggest that India would be right back in the game. Going to Fernando. It's a quick single.
Well, cricket is a game that it could change at a very short period of time. Couple of wickets here. In fact, if they could get the wicket of Dikwella pretty quickly, the Indian team would surely be back in the game. So they could really use this opportunity to slide in few overs with less number of runs as well. So this is going to be a very crucial passage of play, especially with Nonida Fernando walking out to the middle. The Indians will surely try to squeeze through few overs, maybe 3 to 4 runs per over, bring the run rate down, increase the required number of runs per over. That's one way you could add pressure.
It'll be very interesting to see Uncle Roy into his 6th over. I'm pretty sure Tilak Varma, the captain, would opt to maybe hold him back for a while towards the latter part of the inning.
Nonida Fernando deciding to put on a little bit of dancing shoes. Well, just another reminder about that. If you're willing to come and have a look at this game, the gates are open. You can use gate number 2 with free entrance to witness this tournament between these 3 countries.
Pretty sure as the tournament progresses, you'll see more people turning up. It's the first game. The word will spread around.
Now it's going to be very interesting to see how Niroshan Dikwella would handle this passage of play. He has spent some time, 47 of 43 deliveries, but he has lost his partner, so he need to go back to square one with regards to the partnership. But importantly, he needs to convert this into a big one. He needs to make an impact. He needs to be that Gaikwad of Sri Lanka. 18 overs done, 99 for 1.
Fabulous pictures brought to you by Ayush Badoni. Continues slightly slow through the air. Now, that's an area that Dikwella has to focus because he usually loves pace on the ball. And that was very smartly bowled by Ayush, slowing down the pace.
Goes for the sweep and straight into the hands of the short fine leg fielder. Now, I was talking about this in the previous over as well. It's going to be very interesting to see how Niroshan Dikwala would handle this situation. And he throws away his wicket. And that's the second nail on the coffin for Sri Lanka.
Well, once again, very smartly operated there by Ayush Badoni. Slowing things up. Niroshan Dikwala going for his evergreen sweep. Ever dependable shot. But this time around, it's a top edge to short fine leg.
Would be really disappointed. He should have been the anchor of the Sri Lankan innings. But he departs. A good start, 47 and 45 deliveries. Sri Lanka, 99 for 2. Right, and that's the equation. 179 runs of 190 deliveries. But more importantly, India are right back on this game. We spoke about this in the previous over as well. Sadira Samaravikrama, well, another talented batter. Plenty of experience, plenty of international exposure as well. Now, this will be the time that India will try to squeeze through things. And 100 up for Sri Lanka after 18.3 overs. Sadira will get off the mark as well.
Sadira Samaravikrama, generally very good against spin. As we look at the fall of the wicket, Niroshan Dikwala, clear top edge there, ball slowing up ever so slightly off the deck as well.
Ayush Badoni, he has been delivering really well. 2 wickets for 4 runs. He's into his second over. Really created an impression. But these 2 batters, they will have to assess the conditions. They'll need to go back to square one, put up a partnership, 100 runs on the board. Just the 1 run and a wicket so far. A very good over. They'll cross over a run to finish things off. 2 runs and a wicket coming off that over. 19 overs done, 101 for 2.
Comparison of the run rates, very similar. We discussed before that this middle stage will be very important for the Sri Lankan team. They've lost a couple of wickets. But 13 boundaries so far, the Sri Lankan inning. As you see, a change in the bowling with Nigam, the leg spinner.
Well, this is going to be very crucial. The leg spinner coming in. 2 right-hand batters trying to attack. Well, it's very interesting to see that we don't have a slip with 2 new batters on the crease and a leg spinner taking it away from the right-hand batters. Oh, he's getting a little bit of turn. He's getting a little bit of grip. That's very interesting.
Vipraj Nigam played for the Delhi Capitals in the IPL. Had a very good start to that tournament. It's relatively quick through the air.
Well, the Indian skipper, he would love to add a little bit of extra pressure. I would surely love to see a slip in. Maybe one more fielder inside the circle as well, because they need wickets. They aren't going to defend this total by bowling dots. They need to attack. Especially when you have two new batters out there in the middle, Shashrika. You would expect that the skippers try to add a little bit of extra pressure. Maybe get in a fielder, add a slip fielder.
As we speak, there is a change in the field. We see a slip being employed. Vipraj Nigam. That additional pressure is very important. Sadira gets off strike, clips the ball towards deep square leg. Vipraj Nigam, 21-year-old, hailing from UP, Uttar Pradesh. He's played 16 list A games, got 19 wickets.
A very talented young bowler. Good stage for them. Dancing shoes on with mid on inside the circle. Trying to clear the area maybe. But these two batters, they will have to work hard. Keep ticking the scoreboard off. Look for those singles. Rotate the strike. Maybe at least until the 35th over. If they can put up another partnership of maybe 75 to 80 runs in the next 15 overs. I'd say that's the requirement of the Sri Lankan team at this stage.
A tad quicker. Sadira crosses through for another single. That's the end of the over. 105 for 2, Sri Lanka.
So Ayush Baduni has created something as a part-time bowler. And he's been rewarded, Roshan, because I think he's bowling a little slower, flighting the ball, not giving much pace, especially on this surface. Since morning it has been a little touch slower. Now the ball's getting a little older. So I think he's using the variation as the mixture of the delivering pace.
Yeah, watching him bowl, it's very clear that he's not allowing the batter pace. That was a touch full. But the previous two deliveries, Samar Vikrama found that the ball was dipping also. Just couldn't get to the pitch. So also, Rajiva, this is a critical stage. Sri Lanka should get through this if they are to win this. Because what they can't afford to do is give another wicket. So at the moment there is pressure. India has got just what they wanted. They opened both ends because two set batters are gone. So now they've got the opportunity to open one of the ends, knock one guy over and create some pressure. So that's where the smartness of the pair of batters will have to be shown here. That's purely from a Sri Lankan point of view.
Just two singles in this over. Yeah, dot ball. To end the 21st over. Sri Lanka 107 for 2. Yeah, that's the Manhattan. Inside the power play, India has lost 2 wickets. And during that frame, the 10 to 20th over, Sri Lanka losing 2 wickets. That was the set 2 batters, missing out half centuries, Avishkar Fernando and Roshan Dikwal. And also, Roshan, it's all free entrance for the spectators to come here and witness this young talent, the stars of the next level. And gate number 2 is wide open, free entrance here at Rangiridambul International Cricket Stadium.
Yeah, talking about stars, I mean, already Vaibhav Suryavanshi is here, so he's been spoken of very highly and spoken a lot. So this is an opportunity for the fans in Dambulla, and they are about to get a glimpse of him. Sri Lankan cricketers in action, Afghan cricketers. And that's good bowling. That's really good bowling by Vipraj.
Yeah, I like the fact that Tilak Varma bringing Vipraj from this com box in, because of the breeze going across. He's getting that angle, he's getting the drift and the spin. So that's why. And also, Roshan, he's touched a little quicker. Yeah, there I see that ball drifting. It's a very good wrong one as well. Oh, there you go. That's the wrong one once again. Back-to-back wrong ones, and he's rewarded. Getting the breakthrough once again in his second over. And completely bamboozling Nuwanidhi Fernando with the flight and the wrong one.
See, all the hard work of the Sri Lankan openers undone. 3 cheap wickets. Well done to India. Credit to India for the way they have maintained the pressure. Take a look at this. He's fine. That box is fine. He doesn't have a big stride in. And look at how he draws the right-hander out way down the pitch. Well, he doesn't even have time to get back. Brilliant piece of work by the keeper.
Satisfied, I made
and
my
Nuwanidhu
decision.
still
Just
struggling.
focus the lights, please.
Still struggling. So, no question even for the umpire. Nuwanidhu out by quite a distance. That's just a mere formality, that confirmation. So, Sri Lanka have lost 3 wickets now. And India on a roll. Nuwanidhu out for 8. It's 109 for 3.
Skipper walks into the crease, Sana Rachige. Lot of heavy shoulders, lot of responsibility. And Sri Lanka losing 3 quick wickets just after that water break for just 16 runs. Especially when the 2 set batters getting out, the 2 openers. And Nuwanidhi Fernando also in the previous delivery. Short delivery, he's off the mark. You're talking about a passage now is very critical. As you mentioned, it's critical. We lose a wicket away. Sri Lanka A. And Nuwanidhi Fernando, not the ideal shot, I would think. He shouldn't have come down the track. I mean, there's ample time to spend out there. I mean, take an example with Gaikwad and Tilak Varma, how they anchored the innings in that middle frame. productive wicket taking over for Vipraj. 22 done, 110 for 3. Subhadoni will continue from the new media box in, and he's been exceptional. He's economical. He has picked up 2 wickets in his first 3 overs, created damage in the lineup, top order. The 2 set batters which he got dismissed. Good bit of fielding, but just a single in the matter of the ball running away. They cross over, so Nelson on board.
Well, it's a big task for this partnership of Sahana Rachige and Sadira at the corresponding stage. India too had lost 3 wickets, but they were 11 runs behind. Nothing in it really in terms of comparison. Now to me, Sadira is the key. Sadira, with all his experience and with the runs behind his name as a player, needs to step up. And this is a look at that last wicket. Look at how deep down Nuanidu has been, just done. He was completely deceived. And that's a very sad story to see. Because you'll agree, Rajiva, that Nuanidu sadly has promised a lot. When he came on the scene, everyone's, raving about what a good player he was. And he's still a good player.
Yeah, I think at that stage that it was an unnecessary shot. And he was not in the pitch of the ball either. Yeah, this was the wicket from the drone.
He had no chance. No chance coming back. 1 ball left in the over. So at the moment, I don't mind Sri Lanka playing this game. Singles, few dots, but just making sure that the partnership develops. 114 for 3.
So now the required run rate has climbed up over 6 runs and over. But I think, Roshan, this is a very good time frame for these 2 batters to settle in with the left-right combination coming in, just like India did, batting first. Tilak Varma and Gaikwad showed that maturity out there. So a lot to depend on, these 2 batters. Then comes the all-rounders.
Yeah, it's interesting to look at the batting left for Sri Lanka after this partnership, because you speak about the all-rounders, and we can, decide for ourselves who the real players Sri Lanka can pin their hopes on.
this is good pace as a leg spinner. He's pushing it through, bowling with good control. Now Charmika Karunaratne, Ravindu Fernando can bat, Vanuja Sahan can bat. But then can the other three, can Vyas Khan bat? I've seen him handle a bat, but not really see him score big runs. This is Hoyt, a little scoop down to fine leg for a couple of runs to Sahanara Chige. He's playing it with the turn. So yes, you're right. It's the all-rounders that are in next. So this partnership is going to be critical. And those wickets close to each other can be absolutely impactful. Another look at that shot in the overall context of the game. You lose the two set openers and then you lose the number 3, and then Sri Lanka having got to restart. And what about this? On a choir matting. I can't guess where that is. It can't be too far away from here. In fact, it's from a stone throwing distance. And there is a bit of, there are some cricket pitches there as well. So plenty of opportunities for young ones to play cricket. So this is right behind us. So that building is ours. And then this is drone coming in from where the ground and that little practice area was, and the drone's coming right over the ground. Wonderful, isn't it? Modern technology, it's at another level.
Yeah, a few weeks away for the LPL also to start, and then 4 or 5 games here at Dambulla International Stadium. That's starting on the 17th of July. It's played around the country, Roshan, so a lot of opportunities to watch the international stars and the local stars, for the spectators to come in and even to witness this the Talent TV Cup series, the Tri-Nation. Gate number 2 is a free entrance, widely open for everyone to come and witness these games live until the 21st of June.
Slight hold up because there was some attention, some running repairs for the captain, but he's all right. Things are about to restart. Vipraj has bowled 4 balls and given 3 runs. Left-hander on strike. He's got 5 on the leg side and 4 on the off.
Swept very fine, but there's protection. Very, very fine square leg fielder. Because Sahanarachi, he loved that sweep shot, the paddle. So 5 runs coming off the 24th over. Sri Lanka 119 for 3.
He's good. He had no one in the run out. Run out. Not stub. I don't know how he missed it because it didn't turn the other way. But he just couldn't get to the ball. Yeah, he was way. Again, not the one.
So Badoni will continue with his off spinners. He's been economical as well. Continuing to bowl from the new media box end. But Sri Lanka, hey, will depend on this pair a lot. You need a partnership. Samarekrama has played international cricket. Sahanarachi has been a prolific player as a captain in the A-team arena for Sri Lanka. So this is the same passage, Roshan, where India A also was in a similar situation, but they were 69 for 3 and then had that 100-odd run stand. So it's a similar situation, but can they adapt themselves to build that partnership?
See, the question here is, now there is a partnership. We're at the halfway stage of the Sri Lankan innings, 122 for 3, needing more than 6 runs and over. We know that Sri Lanka have just the all-rounders to come in. So what, in your opinion, is the plan? Bat overs for a while? This is that last throw. Or just keep aiming at targets in terms of runs? Swung away on the leg side. And it's gone the distance. Sri Lanka needed that. They needed a release. And Sahanarachi has picked the length very, very quickly and slammed it over mid-wicket for 6.
It was a short delivery from Badoni. I think only poor delivery that he has bowled so far. What Sahanarachi did was he had ample time to rock back and pull it towards the vacant mid-wicket region. And you can see how slow this surface is when the ball is pitched shorter. Enough time for the batter. And it's some sort of a relief for Sri Lanka A. And Sahan getting his first boundary with a maximum. So getting back to that question you were saying. Oh, similar kind of a shot. Another short delivery. Yeah, couple of runs. What I can see is they need to work the singles. Bat long. Wait for the loose delivery. And make sure that you take that responsibility on your shoulders. And then bat for another 5-10 overs. See how things are. But I would reckon you need to cope up with the run rate as well. Halfway through Sri Lanka innings, 130 for 3.
So we need another 149. Need 6 runs.
So 130, approximately a run a ball from now onwards. See, Wipraj Nigam, I wonder the right-hander's picking him up. He gets that ball the similar way he bowls the wrong one as well. But he gets that ball to drift and turn.
See, this is another look of that last delivery. Well, he was fraughting with danger, just trying to run it down. Very lucky that he didn't get a touch. But the point I'm trying to make here, my question is, what should be India's plan? Is it about creating pressure by looking to bowl dots and drying out the runs? Or are you really going to look for wickets? So I feel the leg spinner is a wicket-taking option. Okay, you can bowl dots and bowl a more defensive field with someone else, but with the leg spinner, with defensive bowling at the other end and dots bowled, be a little bit more aggressive. If I would like to see India trying to apply a bit more pressure at these two batters. Because at the end of the day, oh, lovely, driven. See, that's the danger that India is going to face. You allow batters to settle in with a defensive mindset, a defensive line, they are going to make capital use of it. Now, Sahanarachi has moved to 19 in quick time.
A foolish delivery driven nicely along the ground through that gap of extra cover and mid-off. Lovely bit of timing. Got right on top of it.
I'll be looking to dismiss them. I'm not looking to bowl defensively, especially with this leg spinner. I'll go for wickets. That's a chance the Indian captain has to take, but get some insurance at the other end.
Pulls it nicely into the gap. Lovely bit of placement. He made sure with his back knee bent down, he made it shorter and then pulled it front of square. Lovely bit of timing. This is very good batting from Sayonara Chige.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Pitched up, you go through extra cover, then back of a length, slightly short. Then he picks the gap on the leg side. So now this is a problem for the leg spinner. Where does he bowl next? Is he going to pitch it up? Is he going to go wider, slower? What is he going to do? Is he going to bowl a wrong one? So plenty to ponder with those two shots.
It's helping the left-right combination. This is very good batting. Very good batting. Couple of boundaries and then work the single. Eventually 10 runs coming off it. 26 done. 140 for 3. Couple of good overs for Sri Lanka A. The last 2 overs, almost 20 runs coming off it. Sanarachi doing the damage to the bowlers. He has moved in no time for 24 runs. Oh, that kept very low. Yeah, quick single. This is good batting now. Now they need that partnership with the skipper out there.
Well, Ajit Agaka, the chairman of selectors, he's present. So his presence here indicates the importance India have tagged to this tour for this, A-team tournament, because he's obviously keeping an eye out for some promising young cricketers. And also I feel, now Ayush into his 6th over, I feel he's a little bit overbowled because he's not thought of as a frontline bowler. And he's done his bit with those 2 wickets. Now, maybe 6 overs and get someone else, because you need to now be a little bit more attacking. Another look at the chairman of selectors of Indian cricket, former Test cricketer Ajit Agaka, enjoying the game.
Yeah, consecutive 6th over. Yes, he's done the job now. Picking up 2 wickets and kept it a little tighter. And maybe some pace from one end with Raj Nigam. But he gone for 10 in the previous over. So just a couple of runs in the 27th over. 142 for 3. Sadira Samaravikrama. More often. Oh, that's the Sri Lanka selectors. Brendan Kurupu, Amal Silva. Watching another closer look.
Brendan Kurupu. Where is Kapila Vijayagunathan? He was seated there. His seat is vacant. But it's good to see not just the Sri Lankan selectors but also the Indian selectors or selector present in the president's box, paying a lot of attention, watching cricket, trying to identify the future of their respective nations. And this one almost carried. Samaravikrama looking to go over mid-on, could have easily hit it down the throat of the man at mid-on.
It's been just singles for him. He's taking time, so that shot was on offer for him. Lighter delivery, but he didn't get much elevation. He could have dragged himself straight to that mid-on fielder. What Sahan needs to do is alongside Sadir. Oh, outside edge. That'll run away to the boundary. Welcome boundary for Sadira Samaravikrama. Much needed for him.
Well, I don't know whether it was catchable or whether it was in the air, but where is the slip? We've spoken a lot about the importance of having attacking fielders. Let's see. Well, it went wide, so it wouldn't have made a big difference. But I still like to see with batters not exactly in to maybe create that doubt with a little bit of extra pressure.
Yes, building quite a good partnership so far, with the skipper taking charge from the other end. And what they need to look at right now, if you get a boundary, make sure that you end up getting 6 runs, 7 runs and over, and then cope up with the required run rate. And like we always discuss, Roshan, this partnership has been crucial. It's critical, but they're getting out of it right now. But they need to continue.
Yeah, I think it's about the distance these two could go together. 28 done, it's 147 for 3. Go fly a kite, Rajiva. It's that time of the year. It's time to fly kites.
It's a kite season starting almost from June to maybe September. Yes. Oh, lovely pictures, isn't it? From the drone. So change in the bowling. Skipper has brought himself into the attack. Tilak Varma, bit of off spin. Oh, lovely, delicate. Lovely. Pushing for the third. Yeah, they might look and go upstairs for it.
Keep rolling, keep rolling. Keep rolling. Okay, satisfied. It's runs, runs, runs.
A brilliant stop. Saved a single. Right at the edge of the boundary rope.
talk about commitment. I mean, every run. And he didn't give up, ran around, and then the dive, and just pushed it in. Brilliant work. So the Indian skipper desperate for wickets here. They don't want Sri Lanka to have a lengthy or a big fourth wicket partnership, because 151 almost now getting into striking distance. 278. The batting side might tell themselves, now it's within our striking distance. It's in our horizon. We could see this target. We could feel that we could get there. But it's this partnership that will matter.
Another part-time, the two off-spinners, Tilak Varma, 4 for 23, his best. He's picked up only 10 wickets in his 40-odd games. Not a regular operator. But with Narach in the centre, he's opted to bring himself into the attack. So far, 42 runs. Like you mentioned, it's very crucial, isn't it? A single to end the 29th over. 5 runs coming off Tilak Varma's first over. 152 for 3. This is a very good opportunity, one of these two batters, to finish the game if they are to win. With 126 balls remaining, it's almost a run-a-ball game. So if Sri Lanka to win, one of these two batters should be out there.
And also in the modern day and age, if you're having 7 wickets in hand and 126 runs at a runner ball, I'm not saying that it's weighted totally towards the batters, but there might be just a little bit of a tilt towards the batting side. Doesn't mean that the bowlers are out of the game. They're not. But in the modern game, these targets are not frightful. I mean, teams can chase them down. As you say, this partnership is crucial, and I fully endorse the point you make about the importance of one of these to bat deep. They need to bat right down and just see the side over the line if Sri Lanka is to win.
Pace being introduced. Sherge. From the combox end. Well, India will have to go with one of the pacers anyway, because Kamboj has to bowl. Then Arshad Khan. They can't depend on the spinners from both ends. Was that a shorter delivery? It's a slower bouncer into the pitch.
Interesting field. Mid-on saving 1, mid-wicket saving 1. It's the square fielders that are on the boundary, so expect those into the pitch. Short deliveries. And the seam-up short delivery, I don't think any driving length is part of the bowling plan at the moment.
He's bowling back at the length, which is the ideal option on your field. So on this surface, Roshan, if the ball is pitched up, it's just free-flowing runs. That's the A-team coach, Ashan Priyanjan. A lot of international experience there in the camp for Sri Lanka A as well, coming from the coach itself. Bowled nicely. Like you mentioned, it's a square of field in the boundary line areas. The field is set up. He can't afford to bowl fuller.
Well, this is the fourth umpire.
Fourth umpire Chandrika Amarasinghe.
Chandrika Amarasinghe. I think he was an pretty decent off spin in his day.
Yeah, back in the day, in my early era, I played with him as well.
Okay, from the south, right? Kalutara.
Yes.
So was he playing for Town Club or was he playing for Kalutara PCC, right?
He was playing for Lankans alongside.
All right, Lankans. Okay.
Almost the outside edge.
I think Samaravikrama, this little, season or this little phase of his game is danger. Because say from about 20 till about 40, I've seen Samaravikrama very vulnerable. So almost edged it. One found the outside edge and went in the gap. Another one looking to over the top, fell short at mid-on. He's experienced enough to be mindful of this. So it's 154 for 3 at the end of 30.
Interesting period of play. 154 for 3, Sri Lanka. They need a target of a 278 to win this game. Sahanara Chike, the skipper, is on 27 of 23 and Sadira 23 of 36. Tilak Varma starts his off spin. A big heave by the Sri Lankan skipper. Pussa, this will be the very key partnership because to me, this looks the experienced and recognized pair that in terms of batters who are playing in the side, because then we are down to the all-rounders.
Well, very similar to what India had in their lineup. The two main batters were Tilak Varma and Ruturaj Gaikwad. We saw the partnership after 3 wickets. Very similarly, now the Sri Lankan duo of Sadira Samaravikrama and Sahanarachi, then pretty much the same for Sri Lanka. Very experienced. Sadira has plenty of international experience behind him as well. But talk about Sahanarachi. Breath of fresh air, I would say. See, delightful knock, 28 runs of 24 balls.
A key moment here for these two. And this time, Sahanarachige comes into the party. Sadira Samaravikrama. I beg your pardon. But very well done. He used the pace of Tilak Varma on that occasion because he was just lobbing the ball. And the moment it pitched on that leg stump, it went for a boundary.
That was a hit-me ball by Tilak Varma. Almost bouncing twice. Very ordinary there. Well placed, nevertheless, by Sadira Samaravikrama. He moves on swiftly into 29 of 38 deliveries.
Neatly done. This is good cricket. They've taken 8 off this over. So this is what they should be doing, because they need to be targeting who they can get their runs off.
Absolutely capitalizing on the part-time bowler is something that Sri Lankans have done pretty well. However, that's another pretty short delivery cut by Sahan Arachi. However, Ayush Badoni, who we thought came in as a part-time bowler, got a couple of wickets. So, got to be mindful of the part-time bowler sometimes. But if there's something loose on offer, you have to bounce on it.
Good. Very good cricket. Just using the pace of Tilak Varma and going through with the shot. That's a good over for Sri Lanka. 9 coming off that. It's 164 for 3.
Should get to continue. That's another a short delivery pulled towards the deep mid-wicket region. He's varied his pace. He's been quite nippy at times. Another bright prospect for India.
Well, also the fact that you can see that he's taking pace off the ball. He's trying to bowl into the surface. He's identify how this surface would behave. But this is a key partnership. They've done well so far. Sedge, he's into his 5th over. That'll be a wide. Now, he's a type of bowler who will not try to bowl express pace per se. He'll just try and drop it in the area, just try to keep it tight, keep it quiet. He wouldn't mind 3 or 4 runs being taken off him as long as he cuts off the boundaries.
He'll look to bowl a tight line and length. That probably is the job that is expected by him. But in that occasion, slightly off target. Sahan Arachi, 29 of 25 deliveries. There we go. Once again, pounced on it was Sahan Arachi. Easy pickings for him. Asking to be hit short. And Shedja definitely does not have the pace to trouble Sahan Arachi with his short deliveries. See the replay. Pouncing on it was Sahan, high up on his toes. Pulling it in front of mid-wicket. Clear indication that there's not a lot of pace on offer.
Oh, that one was quick. That one went quick. That's a surprise for Sahan Arachi from the Indian seamer. Take a look at this again. That had some pace. That has some pace. He was bending his back on that occasion for sure.
The bait was on second time around as well. Sahan Arachi going for it. But slightly quicker that occasion was Shedge. So 6 runs so far in this over. For a quick single, Sahan Arachi making it quite easily.
So it's interesting to see how deep this. The partnership is now 62 of 60. The target is 278. They need another 107 from the remaining 18 overs. Quite gettable in the context of the game now, especially the modern day cricket. Teams wouldn't mind chasing down 6 to 7 runs per over in the last 10 overs. So Sri Lanka will want to keep it at that, but they need to keep their wickets intact. And that's what these two have to be doing. Work the single around, wait for the loose ball, try and stretch it up, try and take it a little deep till about the 40th over. It's the end of the over. It's 172 for 3. No, there's one more to go. Just saw the umpire changing, just distracted, thinking it is over because there's a right and left hand combination out there. But this has been a good partnership. That run rate is 5.4. What Sri Lanka is currently maintaining. The required rate is somewhere around 7. A dot ball will end over number 32. It's 172 for 3. And with that, the players will take a break for drinks. At the top, no one in the Fernando unable to get things going. It's been decent from Sadira and Sahan. They've rebuilt the Sri Lankan innings. But look at the batting to come, Puse. Charmika, Ravindu and Vanujasan. Those are the all-rounders. So a lot will depend on these two. And then it goes down to the bowlers. So this will be a very crucial partnership, how deep they bat. And if you're looking at the bowling options for India, well, 2 wickets for Ayush Badani and a wicket for Vipraj. But the fact is, both of them have 11 overs between them. So that's going to be very crucial. Even Ankul has 4 overs. So will the Indians go in with spin or will we bring their seamers back?
I think they'll back the conditions. Whoever who bowls, especially the spinners, some of them have been bowling really tight. As you look at the follow wickets, first wicket to go was Avishka Fernando against a part-time off-spin of Ayush Badoni. Dikwella falling for the trap as well. And Vipraj Nigam was outstanding with the ball. His overs will say a lot as to how this game goes.
So the player just about to resume after the break for drinks. And as we talk, Aish Badoni comes back into the attack. He's got 4 overs left, 2 for 24. He's done well for his team. He's not a very big turner of the ball, but he will put it in the correct areas. He'll get that occasional ball to turn and go the other way. But he's been very consistent with his line and length. And very innovative from Sadira. But they'll only get a couple. They had to hurry on that. What do you reckon, Pusse? What will be the approach by the 2 Sri Lankan batters?
Well, go as they have for the past half an hour or so. They've been consolidating. They've rotated the strike. And they've got the odd boundary. Honestly speaking, not a lot to change. If they carry on this way, they would eventually reach their target.
Well, I reckon at the end of 40, if Sri Lanka can be somewhere around 200, 210, with 60 to 70 runs in the last 10 overs with wickets in hand, I think they'll be on a driving seat. So they'll have to just milk the bowling around, trying to get 4 to 5 runs per over, put the loose ball away. I think that would be the ploy right now.
Yeah, on the hand side, India would look to get a couple of wickets. You mentioned rightly, few all-rounders to follow. Batting lineup, not the strongest, at least on card for Sri Lanka A. That's why this partnership is very important for them.
Vastly experienced players, both of them. Sadira Samarikrama played with the Nationals side a lot. Sahan Archike has also played a couple of games for the Sri Lankan side. He loves to play that shot, isn't it? Gets down on the knees and plays it in front rather than waiting it to come onto the bat. That's the key in this type of surface. It's the end of the over, 176 for 3. That's what Sri Lanka needs. 102 of 102. This is almost run a ball. 6 runs and over. And the way things go in cricket now, this is very much gettable. These two will definitely know that. I feel that these two need to try and bat as deep as possible. Try to bat the maximum.
Absolutely, that's a no-brainer as far as the camp is concerned. One of them have to finish the game. The skipper has looked exceptional from the outset. Sahan Archie. Sadira on the other hand. A lot would be expected of him.
Oh, very lucky, very lucky. Sadira was trying the reverse sweep. Totally uncalled for at this moment.
Yeah, just trying a few options is Sadira. Usually we don't see that sort of a stroke from Sadira. He's definitely trying a couple of options just to put the bowler off the mark. That's well clipped. Superbly timed there by Sadira Samaravikrama. Covered the line of the ball. Used his feet brilliantly well. Got to the pitch of the ball. Clipped it towards a vacant mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, you don't need to do the reverse or the paddles when you can play strokes in that manner. Down the track, getting underneath. That is the key. He got to the pitch of the ball and kept his eyes on the ball, and then execution was perfect for a boundary.
Once again, well played. Used his wrist there to get the ball to the vacant mid-wicket region. Cross through for a couple. Sadira moves on to 42. You see a change in approach now. Looking to be a bit more aggressive.
Very nicely done. Very nicely done. Use the pace of that delivery. And that will run away for another boundary. Sadira Samaravikrama is using all his experience here. And this is a second boundary in this over.
Talk about hitting a purple patch. Sadira on a roll. This time sheer class. He's known for his dabs and these little ninja shots that he has. But this was pure class. Straight for the ball. Played it very late to a vacant third man region.
Once again comes down the track. And that was totally uncalled for. That already got 2 boundaries in this over. What was he thinking? What was he thinking? He was trying to clear the long on boundary, but as a result, he's only succeeded in hitting down the throat of the long on fielder. This is totally uncalled for.
Talk about it, Kosala. He was dominating proceedings right throughout the over. He looked to go all out in all 6 balls. Perhaps the downfall for Sadira Samaravikrama, chipping it towards the long on region, and that's that for him. A well played 46 of 51. Sri Lanka 187 for the loss of 4 wickets.
So the new batter in is Ravindu Fernando. He's been sent ahead of Chamika, right-hand batsman.
Now things will be very interesting from here onwards. 34 overs done, which means they would only play with 1 ball for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's an interesting call, Hussein. Will it start to reverse swing? Will it help the spinners? Will the ball get more softer?
I would say all of that could happen. It's a good single by Sahan. So it's safe to assume that it'll be favorable as we see the wicket once again. Good luck going into the camp, Sadira. That's all I gotta say.
So they need a partnership here. Now what Ravinder needs to do is try and get that single, get Sahan Arachige on strike and start building a partnership with the skipper.
Sahan has had a really good run with the ATM. In the previous series, batted really well. Once again, pushes the ball down to long on. Bit about Ravinder Fernando is over the couple of years he was named as the player of the series in the longer format. That's a 3-day cricket, the domestic scene. So he's earned his rights to be here.
But Badoni has been good. Anish Badoni has been pretty economical. 31 runs from 7.4 overs. He's picked up 2 wickets. Oh, very lucky. He was very lucky. That inside edge just saved him. Because otherwise that would have been curtains for Ravinder Fernando for sure. He just didn't read that one. That was pushed quickly. And it didn't turn and it held its line.
First call. Slightly wavered was Ayush Badoni. Signaled wide by the umpire. He's been very consistent with what he's been doing so far as Ayush Badoni. Slight mystery element behind him. We're all trying to figure out what it is. But there is some mystery. .35 done, 191 for 4.
The required run rate has come below 6. Oh, that's a loose one. Now, did he get any bat on that? It will not run away. Oh, it's a wide signal, so that's bonuses for the Sri Lankan team. 3 runs added. He was going wide of the crease and trying to angle it to the off side of the batter. Good. This is good. Arachige will keep doing that. Now Fernando needs to support him. He needs to play the supporting role.
Support is exactly what the skipper needs here. Not only from Ravinder Fernando, but from the others that would follow as well.
Oh dear, oh dear. A very soft dismissal, and Ravinder Fernando has to make a walk back to the pavilion. That is very poor on the part of the Sri Lankan batter. He just needed to hold his end up and give the captain the support. Let's take a look at that again. What was he thinking? What was he thinking? Sri Lanka have put themselves into a spot of bother with 2 quick wickets. Ravindra Fernando departs for 1, and the total is 195 for 5. Charmika Karunaratne is the new batter in. Charmika Karunaratne is the new batter in. 195 for 5 is what Sri Lanka is at the moment. Now he's an experienced player. Played with the national team as the all-rounder, a member of the Sri Lankan Asia Cup winning team. Toured with a lot of Sri Lanka teams to do lots of tournaments. 2 for 39 for Uncle Roy. Suddenly he gets him on the wickets.
Put a cat amongst the pigeon, they say. That's exactly what happened the previous over. Taking things lightly. Now it's a bit of a task, especially from the other end, while Sahan Arachige, the captain, he really has his work cut out now.
Slip in place. Karunaratne will open the account with the misfield from the bowler.
Here we go. Trying to play against the spin. Losing control of that delivery was wrong with the Fernando. Trying to clip it. Gets a leading edge straight back to the bowler.
The skipper is doing the correct thing. He needs support from the other. He's not coming. Sadira, I thought, threw his wicket away. Puse. And even Fernando didn't give him the support that he wanted. Let's see what Charmika can do. The last ball coming up over number 36. And that will be a wide.
So Charmika's had a pretty decent domestic tournament this time around. Scored heavily in the red ball tournament as well. So his batting has hit a different height, I would say. Let's hope that he can convert that into A-team cricket and national cricket.
Another dot ball from Uncle Roy will complete over number 36. Sri Lanka 198 for 5. Sri Lanka need another 81 from the remaining 14. But Sanarachike is doing the correct thing. He's getting the singles. He's rotating the strike, but he needs support now. What does Charmika do with the off spinner? Will he look to go big against him?
Well, it's a very interesting call, Kosala. However, the expected run rate, I don't think would be a problem, but the wickets in hand might be. So that's where Sri Lanka has to be a bit more mindful as to how they approach the rest of the inning. Using his feet. A much better matchup for Charmika, the off-spinner, Ayush Badoni. To his 9th over. Sri Lanka got to 200. It's a matter of consolidating, going on for a few more overs from here.
Yeah, that's what they will do. They need less than runner ball, so they don't need to really start looking for those big hits at the moment. If they can get 4 to 5 runs and over, push it till about the 43rd and be in a comfortable position like 230 to 40, then Sri Lanka will find themselves in a position to take it from there onwards. But they need to keep their wickets intact. That's the key. That one kept low. To me, Ayush Badoni is not a real crafty off spinner, but he does land the ball in the correct areas. He's not an easy customer to get away with. And more importantly, so he gets through his over very quickly.
Light might be a factor here as well. We're talking about 14 overs remaining. So got to consider all of that as well. So very good delivery to finish the 37th, 202 for 5.
.76 needed for Sri Lanka. The run rate is well within their reach. The wickets is the key. Manuja Sahan is due to come in next, so he's the other recognized batter that Sri Lanka can think of. But a lot will depend on these two experienced players, Charmika and Sahan. Arachige, the skipper. Now, Uncle Roy's picked up 2 wickets in his last 2 overs, a wicket each of Ravindra Fernando, and I thought Sadira Samanaga just threw his wicket away. But he's good. Now, he's not trying to bowl quickly, he's just dropping it in the correct area. He's identified the pace that he should bowl on this. And this time, but again finds the fielder.
Short and wide, there to be hit for Charmika. Unfortunately, couldn't really place it. So 3 dot balls. Pressure has been built by these 2 spinners as a bowling partnership. Now, it's very interesting. 4 dot balls. The equation also is creeping up as we speak. What will Charmika opt for? You look to release the pressure, or look to just play it out.
Five dot balls. What does Karanatha do? Finds a fielder, a maiden over. The 38th over comes to an end. Uncle Roy, 9 overs, 2 for 42. Sri Lanka. End over number 38, 198, first 5. Sorry, 202 for 5. And this time the captain decides to go big, and he will get the maximum. Sahanarachige decides that he needs a big over here. The Sri Lankans need a big over, and he targets Ash Badoni's first delivery. Pressure now on the bowler, but the skipper moves on to 48. Sri Lanka will go to 202, 208.
Skipper leading from the front. He's had a look over the last few overs. Things not really working out too well for his team. He took the onus, made that bold decision to go over mid-wicket and executed perfectly.
Oh, that ball really stopped. It didn't really. It just. It looked like not even reaching the batter. It was so slow. Arachige had to really reach out for that. Very well done. Good fielding of his own bowling. This is his last over. Arship Badoni, I think he's done well for his team. And again, the sweep comes into play, and that will find the boundary. 50 for the skipper. A very well compiled knock from the skipper, leading from the front. And this is the over I feel that Sri Lanka was looking for, because the previous one was a maiden, and now Arachige's got 10 from this over. 52 of 43, 4 fours and 2 sixes. Oh, that one kept low. Just pushed quickly through the air. Ten off this over. Arachige needs to keep the strike and try and work a single. A dot ball, well bowled. 212 for 5 is what Sri Lanka get at the end of the 39th. So Uncle Roy will also finish off his spell with this over. 2 for 42 from 9. Now Charmika is really struggling against Roy.
Well, against all odds, he's strapped, it seems. Doesn't know what to do, but he has to get away. He has to find a way to get a single. It's very important from a Sri Lankan point of view that he gets through a single, and that's exactly what he has done. Hats off to Charmika.
Yeah, that's what he needs to be doing. You can see that the bowler was not happy. He was blaming the fielder that he didn't come to that ball quickly, because they knew that they were going to build pressure on Charmika. After 8 balls, he manages to get a single. Now what does Sahan do with the ball coming into him? He will be looking at that gap there between long on and mid wicket. But instead decides to go with the reverse sweep, beats the diving third man fielder. That will find the boundary. Sahan Arachige has decided that he needs to make a move on and he doesn't want to keep too much till the end.
Everyone was looking to the leg, and as we see in the replay, he went the other way. The reverse sweep, unexpected, put the bowler off the mark and got that ever so important boundary for Sri Lanka.
Good cricket from the Sri Lankan skipper. Beautifully done. And that has brought pressure to the bowler. It's a wide. Sri Lanka will get one more to their total. Wouldn't mind that, because you see Sri Lanka need 62 from 60 after this ball. Good, this is good.
So almost a runner ball. I mean, it clearly indicates that wickets in hand would help. If they can carry on till about the 45th or 46th over, to be safe to say that Sri Lanka will be in a very, very good position.
A single will end over number 40. Sri Lanka are 219 for 5.
There you go, umpire Kotachi signaling the final power play. Final 10 overs left for the Sri Lankans to chase down this total. Well, the platform is set. Sahan Arachige has been out there for some time. He has gone past the 50 as well.
Well, Sahan Arachi went in to the centre at a critical stage when Sri Lanka were struggling 109 for 3 and playing a captain's inning. 49 balls for his 57 runs. Now, if Sri Lanka to chase it down, I reckon everyone would love to see Sahan Arachi staying until the finishing line, Iran, because he is one of the capable batters to finish games with the maturity, and a skipper also with the experience he has in the club cricket arena. A lovely shot into the gap. Gets another boundary. Sahan Arachi is playing a very, very matured role in this run chase and showing it in true colors.
That's a fabulous shot. That shows a player who is in good touch. This has been the story throughout the day. The more time you spend out there in the middle, the more comfortable you'll get with stroke making. He has played a captain's knock, more than runner ball, absorbing the pressure. Just 50 deliveries he has faced for his 61 runs. Pays off, but there is protection. It's going to be very interesting final 10 overs, Rajiva. The game currently is evenly posed, I believe. Yes, Sri Lanka might have a little bit of extra bit of edge, but the Indians, a wicket here would really change the complex of the game.
Yeah, the equation looks more often around a ball. So I think what Charmika Karunaratne should be doing, he has handled pressure. These two batters are playing for the same club, NCC. So they have that combination, the understanding. So what he needs to do is rotate the strike. So fans coming in at Rangiri Dambulla International Cricket Stadium. More games here. Gate number 2 is widely open. free entrance. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Those singles rotating the strike. Yes, he was struggling with Anukul Roy when the spinner was operating. But now, more often in the next few overs, might see Vipraj Nigam also. He has few overs left. But from one end, there could be pace. So I think that is the opportunity for Charmika to rotate the strike and get back into the non-strikers and let Sahan do the damage.
With strike rate at this stage, wouldn't really mind. Especially if you recall the innings, loud appeal, probably pitching outside the leg stump. Well, if you recall the innings of Tilak Varma, he started really slow. We did mention about this previously as well. That's not the kind of Tilak Varma we have seen on screen.
Take a look at that. Pitch outside the leg stump, clearly. The bowler was not happy. Shedge there, pleading for it. Oh, cramps. It's very humid out there, despite the breeze going across the ground. There's some assistance coming in from the physio. Yeah, he's pleading for it. Yeah, it was clearly pitched outside the leg stump. He was not happy, and then you see, he's getting the cramps. So Sri Lanka chasing 278. Well, look at this. A lot of greenery. A lovely bit of sights from the drone coming in of this Rangiri Dambulla International Stadium. So the bowling card for India A. Ayush Badoni, he's done for the day. 10 overs, 46 for 2. 2 wickets for Anukul Roy as well. He's done for the day. 2 for 49. So Vipraj Nigam has 5 overs remaining. And the seamers, Anshul Kamboj, he had a very good start, but he's touch expensive. So the batting card, top of the order, the openers, they got a very good start inside the first power play and then couldn't manage to go past that half centuries, getting out in 40s. And Sadhir also throwing the wicket away, despite very close to the half century. But the skipper stepping in from the front, Sahana Rachige, 52 balls, 62 runs. So they need some sort of a little kind of a partnership for this run chase they run. It's just a very, 11 extras only. They've been very disciplined, India, in their bowling lineup as well. So 56 balls remaining. Almost a run a ball.
Yeah, it has been a decent effort by the Sri Lankan batters, but they will be definitely disappointed just for the reason that they haven't really capitalized. Especially if you remember the innings of the vice captain, Ruchrat Gaitwan of the Indian A team. He really went on to make that big score. Should be looking for a couple of runs. The field at back foot of point had to run a long way. Now, these runs are definitely going to help the Sri Lankan team to get closer to that target.
Yeah, Sri Lanka A had a very good start. 93 run stand for the opening wicket. Then 3 quick wickets fell off. And then another very good partnership between Sadhira Samaravikrama and the skipper.
Sadhir himself will be very disappointed with the shot selection. He was seeing the ball well. He should have continued with Sahana Rachige, and that one wicket really opened up the gates for the Indians. 41 overs done, 228 for 5. Well, this is a comparison at this stage. Sri Lanka at the moment slightly ahead if you compare it with the Indian score after 41 overs. Well, this is a test. This is going to be very interesting, and it's going to be more interesting to see how Chamika Karunaratne is going to negotiate the leg spinner.
Yeah, the fans coming in. That's Shahan Malik. With the fans coming in, supporting the Sri Lanka A. So in that middle frame where Sri Lanka lost 3 quick wickets, they had a partnership for the 4th wicket, 78 run stand, and another quick wicket of Ravindu Fernando. That was the downfall at one stage. But Sahan Narachige stepping in as the skipper with his heavy shoulders coming in at a stage where there was a critical stage at one point with Sadira was out there in the center. So I reckon he has dealt well.
Beautiful shot, but just will be the 1 run. So Chamika Karunaratne, I believe at this stage, he needs to rotate the strike. He shouldn't try anything fancy. Well, happy fans, hoping that the Sri Lankans will get home. But you shouldn't forget that the Indians have been really good with the ball in hand. They come back strong, pull things back. There you go. These dot deliveries, a direct throw. Now this is going to be very interesting. They have crossed, but we'll have a closer look at this as we come upstairs.
For run out. Can you show me the best side on angle for run out, please? Okay, one time just freeze the bails when it's separated from the stumps. Okay. One time, please. One time. I want to check whether the ball hits the stump or not. Okay. Okay, freeze it there. Before hitting the ball, wicketkeeper's glove hit on the stumps. So I made my decision. Just focus the lights, please.
Well, that's the green light. Looks like the wicketkeeper has dislodged the bails. The Indians, they're surprised, but 231 on the board for the loss of 5 wickets.
I like to see the other angle of it from the straight on. But the umpires have made the decision already. But seems like India A, the players are not happy about the decision. Well, all in all, it's been given green light.
There you go, Rutraj Gaikwad. He's not happy about the decision. They were pretty convinced, including the wicketkeeper, because he had a better view. 231 runs on the board. Chamika gets alive. He survives. So Revanshi on screen. That's the man who has really turned the tables, being the topic of the week. Well, they have crossed over a single as well. Sahan Narachige will be on strike. 46 runs required of 50 deliveries. This is going to be very crucial. 10 situations, Rajiva.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of tension going on out there in the center as well. So, all in all, Sri Lanka needs 46 more runs to win. bounce. Beautiful delivery to end the over from Wipraj Nikam. Oh, it's an eventful over. 42 done. 232 for 5.
We are into the final 8 overs. Charmika Karunaratne, probably the final recognized pair of batters. Fuller and delivery. Well, he'll be disappointed. With mid-off and extra cover inside the circle, that probably should have been put away.
Well, yeah, he's struggling out there to rotate the strike from one end, dot ball after dot ball. It's almost, now look at this, at this stage, India A were 204 for 3 after 42.1, where Sri Lanka A a little ahead, 28 more runs ahead, but 2 wickets extra has fallen in their innings. Yeah. Sasan Arachige is a crucial X factor in this game right now at this time frame for Sri Lanka A for this run chase.
On the other hand, the Indians, they need to come up with a strategy. They need to try and grab a wicket here. A wicket here will really open the doors. It will make things more interesting. Push the pressure back on the Sri Lankans. Change of pace. Or maybe few dot deliveries. Push the pressure back onto the batters. Make them to make that mistake.
Yeah, maybe one more extra fielder coming into the ring and put more pressure against Charmika Karunaratne, because he is struggling to rotate the strike. He has faced 19 deliveries for his 8 singles. So that could be another option to buy a wicket at this time frame and bring another man in. Bring another batter, new batter, where you can build more pressure. Another dot ball. This is very good start for this 43rd over from Shedge. He's bowling Yorkers, he's mixing things up. Bowling into the pitch, bowling the off cutters. So far, just a single in this over.
Yeah, this would be a great experience for the Indian young bowlers as well. Getting exposed to this level of cricket, especially playing against some batters who have played plenty of international cricket. So situation would really matter. Once again, a beautiful delivery. Loud appeal. Well, the bowler is a little bit worried. The rest of the players went up a little bit late. Would be interesting to see that. Sahan Arachige. No emotions from him though.
We'll take a look at that, the appeal in the last over. Oh. There was a bit of daylight between the ball and the bat there. Another good Yorker from Shedge. And he's been very good in this over. Just a couple of runs. A brilliant over from Shedge. 43 done. 234 for 5.
44 more runs required of 42 deliveries. The leg spinner will continue. Tries for the reverse sweep. Smart piece of bowling. I need to tell you that. Absolutely brilliant. He saw Sahana Rachige going down on one knee for the reverse sweep and he throws it down the leg side.
Is this pair building some pressure? Alongside the two batters, see, a lot of dot balls coming into players now. And strike is not rotating. Things happening in the center. A slight bit of pressure building in for these two batters out there. With now the equation has little increased the required run rate. Well, India would love to see a wicket falling off right now, a breakthrough. Because bringing in another batter will create more pressure. It's a very crucial stage at this moment.
Yeah, with plenty of dot balls being delivered at this stage, especially at Sahana Arachige, he has been struggling to rotate the strike during the past 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah. Chamika Karunaratne, he decides to bring the broom out as well, especially in these subcontinental conditions. The batters, they love to bring out the broom, try and sweep the spinners, but it has been a different kind of story today. It has been a slow surface. In fact, the ball hardly coming on to the bat. The batters have really had to work hard to look for those runs. The required run rate going above 6.5 for the first time.
What you need to think, Iran, the equation, the deficit is not a bigger margin at this point. Because 37 balls, 41 runs rather, is just that a boundary away for it to minimize the target. Oh, Shamika rather goes big. There's a fielder under it. Brilliant catch from Ayush Badoni. And long on, finally, Vipraj Nigam gets that breakthrough that they were after at.
Well, I was telling you about this. With the leg spinner being introduced against the right-hand batter, it's always going to be interesting. But talk about that catch. Brilliantly done. It was thrown outside the off stump. He had to drag it. Ran across. And took it with quiet ease. Brilliant effort. Chamika Karunaratne, he had a very hard stay. 9 of 21 deliveries. He will be disappointed that he couldn't stay out there to finish things off. Sri Lanka loses their 6th wicket for 237. With 6 overs left in the innings, Wanuj Sahan, the new batter, walks out to the middle. He was very handy with the ball in hand, but he's no mug with the bat as well. He could score some runs, and more importantly, he can do them pretty fast as well. But it's a different condition, different situation, pressure situation. So he will need to hold his nerve and calm. It'll be very important for Sahana Rachige to continue until the very last over if Sri Lanka are looking to win this game. Especially against this strong bowling lineup who have really pulled things back, from which look like the Sri Lankans would take it home quite comfortably.
Yeah, definitely. Chamika Karunaratne was struggling. I mean, he was not connecting it at all. And struggling to rotate the strike more often. That built a lot of pressure. That was a pressure shot. At the end, it was a brilliant catch from Ayush Badoni at long on. He had to run square. And Vipraj Nigam bowled delivered a brilliant over. See, this is what happens when a wicket falls. You bring in a new man. And then the dot ball pressure, which is created by the own. I mean, if you are able to rotate the strike with 5 fielders outside the circle around, there's plenty of gaps around. You just need to milk the singles around. So when the singles are not coming, when the dot balls are rising, this is what happens. You fall a wicket.
Yeah, we did discuss about this during the last 5 to 10 minutes, in fact, maybe even 15 minutes, that Sahana Ratchige and Chamika Karunaratne, they were really finding it hard to rotate the strike. So we did mention that more dot deliveries will add more pressure.
Looks a very close call. I would have been in that diving effort. Desperation to come in the crease. Sahana Ratchige, he knows he is the man out there. Even India knows that. Flicked nicely. Just a single after 2 dot deliveries, but just 2 singles in this over. Now, with Vipraj Nigam has 3 overs left. That's a very deadly character, deadly fact. Because he can be very, very good and a threatful bowler when it comes to the tail. And Vyaskant is the next batter. Now Sri Lanka A will expose the tail.
Keeping the batters aside, I'm really impressed with how these young Indian bowlers have handled the situation. Flicked off his wrist. That was a very, very close chance. A desperate effort. Well, surely would have been curtains for Sahana Ratchige if that was taken.
Definitely would have been curtains for Sri Lanka A also. Half-hearted shot, the flick. It was Upish running in. Anukul Roy from deep square leg, bouncing just a little shorter.
Well, as fielders near the boundary, Rajiva, you have milliseconds to decide whether you're going to jump in front of it and try to grab a catch, or maybe you might jump over it and let it go to the boundary. But talking about the wicket of Sahana Ratchige, I think that was very crucial. Short and jab and pull. That's a valuable shot. Valuable runs as well. 4 more runs and very important runs for Vanuja Sahan and Sri Lanka as well. 45 overs done. 244 for 6. Right, and that's the equation. 34 runs required of the last 5 overs. Now, we did speak about Vanuja Sahan. He's no mark with the bat, but keep that aside for a moment. Look at this picture. Beautiful scenes here from the Rangiri Dambulla International Stadium. Plenty of greenery around the ground. Now, this over is going to be very interesting, and looks like he might bowl out his 3 overs.
Yeah, that was the boundary, the last ball. I think bowling into the pitch, touch shorter, Vanuja did what he did was he placed it nicely in between that gap, deep mid wicket and deep square leg, because enough timing for it to run away to the boundary.
Sahan Arachige goes down on one knee, but there is protection. 3 fielders out on the leg side field, a deep long on, a deep square leg and a deep mid wicket and a deep square leg fielder. It's not easy, but at this stage, still you would feel that the batting team have things under control with 33 runs required of 29 deliveries. Look at the comparison. Sri Lanka 245 for 6. India were 227 for 5. It was the last few overs that the Indian batters really went hard at the Sri Lankan bowlers. Looks like we're having a interesting field change, Rajiva.
Yeah, extra man coming into the offside that makes sure. I have a strong feeling that he's going to go for the wrong one. A quick single once again. Oh, going for the second one. This is good running. This is good game awareness. Especially from Sahan Narachige, running the first one very quickly, crossing over double.
Exactly. This is very good game awareness. Now take a look at that. The moment he caught that past the 30-yard circle, he rushed back for the second run. But the fielder at the deep point boundary, he really misjudged it. The reverse sweep comes out. Vanuja Sahan, he's turning out to be a star here at the Rangiri Dambuli International Stadium for Sri Lanka. That's a fabulous shot.
Yeah, Vanuja Sahan is one of the top all-rounders in Sri Lanka cricket arena. Oh, that reverse sweep shot, the switch hit, coming into place in the perfect time, much needed boundary. So 7 runs coming off in the first 3 deliveries. And he is another capable batter. He's one of the top all-rounders, like I mentioned. I think he was awarded the best all-rounder in the TIA one-day cricket.
Now look at the damage that extra run gave. If they had contained them for 1 run, Sahan Arachige would have been on strike. Once again, the field changes for Vanuja Sahan. Short fine leg comes in place. We have a short mid-wicket as well. Brilliant. Oh my goodness. I'm not sure what the fielder was doing at that point. For a moment, he just paused. Well, this is really disappointing from India's point of view.
Well, Vanuja Sahan changing the tables, turning the tables. That was delicate touch, played it very, very late. And from what I can see is that the fielder had no chance. With the help of that speed of that delivery, the wrong one, helping it nicely. That was a delicate, late cut to get another boundary. So 11 runs in this over, been expensive.
This has been a gem of an innings. Now look at that. This is smart. This is smart batting. You get a boundary and you cross over a single.
It eases off Narachige's pressure with runs coming in, 200 strike rate from Vanuja Sahan. 3 boundaries for him, and the partnership has created. See, that is the important part of it. That eases off that pressure which has created by the fall of the wicket of Chamika Karunaratne. So very good partnership, 11 balls, 19 runs. And that has created, because of that, this expensive 12-run over. 46 done, 256 for 6.
That single over really changing the entire game. 22 runs required now of 24 deliveries. Prior to this over, the Indians quietly had the game under control. But that expensive over, the 12-run over, and Vanuja Sahan doing the bulk of the damage has really changed this game in favor of the Sri Lankans. So behind to the last 4 overs, it's going to be interesting to see whom would Rutraj Gaikwad go to. There you go, Arshad Khan, 3 overs per 18, coming to finish things off.
Yeah, he was opening the bowling with a new ball, Arshad Khan. This is the second spell for him. Oh, shy of the stumps. That would have been very close. We'll take a look at that. I reckon Vanuja Sahan was touched too shorter. Getting back home there. Priyan Sharia at car point. Yes, indeed. That could have been curtains for him for sure. India would have loved it, yeah. He was short. He was short. Definitely. So luck is going towards Sri Lanka A side. Another quick single. They're dealing with singles, not much ease of, easing off that pressure, and because since Vanuja Sahan came in, it allows Sahanara to breathe a bit, isn't it?
Well, that was very close, isn't it? Yeah, I agree with your point. The way that Sahanara Chige was batting out there, 20 to 25 minutes back, it has completely changed now. Since Vanuja Sahan walked out to the middle, he has absolutely taken the pressure off the skipper. So the skipper, he has been doing what he's good at, anchoring this innings, 74 of 71. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Chagging back in towards the left-hand batter, late movement there.
Yeah, late movement, and also keeping it low. Yeah, coming in. Going one bounce, even to the keeper. That showed not the ideal bounce that Vanuja Sahan was requiring. And definitely maybe those cracking areas of the surface.
Goes short and he pulls it in front of square. They'll come back for a second run. Vanuja Sahan is really throwing the kitchen sink at the ball at this stage. He's enjoying himself out there in the middle. It has been a great relief for the skipper to continue the way that he has been batting.
Yeah, good partnership as well. 23 runs for the 7th wicket stand. I think it has come in very quick time. Just 18 runs remaining for victory in this opening game of the Talent TV Cup.
That was a pinch of a delivery once again. Just short of a length. Vanuja Sahan trying to look for that short-hand jab. Not short enough for that. Now what he needs to understand is he shouldn't play too many dot deliveries. He has done his homework. He has done the hard work. Now he needs to try and rotate strike, because couple of dot deliveries will bring the pressure back on towards the batter. So he needs to be very watchful. But on the other hand, the Indians, the more dot deliveries they could bowl at him, that would be ideal. Nicely placed for a single. Smart batting. That completes over number 47. 261 for 6. 17 runs required of the last 18 deliveries. It looks like it's going down to the wire. It's going to be very interesting with both batters being out there for some time. But cricket is a game that could change in no time. A wicket here for the Indians could really change the momentum of this game.
Anshul Kamboj into his second spell. He's touched too expensive in his very first spell, especially in the first power play. So Sri Lanka managing. So far so good. It's a runner ball game for them. 17 runs needed. With Wanuja Sahan coming into the center after the fall of Charmika Karunaratne. A short ball. Pulled hard. Just managing to get a single. Good job at deep square leg. Well, since the time he came in, these two batters have been very busy.
Yeah, it's good to see that the Indian fielders are running across, stopping those extra runs, because at the latter part of the innings, every run would count. So you need to make sure that you're up on your toes, making sure that you cut down every run. Hold it until the very last delivery. Keep pushing on, keep adding the pressure. These are little tactics. They'll try to slow down the game a little bit. Get into the nerves of the batters. Oh, beautiful delivery. He hits the timber. And that's the big fish. Sahana Ratchige. The wicket has fallen at a very crucial time.
Is there a twist in the tail? Brilliant Yorker. Sahana Ratchige was really surprised with it. And then off the bat, bouncing on towards the stumps. Much needed breakthrough. He's pumped up. Anshul Kamboj is very quick with that Yorker. Sahana Ratchige, valuable knock. 74 runs off 72 deliveries. Sri Lanka loses the 7th wicket on 262.
Westcant walks out to the middle. Onwards here. Now it's going to be anyone's game. The tail has been exposed. Indians are fighting back. What a contest we have had so far. A runner ball game at this stage for the Sri Lankans. But keep that aside. It's not about the runner ball game. It's all about the pressure. Handling the pressure at this stage. It's going to be very tough. Yes, it's cooling down in Dambulla, but I'm pretty sure it's absolutely hot out there in the middle.
Yeah, definitely, Iran. Things getting heated up. Extra man coming in, but now it was pushed towards third man. But Anshul Kamboj, he is very threatful with that Yorker, mind you. He was very good in death bowling in the IPL as well.
Once again, he hits the sweet spot, the old Yorker. No matter how much the game evolves, the old-fashioned Yorker, that will keep getting you wickets all 7 days of the week.
A brilliant ball to get rid of the skipper. The much-needed wicket off the bail, that Yorker bouncing on from the bat. There you see, spot on. Perfect Yorker.
Yeah, greatly delivered under pressure, especially at these kind of conditions, especially at the latter part of the game, when you feel like the batters are running away with it. It comes out at a very crucial time. and delivers. Look at the tension in the Sri Lankan dugout. That will tell you a story. He nails it. He nails it again. But at this stage, the Sri Lankans would be happy to rotate the strike, look for those singles, because dot deliveries aren't what the doctor would order at this stage for the Sri Lankan batters.
It shows how much is fighting spirit of the Indian bowlers. Even for every single run around, they're fighting for it. They know that they need the wickets to restrict Sri Lanka. And Yorkers after Yorkers, and those are speedy Yorkers, I would say, from Anshul Kamboj.
Beautifully works it. Looking for a second run. They will chance the arm. This is very good running. This is absolutely good running. Look at the camp. They know that every run would matter. But the fielders at the deep, they need to be on their toes, especially at the latter part of the game.
I think the throw came in the wrong way. Wrong direction. Should have been the strikers in. Viaskant a little slower there. There you see. He should have thrown towards the keeper's end. Even the bowler wasn't happy about it. He's indicating he should have thrown towards the keeper's end. But Viaskant gets a couple of runs, much needed for Sri Lanka A.
This is good. They might look for a second run here. Else they will come back for a second run. Great game awareness. Crucial couple of runs coming for the Sri Lankan team at a crucial stage. 48 overs done. 268 for 7. You couldn't have asked for a better end for the opening game of this Talent TV Cup Tri-Series. Well, worth watching. All your money worth watching. 268 runs on the board. Vanuja Sahan. Now he will be the key player for Sri Lanka. 22 of 15. How would the Indian bowlers manage the pressure? Plenty of discussions going out there in the middle. Tilak Varma having a quick chat with his vice skipper. Just making sure that they're getting the feel spot on.
Yeah, light is fading also. It's past 6 o'clock. And that's why maybe umpire Kotachi is indicating you need to hurry up because he's fading, definitely. With just 10 runs needed in 2 overs, 12 deliveries. I think Vanuja Sahan has done a very good job now. He is taking charge, using his experience in this run chase. Now, 3 fielders inside the ring, saving that single.
Well, the middle fielder, chance. Oh, he misses it completely. He misses it altogether. There was a discussion going on prior to that delivery. Whether it should be Tilak Varma or Ruchrat Gaikwad that mid-off. They switched at the final minute. And he missed it altogether.
Yeah, good running. Good running. At the moment he struck on the willow, he went after it, Vanuja Sahan. But I'd like to see one extra fielder coming inside the ring for Viaskant to save that single make sure more balls being bowled at Viaskant. Yeah, now we see that long off fielder coming in.
Well, this is going to be interesting with mid-on and mid-off inside the circle. Oh, looking for a flick. But there, oh, the finger goes up. Well, what's going on at the middle? Against the run-off play. That's the 8th wicket down for Sri Lanka. Viaskant trying to work it off his pads. But umpire Kotachi, he decides that it's hitting the stumps.
Yeah, that could be crash in the middle stump. And the bowler was running after it, but the keeper was appealing. That's a very good game awareness from Prap Simran Singh. Viaskant depart for 5. Sri Lanka lose the 8th wicket at 269.
Nine runs required. 10 situation, 10 deliveries left. Mohammad Shiraz. He walks out at a very crucial time with 10 deliveries left. Well, it really doesn't matter whether you're good with the bat or not. It's just that you need to connect when it comes to a situation like this.
Yeah, Khan bowling round the wicket. Oh, that's another chance. Oh, yes. That's the 9th wicket. Actually, what happened there? Errors after errors. And it's the danger man. Wanuj Sahan has to walk back. And he's run out.
Well, this is very good game awareness by the Indians. Now take a closer look at this. The bowler trying for the catch. He missed that completely. Wanuj looking for a single. But look at Rudraj. He was running in like a horse. Grabbed it and took all the bails to make sure that another one bites the dust. Wanuj Sahani departs for 23. A very well made 23. And Sri Lanka will lose that 9th wicket at 269. Nine runs required of 9 deliveries. But that ain't the headline at this stage. India, they need just 1 wicket to seal things off in this opening game. They have held their nerve. Goes for a big swing. Well, that surely kissed the off stump. Look at the wicket keeper. They can't believe it.
Well, at one stage when Sahan Arachi was batting alongside Wanuj Sahan, take a look at this. Big wild swing. Almost hitting that off stump. Is he getting some reverse swing? Harshad Khan. Maybe that's why it missed the stumps. And he's bowling round the wicket, angling in. Yeah, this was the run out. He was not aware of it. Wanuj Sahan.
Goes for a big shot. Straight down the throat of the fielder. And looks like the catch has been taken. And that'll be the final coin. Sri Lanka loses it all together. And look at the Indians. They're pumped up. This is great game awareness by the Indians.
Good fighting spirit. Last 3 wickets of Sri Lanka A innings fell off in just a matter of 4 deliveries. Well, they were cruising along at one stage, but India A never gave up. That was a brilliant team effort, I would say. They were hanging and hanging around and doing good bowling options, bringing in the fast bowler Arshad Khan, and this was Mohammad Shiraz, big whack on the leg side, a brilliant catch once again. That's Vipraj Nigam running in from deep square leg boundary to get the last wicket. That's the last laugh. He's pumped up. 3 wickets in this over in the matter of just 4 balls, Iran.
Well, why shouldn't he be pumped up? Really finishing things off in style. But the Sri Lankans, they should be disappointed altogether. They had it under control 15 minutes back. And I did mention that cricket is a game that could change in matter of minutes. And the Indians, they really held their nerves. They held their calm. At the latter part of the game, it was all about who is holding on to their nerves. And the Indians proving it once again that they're delivering at the big stage when it comes to the latter part of these crucial games.
Yeah, crunching game, isn't it? India winning by 8 runs. Sri Lanka A losing all the last 4 wickets in the matter of just 10 balls. And when the equation was a run a ball, it was 17 runs in just 18 deliveries with 4 wickets in hand, with Tanuja Sahan and Sahanarachi were cruising. But after the fall of wicket of Sahanarachi, India A knew that they have an outside chance. That was a team effort. It was a brilliant start to this Tri-Nation, the Talent TV Cup A-Team Tri-Nation 2026. You can't ask for more. Crunching.
Great team effort by the Indian A team. A young team coming right after the IPL. Look at that players. They still feel that. They're enjoying every little bit of it. These are great scenes. Let's take a quick look at the batting card. The 2 opening batters, they got off to a good start, but unfortunately not capitalizing, throwing away their wickets. Sadhiro Samaravikrama, I think, was the crucial wicket. He was looking solid out there in the middle, and that single shot that he played, trying to flick it off towards mid-wicket and throwing away his wicket, really put the pressure on Sahanarachi, but nothing to take off that man. He played a gem of an innings as a skipper, but unfortunately not much of a support from the latter part of the batters, and they had to end up at 269, falling 9 runs short of the total posted by India.
Yeah, definitely they pulled it through. Ayush Badoni with the 2 openers being dismissed off his bowling, and a couple of wickets for Vipraj Nigam also. But Anshul Roy picked up 2 wickets in his 10 overs. But I like that fact. Anshul Kamboj was brought into the attack alongside Arshad Khan, picking up 2 wickets in that previous over. The last over he bowled, and 3 wickets falling off. See, at one stage Sri Lanka A were 262 for 6, and then losing the next remaining 4 wickets for just 7 runs in the matter of just 10 balls. That was a downfall. Disappointing effort from Sri Lanka A, I would say, to pull this through. But crunching moments from India A. They were fighting for it, for every single run, and pushing it through, and a great team effort from India A. The 2 openers walking in, Dikwala and Avishka Fernando, had a very good start inside the power play as well. And 93 run stand from these 2 openers. Dikwala played 360. He was playing his role definitely. And Avishka Fernando also was solid and getting into the 40s. These two batters set the tone in this run chase from the beginning, and it was brilliant start for Sri Lanka with these two batters helping nicely along, playing 360 shots, especially Dikwal. He was looking promising. Even Avishka Fernando timed the ball very well until that moment where the drinks break came in and Ayush Baduni was introduced. He grabbed two quick wickets and didn't last long. Nuvanithu Fernando, that was Vipraj Nigam getting that breakthrough. But Sanarachi walked in, the skipper, heavy shoulders, 109 for 3 at one stage, alongside Hadira Samar Vikrama. That 78 run stand for the 4th wicket, setting another hope for Sri Lanka. So they batted brilliantly for the 4th wicket, and Sadira Samara Vikrama also getting into 40 and then getting out for a cheap shot like that. And again, things turning across. Then Ravindra Fernando didn't last long, but Sanarachi was fighting for it, fighting on this run chase, going along, getting his half century, batted brilliantly with those kind of shots and helping it along the ground. He waited until the moment where he got it into his zones, into his arcs, and Chamika didn't last long as well. Wanujasan also trying to chip in with his 23 runs, but until this happened, this was the moment Sri Lanka lost the game, and run-outs coming in, and Vyaskant also. So this was a crucial moment. Wanuja Sahan getting run out. I think it was the downfall as well for Sri Lanka. And the last wicket, brilliant catch from Vipraj Nigam at deep square leg, and Arshad Khan picking up the last wicket of Mohammad Shiraz. So Sri Lanka losing the game all out for 269 when they were cruising along in this run chase of 278. Target, this is the match summary. India winning the toss, batting first, 277 for 6, with Gaikwad making his 21st list one-day cricket century in his 100th game, 101, and Tilak Varma also getting a half century. Priyancharya chipped in with 32. Shiraz picked up 2 wickets, a wicket apiece for Chamika Karunaratne and Garko Sanket. In reply, Sri Lanka were all out for 269 inside the 49th over, with Sanarachi top scorer, 74 of just 72 deliveries, and Dikwal and Sadira also chipping in with 40s. Could have gone more for a half century, on the verge of it, losing the wickets. 2 wickets apiece for Arshad, Ankul and Ayush Badoni. And at the end, India, with that fighting team spirit, they won the game by just 8 runs with a very, very minimal margin. So we'll take a short break before the post-match presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the Talent TV Tri-Nation A-Team ODI Series 2026, and it is Sri Lanka versus India today, and what a game it turned out to be. Congratulations to India A for winning by 8 runs. It was a truly magnificent game where we saw the pendulum swinging and finally settling on the side of India. Let me start off by thanking everyone who supported this, and very especially to Sri Lanka Cricket for their planning and efforts in organizing this tour. Also to ThinkCube, the event's right partner, for their support. We also have our broadcast partner Talent TV, who's incidentally celebrating 1 year. Congratulations as they celebrate a year of some great work. And also we say thank you to Sony Pictures Network India. And let me also introduce our match referee, who is also presentation party, Mr. Manoj Mendis, who will give away the player of the match to Rutraj Gaikwad for his magnificent 101 of 114 balls. He will receive a trophy for his outstanding innings. And let's have a quick chat if you don't mind. I know you've been interviewed before, but let's finish it quickly. Yeah. Congratulations, your 100th list A game. How is it to get 100? I believe it's your 21st. You didn't know that?
I didn't know any of the stat that you're talking, but obviously good to get 100. I felt, the conditions were slightly, not what we are used to be playing at home. So definitely, wind factor as well. So it was important that one of the set batters play throughout the inning, and glad that it happened today.
Yeah, the question is, how did you make that adjustment? You correctly said it's very different on the surface. It was a bit slow. It was gripping a little bit. So what was the plan? Bat through, settle in, and then look to score?
Yes, definitely try and rotate strike as much as possible. We had lost 3 wickets as well. So at any stage, we didn't wanted a new batter to face the middle overs where it would be challenging for him. So that's what the talk was with Tilak as well. Let's bat as deep as possible, and we know that we can score good runs at the death. But I think credit to Sri Lankan bowlers as well. They bowled really well. They pulled it back really well. We were at one stage we were looking at around 290 or above that, but they pulled it back really well.
Very well done. Congratulations. Great game, great innings.
Yes, thank you.
Well, that's player of the match, Rutraj Gaikwad. And can I now talk to the Sri Lankan captain, please? Sahan Arachige. Very quickly, Sahan. Bad luck. That was a great game. But there was a time that you guys had the game under control. Where do you think it went wrong?
I think after I got out, and after that we had a game again, but unfortunately Vanuja was run out. That's the point I think we lose the match.
So what about that partnership, you and then there was that 5th wicket stand that was going so well, and then suddenly you lose a wicket and you lost 2 quick wickets, and do you think that dented with Sadira getting out?
Yeah, that also we had a problem in there as well, but after that I think we managed again. I think after that Vanuja got run out. We didn't have a chance.
What about the toss? Was it? Now you wanted to bat first as well.
We wanted to bat.
How was the surface when you batted?
Wicket is. We thought earlier wicket will get spin in the evening, but I think when I'm batting, it didn't happen anything. So wicket is good.
Bad luck. Very well played. All the best.
Thank you.
Right, that's the Sri Lanka A captain, and can I now invite the Indian captain, please? The India A captain, Tilak Varma. Congratulations. Fantastic game of cricket, a really tight game. The pendulum swung a lot, and there was a time that I'm sure you would have been doubting this result. Where did you think it really turned?
Definitely the way Sahan had batted was really good, and I think the one Anshul bowled that Yorker and Sahan got out, so that was a crucial wicket, and the game turned there. And the way especially if you see our opening bowlers Arshad and Kamboj haven't bowled that great in first spell, but the way they finished the game was tremendous to watch.
Let's talk about the toss. You had no hesitation in batting first, but when you bowled second, did you really think that the surface had changed or got better?
Honestly, the surface haven't been changed much. We thought that it will be even more slower in the second innings, but to be honest, the surface haven't been changed much. But as I said during the toss, 270 was good, but I think we'll just go to the drawing board and we'll just see how to bowl in good areas, and we'll come back in the next game.
That was a great win, but finally your thoughts on an A-team series like the Sri Lanka, India, Afghanistan, three top teams in Asia. What are your thoughts, and how do you see the opportunity that the young cricketers are getting?
Yeah, I have already said before the tournament that playing in Sri Lanka and against Sri Lanka and Afghanistan, they're a really good side, and especially playing in Sri Lanka, they'll be really giving good competition in the international level as well. If you see a last series when we played against Sri Lanka, so they won the ODI series, but we know how competitive it will be, and we prepared for that, and I'm glad that first game it is on our side.
Brilliant game. Congratulations and all the best.
Thank you.
Right, that's the captain of India, and that concludes our post-match presentation.
Thank you very much, Prashant. That was a great effort from India A, winning this game, pulling it through. So the match summary so far: India A, after winning the toss in their 50 overs, they got 277 for the loss of 6 wickets, with the man of the match, Rutraj, getting his 21st list A 100 in his 100th game. And Tilak Verma also chipping in with a half century. Siraj picked up 2 wickets for 67 in his 9 overs. In reply, Sri Lanka all out for 269 inside the 49th over, with Sanaraji top scorer, 74 runs in just 72 deliveries, and Dikwalla and Sadira also chipping in with 40s. 2 wickets apiece for Arshad, Ankul and Ayush Badoni. And India A winning this game of the Talent TV Tri-Series ODI Series 2026 by 8 runs in a crunching game at the end. So that's game number 2. That's happening on the 11th June here at Rangili Dambulla International Cricket Stadium. India A will take on Afghanistan A. Afghanistan A will face their first game. That's 2 days' time from today. So that's it from all of us here at the Combox and from Talent TV here at Rangiri Dambulla International Cricket Stadium. Until we meet again, good night.